I have an immortal dwelling within me. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 51, Business is Booming. Under Lin Yi's infusion of his primordial spiritual power, the azure spirit tree rapidly sprouted, grew leaves, and branched. Soon, it reached a height of about 5 inches. Burning my cultivation to accelerate the growth of a single spirit tree is truly remarkable, Lin Yi smiled broadly. Immediately, he burned his cultivation to continue accelerating its growth. The azure spirit tree grew rapidly at a visible speed. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. When Lin Yi's cultivation level dropped from the early stage of the 6th level of the spirit gathering realm to the peak of the 5th level, the azure spirit tree had grown to 7 feet tall. Then, he continued burning his cultivation to accelerate its growth. When his cultivation level dropped to the mid-stage of the 5th level of the spirit gathering realm, the azure spirit tree had grown to over 10 feet tall and blossomed with small azure flowers. It's been 3 years, Lin Yi exclaimed with delight. The azure spirit fruit tree would flower and bear fruit after 3 years. After that, it would flower and bear fruit again for each additional year of age. Let's just ripen it. Lin Yi burned his cultivation energy to continue ripening it. Soon, the small blue flowers fell off, and azure spirit fruits appeared. When the tree was full of ripe azure spirit fruits, Lin Yi discovered that his cultivation level had slipped to the early stage of the 5th level of the spirit gathering realm. Let's see how many azure spirit fruits we've produced. Lin Yi picked all the ripe azure spirit fruits and began to count them. The result was quite pleasing. A total of 650 azure spirit fruits. Lin Yi smiled broadly. A bottle of grade 1 spirit gathering pills sold for 100 low-grade spirit stones. A 10-year-old azure spirit fruit has about half the effect of a grade 1 spirit nourishing pill and sells for 15 low-grade spirit stones. A 3-year-old azure spirit fruit has only 1/5 the effect of a grade 1 spirit nourishing pill and sells for about 20 low-grade spirit stones. Selling all 650 azure spirit fruits would net me 13,000 low-grade spirit stones. That's a very lucrative profit, Lin Yi beamed. If he couldn't sell them all, he could consume them himself to quickly restore his cultivation level. Even 3-year-old green spirit fruits are this profitable. If we could accelerate the ripening of a 30-year-old green spirit fruit tree, its medicinal effects would be comparable to a first-grade spirit nourishing pill, selling for 100 low-grade spirit stones each. By then, the green spirit tree would be even more lush and leafy, and the number of green spirit fruits it produces would increase significantly, easily yielding thousands at a time. So, wouldn't one harvest net a profit of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones? Lin Yi grinned from ear to ear. The profit potential of the green spirit tree was simply too good. This was the earning power of rare spirit trees. Now, the business of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion should improve. Lin Yi's face showed anticipation. He currently possesses 500 jade fruit plants, 650 azure spirit fruits, 15 kinds of low-grade first-class rare spiritual herbs, and 30 kinds of medium-grade first-class rare spiritual herbs, each with 10 plants. These were all grown directly within his immortal abode space without any initial investment. As long as he could sell them, it would be pure profit. The other 5 spiritual herb shops, however, still had acquisition costs. He wasn't afraid of a price war. Most importantly, these rare spiritual herbs were limited in quantity and always in short supply. The other 5 spiritual herb shops were also out of stock. Would they be willing to sell at low prices? These rare spiritual herbs, once released, would immediately be snapped up. At a normal price, they would be sold out instantly. Rare spiritual herbs didn't require a price war. Therefore, with these rare and precious medicinal herbs as a starting point, attracting numerous customers would surely improve the business of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. This time, I'll see what tricks they have up their sleeves, Lin Yi declared with high spirits. Immediately, he left his meditation room, went to the shop on the first floor, opened the door, and resumed business. Immortal Medicine Pavilion buys medicinal herbs at high prices. Immortal Medicine Pavilion sells medicinal herbs at low prices. Immortal Medicine Pavilion sells all kinds of rare and precious medicinal herbs. Lin Yi stood in front of the shop, calling out loudly to the scattered customers on the street. Sure enough, people soon began to arrive. Some were selling medicinal herbs. Some were buying medicinal herbs. Lin Yi learned from his previous experience. He meticulously recorded all the spiritual herbs he acquired, noting the current stock of each type. Once his stock exceeded his capacity, he would stop purchasing that particular herb. This minimized the malicious suppression from other herb shops. Furthermore, he gradually learned to read people's expressions. Those cultivators hired by other shops to sell their herbs at inflated prices at the Immortal Herb Pavilion seemed somewhat uneasy. Lin Yi directly refused to buy from these cultivators. However, for those genuinely selling lower-level spiritual herb growers, even if Lin Yi had enough in his own stock, he would still buy them at high prices. For genuine customers, he built his reputation on word of mouth. Because these people would tell their relatives and friends, helping him attract more genuine customers. Lin Yi's control over acquiring spiritual herbs became increasingly refined, his ability to read people grew stronger, and he could basically tell at a glance who the hired cultivators were. Even if a few slipped through the net, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Having successfully acquired the spiritual herbs, Lin Yi also put effort into selling them. In the early stages, to build his reputation, he sold them at very low prices. For common spiritual herbs, the selling price was only slightly higher than the acquisition price. Some low-grade first-rank spiritual herbs had very low profit margins, so he sold them directly at the acquisition price, not relying on these low-grade first-rank spiritual herbs for profit. The spiritual herbs he actually used to make money were mainly the rare ones he had accelerated to maturity, but he sold them at prices lower than other spiritual herb shops. Driven by the availability of rare herbs, many cultivators came to buy spiritual herbs. When they arrived at the Immortal Medicine Pavilion, they found that other common spiritual herbs were also cheaper than in other shops. So they would also buy a considerable amount of common spiritual herbs. Business was booming in the morning. By the afternoon, business was at its peak. Customers came and went in a constant stream. Lin Yi himself was extremely busy, his head spinning and his mouth parched. But this hard work was well worth it. By the end of the day, he had acquired many more low-grade first-rank rare spiritual herbs, as well as quite a few mid-grade first-rank rare spiritual herbs. He even acquired some high-grade first-rank rare spiritual herbs. Having acquired rare spiritual herbs, he could openly sell them mixed with the rare spiritual herbs he had cultivated in his immortal abode. With so many customers coming in, and others unaware of the quantity of rare spiritual herbs he had acquired, there was considerable room for maneuver. He even sold a small portion of the 3-year-old green spirit fruit and the first-grade, mid-level spiritual herb, the jade fruit. As for the 15 kinds of first-grade, low-level rare spiritual herbs and 30 kinds of first-grade, mid-level rare spiritual herbs that he had cultivated himself, 10 of each kind were sold out in a single day. He was busy until midnight before closing the door to rest. Let's see how today's harvest went. Lin Yi returned to his second-floor meditation room and began to tally his gains. He had spent 30,000 low-grade spirit stones acquiring the spiritual herbs himself. He sold 32,000 low-grade spirit stones and made a profit of 2,000. The profit was very low. It was truly a case of high volume, low margin. He earned a net profit of 4,000 low-grade spirit stones from the spirit herbs he accelerated himself. In total, he made a net profit of 6,000 low-grade spirit stones that day. Doing business is still the fastest way to make money, Lin Yi said with a broad smile. He earned so much in just one day. Most importantly, his income was legitimate. He could spend it freely without anyone suspecting anything. Chapter 51 Hiding Behind the Scenes. The Immortal Medicine Pavilion's initial purpose was to launder revenue. So far, it seems to be working without major issues. Mixed low-grade first-class rare spiritual herbs and mid-grade first-class rare spiritual herbs together for sale. As long as the quantity isn't large, there shouldn't be any problems, Lin Yi smiled. His main profit came from these rare spiritual herbs. I'll ripen some more rare spiritual herbs and continue selling them mixed in tomorrow, Lin Yi decisively decided. Immediately, in his meditation room, he activated the third-grade 5 elements heart method, consumed the azure spirit fruit, and entered a meditative state. At dawn, after consuming 100 azure spirit fruits, his cultivation level recovered to the peak of the 5th level of the spirit gathering realm. This cultivation speed is too fast, Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. With 26 unblocked meridians, a third-grade spirit gathering array, a third-grade 5 elements heart sutra, and 100 azure spirit fruits, restoring his cultivation was a piece of cake. Lin Yi burned his cultivation, directly accelerating the ripening of about 10 of each of the 15 kinds of first-grade low-level rare spiritual herbs, and about 7 of each of the first-grade medium-level spiritual herbs. His cultivation level then slipped back to the early stage of the 5th level of the spirit-gathering realm. After feeding A-Qing once and raining down on the spiritual herbs and trees in his immortal abode, Lin Yi went to the shop on the first floor and opened for business. Compared to the first day, he felt much more relaxed on the second day. Mainly, he had learned to read people's expressions, and the cultivators employed by other shops who came to cause trouble had no effect, so they stopped coming. This saved him a lot of time dealing with them. Furthermore, many cultivators had sold all their spiritual herbs to Lin Yi and were temporarily out of stock. Some customers who needed spiritual herbs had also purchased them at low prices yesterday and no longer needed them, so they naturally wouldn't come back. Business wasn't as booming as the first day, which pleased Lin Yi. Throughout the day, his immortal herb pavilion still saw many cultivators coming and going. He successfully sold the rare spiritual herbs he had ripened at dawn, mixed with some green spirit fruits and jade dew fruits. At the same time, he also purchased a considerable number of rare spiritual herbs, spending a considerable sum to acquire 10 top-grade first-rank spiritual herbs. In a few more days, once I've acquired more top-grade first-class spiritual herbs, I can even accelerate their ripening and sell them mixed in. That way I'll earn even more. Lin Yi beamed. It was past midnight. Lin Yi began tallying his gains. That day, he had only earned 600 low-grade spirit stones from ordinary spiritual herbs. With fewer customers, the profit from the low-profit, high-volume strategy would also decrease. Tomorrow, the profit from ordinary spiritual herbs would likely be even lower. This is why many shops can't survive and have to close down at a loss. Low profit, high volume seems feasible, but if other shops also lower the prices and adopt the same strategy, attracting customers becomes difficult. Fortunately, Lin Yi has a celestial abode space where he can accelerate the ripening of rare spiritual herbs. With his rare spiritual herbs, he could attract customers and make money. By the end of the day, he had earned another 4,000 low-grade spirit stones from selling these herbs. Yesterday I earned 6,000 low-grade spirit stones, and today I earned 4,600, 10,600 low-grade spirit stones in just 2 days. My rent for the past 3 months only cost 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. I've completely broken even. Lin Yi beamed. From now on, he could compete on price every day without hesitation. Having already earned back the rent, even if he bought ordinary spiritual herbs for 10 low-grade spirit stones and sold them for 10, he would break even. However, selling the rare spiritual herbs he had artificially matured mixed in with other herbs was a pure profit. He could earn several thousand low-grade spirit stones every day without arousing suspicion. Sure enough, for the next 5 days, Lin Yi maintained this rhythm. Every night, he cultivated to restore his cultivation level, and at dawn, he used his restored cultivation to fuel the ripening of rare spiritual herbs. The next day, he would sell these herbs mixed in with other herbs at the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. In the following days, the number of customers gradually stabilized, far less than the first 2 days. Lin Yi became more relaxed. However, his profits from ordinary spiritual herbs decreased significantly, earning only about 100 low-grade spirit stones per day. For most people, such meager profits would barely cover the rent. It would be a complete loss, impossible to continue. But he, relying on the rare spiritual herbs he cultivated daily, could still make a considerable net profit. However, his supply of azure spirit fruits was dwindling, and he had to rely entirely on himself to recover his cultivation at night. This meant he could only recover from the early to mid-stage of the 5th level of the spirit-gathering realm. He used this cultivation to cultivate rare spiritual herbs to earn a little more money. But he only earned about 1,500 low-grade spirit stones a day. This was mainly because he cultivated too many different kinds of rare spiritual herbs, and the prices were far lower than those of zuanolin grass and bilu fruit. But he had no choice. Only by having a wide variety could he avoid suspicion. If he only accelerated the growth of a single, highly profitable, and rare spiritual herb and sold it in large quantities, it would be too conspicuous, too obvious, and too easy to arouse suspicion. Now, business is basically stable. Lin Yi smiled slightly. He wasn't too busy every day, easily earning around 1,600 low-grade spirit stones. He had a stable customer base and had built good relationships with his regular customers. There were also quite a few mid-level spirit plant farmers who owned about 10 acres of spirit fields, and they got along well with him, agreeing to sell their spiritual herbs to him in the future. It took 7 days in total. The Immortal Herb Pavilion had basically established a foothold in the market of Wangxian Town. However, to Lin Yi's surprise, the other 5 spirit herb shops were constantly targeting him, constantly engaging in a price war with him. He could only earn 100 low-grade spirit stones a day selling ordinary spiritual herbs. The other 5 shops were in the same boat. In a price war, no one made money. But Lin Yi, relying on the rare spiritual herbs he cultivated in his immortal abode space, still had a stable, quite good income, enough to sustain him for a long time. 2 of the other 5 herb shops had already given up and reverted to their original prices. And with their prices restored, business became even more sluggish. Nobody wanted to go. One shop even put its shop up for sale. Hearing this news, Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. They didn't kill me, but they killed themselves, Lin Yi sighed with a laugh. This price war ended in his victory. Now, he has firmly established himself, made many regular customers, and secured long-term contracts with several mid-level spirit plant growers who have agreed to sell him spirit herbs. In a few days, he will sign long-term, high-price purchase agreements with these growers. The Immortal Herb Pavilion will then be firmly rooted in the forgotten Immortal Town market. From now on, it will bring him a steady stream of income, all of which will be legitimate. This period of hard work has laid a solid foundation for the future, Lin Yi said with a broad smile. In the long run, it's been extremely worthwhile and profitable. Having achieved this, he can basically retire gracefully and live in seclusion. Although he earns 1,000 or 2,000 low-grade spirit stones every day. But after all, he still needed to break through to the 7th level of the spirit gathering realm and spend time improving his combat strength to ensure he ranked among the top in the Misty Sect's entrance examination. He couldn't continue like this forever. The Immortal Medicine Pavilion was actually reaching a bottleneck. If he continued to run it himself, his income would basically remain the same. He himself was also stuck at the 5th level of the spirit gathering realm. This was clearly unacceptable. The next step is to recruit a shopkeeper to help me manage the Immortal Medicine Pavilion, then I can focus on cultivating and improving my combat strength, making final preparations for the Misty Sect's entrance examination. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. As for the shopkeeper, he didn't have a definite target yet. Mo Xiaodang and Mei Zhi were obviously out of the question. These 2 women, one his fiancée and the other his future mother-in-law, are too close. It would be too easy for them to discover his secrets. Besides, if they end up with the money, he'd feel awkward asking for it. Just thinking about it all creates a lot of trouble. It's better to keep them completely out of the picture. He can use his earnings to repay them as much as possible, striving to meet their needs. That way, the initiative is entirely in his own hands. He prefers to be proactive rather than passive. Chapter 53, Miss Chu Jin. Lights fill the air. The night is blurry. Lin Yi walked around the streets of Wangxian Town, looking for suitable candidates to be the shopkeeper of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion at various stalls. Those who set up stalls all have business experience. Just because the capital is not enough to open a shop, I settle for the next best thing and make a living by setting up a stall. The income of these small vendors is not high and unstable. If he offered them a large reward, he should be able to win them over and help him run the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. Of course. As the shopkeeper of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion, he has to choose the most suitable candidate. Character and ability are all important. Lin Yi walked through the stalls, using his newly acquired skills of reading people to reject many vendors after just one glance. Most of them were pretty much the same, none of them suited his taste. After wandering through several streets and observing many stall owners, Lin Yi's thoughts gradually became clearer. I'll find a simple-minded young girl, Lin Yi decisively decided. With this in mind, he then directly asked the young girls at the stalls. He asked several, but none of them satisfied him. These girls each had their own problems. One girl, after only a few words, offered to marry him. Lin Yi fled in dismay. After wandering around for a while longer, he arrived at a relatively secluded and quiet street. At the end of the street, Lin Yi saw a young girl in a blue dress selling star-leaf grass. She looked to be about 14 years old, thin and frail, with a slightly pale complexion. Buying star-leaf grass, the girl asked timidly as she saw Lin Yi approach. Her voice was barely audible, almost inaudible. She seemed shy and reserved. After asking, she lowered her head. It was clear she had only recently started her stall and lacked experience. She was innocent and naive. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He wanted to find a girl like this, to nurture and guide her, allowing them to grow together and build a deep and positive relationship. A blank canvas was far better than a haphazardly drawn one. It held so much more potential. I'll buy the starleaf grass later. I have a few questions for you. If you can answer them truthfully, I can buy all the starleaf grass you have. Lin Yi smiled slightly as he looked at the girl in blue. Really? The girl in blue's eyes lit up with joy, somewhat incredulous. Really? Lin Yi nodded firmly. He had a good eye for this girl in blue. He took a liking to her at first sight. If there were no major problems in other aspects, he planned to have her become the manager of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion and help him run it. What is your name, young lady? Lin Yi looked at the girl in blue, a warm smile on his face, and asked gently. Chu Jin, the girl in blue said softly. Miss Chu Jin, why are you setting up a stall in such a deserted place? Could you tell me about your general situation? Lin Yi asked with concern. Why are you asking all this? Chu Jin sized up Lin Yi, somewhat wary. It was premature for him to speak so intimately with someone she barely knew. Lin Yi's immediate attempt to probe her background upon first meeting made her suspicious. To be honest, I own a spirit medicine shop called Immortal Medicine Pavilion, and I need an assistant. I saw you setting up your stall here alone, so I wanted to ask about your situation and see if you'd be interested. Lin Yi smiled slightly and spoke truthfully. An assistant? Will you pay me monthly? Chu Jin asked curiously. Tell me about yourself first. If you meet my requirements, I certainly won't mistreat you, Lin Yi said seriously. My parents died young, leaving me all alone. I own 2 acres of spirit fields, all planted with starleaf grass. I can harvest a crop every half month. Selling it to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion yields too little profit, so I set up a stall here and sell it slowly to barely support myself. Chu Jin spoke softly, describing her situation. Lin Yi listened quietly. This Chu Jin's fate was somewhat similar to his own. After Uncle Fu's death, he too lived alone. Chu Jin, as a young girl, cultivated 2 acres of spirit fields and had to set up a stall. Her life was also difficult. My name is Lin Yi. I'm also an orphan, all alone. We're in the same boat. How about this? You come work as a helper at my Immortal Medicine Pavilion, and I'll give you 300 low-grade spirit stones a month. From the spirit herbs you sell, I'll give you an extra 1% commission on the net profit. That way, your monthly income, including the commission, will definitely be much higher than it is now. As for your 2 acres of spirit fields, you can choose to rent them out, which will also generate income. What do you think? Lin Yi looked at Chu Jin, asking earnestly. The terms he offered were very generous and showed great sincerity. 300 low-grade spirit stones a month wasn't high, but the 1% commission on net profit was very attractive. To Chu Jin was ambitious and energetic. The more Chu Jin sold, the more net profit he would make, and that's where he would get a lion's share. This sounds really good, much better than my current farming and street vending. Chu Jin's eyes shone with joy. Then, a hint of worry appeared on her face. But I'm still a little worried. My business acumen isn't good enough. I'm afraid I'll drag your Immortal Medicine Pavilion down. Also, if I rent out those 2 acres of spirit fields, I'll have to sign at least a 1-year agreement. What if you kick me out after a month? What will I do then? I'll have no way out, Chu Jin said, expressing her concerns. Don't worry about that. I can sign a 1-year agreement with you. If I kick you out early, I'll give you your full year's salary directly. I won't let you suffer any losses. You don't really need to worry. Since I chose you, I'll definitely be patient with you. Being an assistant isn't difficult. I'll teach you, and you'll learn quickly. Lin Yi comforted her with a smile. If that's the case, I can give it a try. Chu Jin was somewhat tempted. How about we sign the agreement now? Lin Yi asked eagerly, his face full of joy. The business of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion is now completely stable, only lacking a shop manager. If Chu Jin can grow up and become competent in the position of shop manager, helping him manage the Immortal Medicine Pavilion, he would then have plenty of time to cultivate, improve his combat strength, and make final preparations for the Misty Sect's entrance examination. Brother Lin Yi, this is too hasty, too rushed. I'm a little worried. How about we don't rush to sign the agreement? I'll go to your Immortal Medicine Pavilion first and work as your assistant for a day for free. If it's suitable, We can sign the agreement then, what do you think? Chujin cautiously suggested. No problem, your consideration is very thorough. I'll listen to you, Lin Yi smiled. Chujin looked very young and shy, but her mind was quite perceptive. As expected of someone like him, living alone, she was more mature than her peers. Immediately, Lin Yi took Chujin to the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. Having reached this point, he was full of confidence in winning over Chujin. Chapter 54, Delightful Profits. The Immortal Medicine Pavilion was bustling with cultivators coming and going. Lin Yi, as usual, greeted the customers, buying and selling spiritual herbs. Chujin watched from the side. It wasn't much different from her own stall. The only difference was that Lin Yi's Immortal Medicine Pavilion offered higher prices than other spiritual herb shops, making it a preferred place for many lower-level cultivators to sell their herbs. The pavilion's herbs were also very cheap, cheaper than other shops, attracting many cultivators. After observing for a while, Chujin had almost mastered the technique. When new customers came in, Chujin would proactively greet them. And surprisingly, she did it quite well, following the price list. Lin Yi also instructed Chujin to constantly monitor the stock of various spiritual herbs, especially those sent by other herb shops to cause trouble. Once the stock was sufficient, they should stop purchasing. Ideally, she should be able to read people and distinguish between those who were lackeys of other herb shops and those who were genuine herb growers. Chujin, being meticulous, carefully memorized everything. The next day, Lin Yi let Chujin run the Immortal Herb Pavilion on her own. He simply observed from the sidelines without interfering. He was very satisfied with Chujin's performance after a day's work. This kind of work was basically not difficult, it simply involved greeting customers with a smile and being attentive and diligent. Chujin, from now on, this Immortal Medicine Pavilion will be your responsibility. If any customer wants to sell more than 20 rare medicinal herbs, have them come to me on the second floor, Lin Yi instructed with a smile after signing a 1-year agreement with Chujin. This way, he would only need to attend to the customers selling rare medicinal herbs. This was also to prevent Chujin from suspecting anything. Chujin didn't know exactly how many rare medicinal herbs he was buying on the second floor. Every morning, he would mix the purchased rare medicinal herbs with those ripened in his immortal mansion space, take them to the shop on the first floor, and hand them over to Chujin to sell. This was a flawless arrangement. No one could discover the secret. Lin Yi did this for the next 3 days. Things went exactly as he had predicted. He spent his days in his second-floor meditation room, using a third-grade spirit-gathering array to cultivate diligently. Only when someone offered more than 20 rare spiritual herbs would they knock on his door. Lin Yi personally greeted them with a smile and made every effort to befriend them. With ample time, he could engage in in-depth exchanges with these mid-level spirit herb sellers. Moved by his sincerity, he signed long-term purchase agreements with about 10 mid-level spirit herb sellers. Each year, these mid-level spirit herb sellers would sell him at least 100 rare spiritual herbs, and he offered higher prices than other spirit herb shops. If either party violated the agreement, they would have to compensate the other with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. This is a rather cruel punishment. With this agreement, it's basically guaranteed that he'll receive at least 100 rare spiritual herbs every year. 10 agreements mean at least 1,000 rare spiritual herbs annually. And this is only the result of 3 days' work. He will continue to recruit mid-level spiritual plant growers. And even has the opportunity to recruit large-scale growers. Now, I can focus all my cultivation efforts and strive to reach the 7th level of the spirit-gathering realm, Lin Yi smiled. The Immortal Medicine Pavilion won't take up much of his time. With Chujin helping to manage it, it will continuously generate income for him. He can spend almost the entire day cultivating. A whole day of cultivation can ripen over 1,000 rare spiritual herbs. These rare spiritual herbs were all of the lowest grade 1 and the middle grade 1. They were sold daily mixed with the rare herbs he acquired, with about 300 herbs available each day. The herbs he cultivated and matured in 1 day were enough to sell for 3 days. The remaining 2 days' worth of cultivation results were used to improve his cultivation level. 6 days later, Lin Yi successfully cultivated to the 6th level of the spirit-gathering realm. His Immortal Medicine Pavilion was guaranteed a daily income of 1 to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. What pleased him most was that, after the price war of the past few days, 2 of the other 5 spirit medicine shops in the market had gone out of business. The remaining 3 shops accepted the success of Lin Yi's Immortal Medicine Pavilion and stopped maliciously bidding. These 3 shops restored their previous prices. Lin Yi also instructed Chu Jin to keep the prices of spiritual herbs close to those of the other 3 spiritual herb shops. He remained true to his initial plan, buy at slightly higher prices and sell at slightly lower prices. However, since prices had returned to normal, the profit margin was much larger. The Immortal Herb Pavilion itself saw its daily net profit increase from around 100 low-grade spirit stones to around 500. Even without a price war, it was still quite profitable. As for the rare spiritual herbs he had personally cultivated, he continued to sell 300 of them daily, increasing his income from 1,500 low-grade spirit stones to 2,500. His actual daily net profit reached 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. This way, he could net 90,000 low-grade spirit stones a month. I'm not worried about making money at all. Next, I'll focus all my efforts on passing the entrance exam for the Misty Sect. Lin Yi was full of fighting spirit. He would soon be able to raise his cultivation to the 7th level of the spirit gathering realm. With the money he made at the Immortal Medicine Pavilion, he could openly purchase spirit swords, sword techniques, battle armor, movement techniques, and offensive spells. On this day, Lin Yi was preparing to go to the Myriad Laws Pavilion to buy a sword technique. Mo Xiaodang appeared at the entrance of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. Brother Lin Yi, it's been half a month since we agreed on 9 days. I see your Immortal Medicine Pavilion's business has stabilized, with many customers every day. The profits must be quite good, right? Can our engagement banquet be held now? Mo Xiaodang looked at Lin Yi and asked with a sweet laugh. These past few days, she had been going to the Immortal Medicine Pavilion every day, but unfortunately, she hadn't seen Lin Yi. She only saw a young girl named Chu Jin helping out at the shop. Upon inquiring, she learned that Lin Yi had hired Chu Jin as her helper while he focused on his cultivation. She hadn't bothered him. She had assumed that Lin Yi would approach her after he finished his work to discuss the engagement banquet. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi remained silent. She was starting to get anxious. Lin Yi's business was booming, making money was no longer a problem, and becoming rich was only a matter of time. Would Lin Yi change his mind? Would he want to call off the engagement? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55, The Golden Boy and the Jade Girl. Look at my memory, I've been too busy lately, I forgot. Lin Yi lightly rubbed his forehead, looking apologetic. Once a person gets busy, they really can't care about anything else. Especially these past few days, he's been earning 2,000 to 3,000 low-grade spirit stones every day. His cultivation level has also been steadily improving. Now he's recovered to the 6th level of the spirit gathering realm, and he's thinking about recovering to the 7th level of the spirit gathering realm as soon as possible. Everything else has been put aside for him. If Mo Xiaodang hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have even remembered the engagement banquet. Brother Lin Yi, you're not angry with me, are you? Mo Xiaodang looked at Lin Yi and asked nervously. Xiao Tang, don't overthink it, I really forgot. There's no time like the present. Why don't we hold the engagement banquet today? You and Aunt May can handle the arrangements, and we'll hold the banquet tonight. What do you think? Lin Yi looked at the somewhat cautious Mo Xiaotang and felt a pang of heartache. He decided to hold the engagement banquet today. He wasn't the kind of person who would forget kindness. The successful opening of his Immortal Medicine Pavilion was entirely thanks to the 36,000 low-grade spirit stones Mei Yu had given him. He wouldn't forget the source of his blessings. He was only able to receive this high dowry because of his engagement to Mo Xiaotang. Now, even if the Immortal Medicine Pavilion was just starting to thrive, or even if business was booming, he wouldn't change his mind. Where else could he find a wife as obedient, clever, and sensible as Mo Xiaotang? Where could he find a mother-in-law as gentle, kind, and caring as Mei Yu? As long as nothing went wrong, he would definitely marry Mo Xiaodang and have children, preferably a whole bunch. He even envisioned using the immortal space to cultivate a powerful immortal family in the future. Brother Lin Yi, I'll listen to you. I'll go back right now and prepare the engagement banquet with mother to inform our relatives and friends. Mo Xiaodang beamed with joy. Her mother had given her a severe scolding for postponing the engagement banquet. Lin Yi, however, was very magnanimous and didn't take it to heart at all. This attitude impressed her greatly, and her affection for Lin Yi grew even stronger than before. Before, it was just a little bit of liking. Now, it was intense. Watching Mo Xiaodang's graceful figure recede into the distance, Lin Yi pursed his lips. This little girl is becoming increasingly beautiful. She's truly a beauty in the making, destined to be as alluring as Mei Ziyu. He's incredibly lucky to have such a mother and daughter. Qiu Jin, watch the shop, I'm going out to buy some things, Lin Yi said, entering the shop and leaving after greeting Qiu Jin. The engagement banquet was to be held that evening. Lin Yi changed his plans. He wouldn't buy himself a spirit sword and sword manual, that would have to wait. In front of so many relatives and friends, he wanted to make Mo Xiaodang and Mei Ziyu look good. He wanted everyone to see that he, as her live-in son-in-law, wasn't just a gigolo. A tree lives for its bark, a person lives for their reputation. He'd rather not eat steamed buns than lose face. At this momentous occasion, his engagement banquet, he was determined to make a good impression. Now, the business at the Immortal Medicine Pavilion was completely stable. With a steady daily income, so making money was no problem. He had the means to splurge this time. The money he spent would soon be recouped. The market was bustling with people. Lin Yi went on a shopping spree in the most expensive shops on the most prosperous streets. He first bought himself a magnificent brocade robe, spending 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. At the same time, he also bought a magnificent brocade robe for Mo Xiaodang and Mei Ziyu, each costing 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Next, he headed to the Spirit Pill Pavilion. This time, he bought 6 bottles of Grade 1 youth-preserving pills, each costing 800 low-grade spirit stones, for a total of 4,800 low-grade spirit stones. These youth-preserving pills were a favorite among female cultivators. Many lower-level female cultivators were reluctant to spend the money. Afterwards, Lin Yi went to the Spirit Weapon Pavilion and bought a mid-grade spirit weapon sword for Mo Xiaodang, spending 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Finally, he went to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion and bought a set of earrings, a bracelet, and a necklace for both Mo Xiaodang and Mei Ziyu, spending another 6,000 low-grade spirit stones on the 2 sets. In total, he spent 21,300 low-grade spirit stones. Luckily, I'm a live-in son-in-law. If I had taken the initiative to marry, I would have had to give an exorbitant dowry and buy even more gifts. I'm afraid it would cost 100,000 low-grade spirit stones to marry a wife. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. If he didn't have a celestial abode space, he really couldn't afford to get married. Being chosen as a live-in son-in-law by Mei Ziyu and Mo Xiaodang was a stroke of incredible luck. In the evening, Mo Xiaodang came to the Immortal Medicine Pavilion to take Lin Yi back. Seeing Lin Yi dressed in gorgeous brocade robes, looking handsome and dashing, she was stunned. At this moment, she admired her mother even more. Getting engaged to Lin Yi was truly a stroke of luck for her. Of all the young men who came to propose marriage to her, none could compare to Lin Yi in looks, character, or even earning power. Their parents were still alive, it was impossible for them to become live-in sons-in-law. Brother Lin Yi, let's go. Mo Xiaodang took Lin Yi's hand, her face beaming. The two chatted and laughed as they walked towards Fulin Lane. A perfect couple, they're such a good match, the cultivators on the street exclaimed in admiration upon seeing Lin Yi and Mo Xiaodang. Hearing these words of praise, Mo Xiaodang's face was filled with joy and pride. She held Lin Yi's hand even tighter, pressing herself against him. Chapter 56, The Overnight Dispute. Under the moonlight, Mei Ziyu's courtyard in Fulin Lane was bustling with activity. Mei Ziyu had invited many relatives and friends to witness the event and, incidentally, to receive a considerable amount of monetary gifts. In the past, she had given away a lot of money as gifts, but this time she was finally able to recoup some. The courtyard was filled with guests. Mo Xiaodang, arm in arm with Lin Yi, entered the courtyard, receiving numerous compliments from everyone. In front of everyone, Lin Yi took out the gifts he had purchased and presented them to Mo Xiaodang and Mei Ziyu one by one. A gorgeous brocade dress. A youth-preserving pill. A mid-grade flying sword. Earrings, bracelets, necklaces, expensive jewelry like these. The female cultivators present were all filled with envy. Sister Mei, you're so lucky to have found such a good son-in-law. Xiao Tang really found a good husband this time. A group of female cultivators congratulated him with a hint of envy. Lin Yi is not only handsome, but he also owns the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. He'll definitely make a fortune in the future, Some male cultivators also praised Lin Yi highly. It's a pity that being a live-in son-in-law isn't easy. You should still be careful in the future. Several male cultivators couldn't help but remind him, their words carrying a hint of schadenfreude. Hearing this, Mei Ziyu's expression turned displeased. Lin Yi isn't exactly a live-in son-in-law. Lin Yi is all alone, and we're just a mother and daughter. His decision to marry Xiao Tang is no different from him becoming a live-in son-in-law. It's all the same. The three of us will live together. We, his mother and daughter, will definitely not let him suffer. Mei Ziyu stood up and spoke up for Lin Yi. Seeing her say this, the male cultivators who had previously warned Lin Yi obediently shut their mouths. Indeed, Lin Yi was highly valued by Mei Ziyu and Mo Xiandang. Furthermore, Lin Yi also ran his own immortal medicine pavilion and had his own business. This was completely different from a typical live-in son-in-law. It was unlikely he would be mistreated. Afterwards, the guests and hosts took their seats and enjoyed drinks and conversation. They toasted and drank, going back and forth until midnight before everyone left. Lin Yi was also quite drunk. He stayed overnight at Mei Ziyu and Mo Xiandang's insistence. He slept on Mo Xiandang's bed, while Mo Xiandang went to squeeze in with Mei Ziyu. Around midnight, Lin Yi felt dizzy and had a strong urge to urinate. He staggered out to a corner of the courtyard wall to relieve himself. Afterward, he swayed back to his bed and fell asleep. In his drowsy state, he felt somewhat crowded, as if someone was pressing down on him. At dawn, a piercing scream jolted Lin Yi awake. He opened his eyes abruptly, only to find himself in a very embarrassing situation. He was sleeping in the middle of the bed, with Mei Ziyu on his left and Mo Xiandang on his right. Both women were graceful, wearing simple bodices, their skin fair and delicate, their arms as wide as lotus roots. I went out to relieve myself in the middle of the night and went into the wrong room. Lin Yi blushed, immediately realizing his mistake, and quickly explained. He immediately got out of bed, returned to Mo Xiandang's room, put on his gorgeous brocade robe, and bid farewell to Mei Ziyu and Mo Xiandang through the door before fleeing in a panic. Back at the Immortal Medicine Pavilion, Lin Yi immediately plunged into the second-floor meditation room, closed the door, and pretended to be deeply cultivating. He didn't leave the meditation room for an entire day, fearing that Mei Ziyu and Mo Xiandang would come looking for him. In the evening, urged by Chu Jin, Lin Yi had just stepped out of his meditation room and received 5 mid-level spiritual plant growers who had come to sell rare spiritual herbs. He had even signed long-term agreements with 3 of them. It wasn't until midnight, when the Immortal Medicine Pavilion closed, that Lin Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was so exciting, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim. He had been anxious all day. Now, he could finally get a good night's sleep. Chapter 57, 7-Year-Old Tree. As dawn broke, Lin Yi awoke from his dream, the erotic dream now gone without a trace. The engagement banquet is over. Now I can focus on improving my combat power and prepare for the Misty Sect's entrance exam. Lin Yi stood up, his fighting spirit high. However, improving combat power required purchasing spirit swords, sword techniques, armor, offensive spells, and movement techniques, all of which cost money. The gifts given at the engagement banquet by Mei Ziyu and Mo Xiandang had drained him dry. He had no money left. He did have 20,000 low-grade spirit stones in the Immortal Medicine Pavilion, but that was for shop operations, and he didn't want to use it, lest it affect the overall situation. How about burning my cultivation to accelerate the ripening of another batch of spirit herbs? Lin Yi pondered. Whenever he was short of money, this shortcut to making money was the first thing he thought of. Unfortunately, at his level, burning cultivation points took a long time to recover. If he relied on his own hard work, it would take about 6 days to cultivate from the 5th to the 6th level of the spirit gathering realm. From the 6th to the 7th level, it would take about 15 days. He was currently only at the 6th level of the spirit gathering realm. If he burned his cultivation point again and fell back to the 5th level, it would take about 20 days to recover. With the entrance exam for the Misty Sect approaching, and him needing to focus on improving his combat power, 20 days of hard work seemed far too long. If only I could find a way to speed up my cultivation even further, Lin Yi said expectantly. Once this drawback is resolved, there will be no worries in the future. However, he currently cannot improve any of the key aspects of his cultivation. There's no room for improvement in these 3 areas: the 3rd grade 5 elements cultivation method, the 3rd grade spirit gathering array, and the 26 unobstructed meridians microcosmic orbit circulation. The highest grade cultivation method and the highest grade spirit gathering array that can be purchased in Wangxian Town are only 3rd grade. This is the limitation of a small place. He will have to wait until he goes to the Misty Sect to continue improving in these 2 areas. Right now, the only way to speed up my cultivation is by consuming a 1st grade spirit gathering pill or a green spirit fruit. Lin Yi rubbed his nose. He didn't have the money to buy a 1st grade spirit gathering pill, so that option had to be abandoned. To quickly improve one's cultivation, the azure spirit fruit is a good option. Currently, the azure spirit tree in the immortal abode is only 3 years old. One azure spirit fruit has only 1/5 the effect of a grade 1 spirit nourishing pill. If the age of the azure spirit tree could be increased, the effect of the azure spirit fruit would definitely improve. I'll accelerate the ripening of the azure spirit tree first. In the long run, the azure spirit fruit is crucial. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. This was currently the only way he knew to quickly restore his cultivation without spending money. Anyway, he didn't have any money these past few days, so while waiting for the immortal medicine pavilion to make money, he might as well try to accelerate the ripening of the azure spirit tree. Immediately, Lin Yi burned his cultivation to accelerate the ripening of the azure spirit tree. He slipped from the mid-stage of the 6th level of the spirit gathering realm to the early stage of the 5th level. He then accelerated the ripening of the azure spirit tree twice, increasing its age by 2 years. These 2 harvests yielded a total of 860 azure spirit fruits. The second harvest, in particular, yielded 500 azure spirit fruits from trees that were 5 years old. One azure spirit fruit was equivalent to 1/3 the efficacy of a bottle of spirit gathering pill. Let's see how far these azure spirit fruits can restore my cultivation. Lin Yi sat cross-legged, activating the 3rd grade 5 elements heart method, consuming the azure spirit fruits, and rapidly restoring his cultivation. Simultaneously absorbing and refining the rich spiritual energy of the 3rd grade spirit gathering array, combined with the medicinal effects of the azure spirit fruits, it was a 2-pronged approach, resulting in incredibly fast cultivation. Normally, it would take him 6 days to recover to the 6th level of the spirit gathering realm. But now, Lin Yi only took a day and a half and consumed 860 azure spirit fruits to restore his cultivation to the mid-stage of the 6th level of the spirit gathering realm. For him, it took a day and a half. His cultivation level remained unchanged. However, the age of the azure spirit tree increased by 2 years, and the medicinal effects of the azure spirit fruits also improved. One more time, Lin Yi immediately burned his cultivation to accelerate the ripening of the azure spirit tree. This time, he accelerated the tree's ripening for another 2 years, harvesting 1,150 azure spirit fruits. The second harvest consisted of 7-year-old azure spirit fruits, totaling 600. His cultivation level also dropped from the mid-stage of the 6th level of the spirit gathering realm to the peak of the 4th level. This time, accelerating the ripening of the azure spirit tree twice consumed more of his original spiritual energy. Of course, the harvest was also greater. Let's see what level I can recover to this time. Lin Han's face was full of anticipation. This time, there were 1,150 azure spirit fruits. He cultivated for 2 whole days to consume and refine all the effects of the azure spirit fruits. And his cultivation level directly broke through to the peak of the 6th level of the spirit gathering realm. My God, the azure spirit tree has reached 7 years old. My cultivation level has also recovered from the mid-stage of the 6th level of the spirit gathering realm to the peak of the 6th level of the spirit gathering realm. It only took 3.5 days. This is even faster than if I had cultivated on my own. Lin Yi was overjoyed. Chapter 58, Sword Cultivation Prices. As evening fell, Lin Yi arrived at the Immortal Medicine Pavilion on the 1st floor. Qiu Jin, how much money have you made in these 4 days? Lin Yi asked with concern. I've earned another 12,600 low-grade spirit stones, Qiu Jin replied with a smile. She then handed Lin Yi a bill, meticulously recording how many spirit herbs she had purchased, how many she had sold, how many rare spirit herbs she had received from him, their costs, selling prices, and net profits. Lin Yi examined the bill with great satisfaction. This young girl, Qiu Jin, was diligent and meticulous in her work, and her character was reliable. Even if he went to the Misty Sect in the future and entrusted the Immortal Medicine Pavilion to Qiu Jin's management, he could rest assured. This would be a stable and sustainable source of income. Moreover, It wouldn't require much effort or time from him, he could simply wait to count the money. I'll accept these 12,600 low-grade spirit stones for now, and settle the payment with you at the end of the month. Lin Yi greeted him with a smile, putting the blue cloth bag containing 126 mid-grade spirit stones into his stored ring. Afterwards, he headed to the market to purchase a spirit sword and sword techniques to improve his strength. I'll buy sword techniques first, Lin Yi decisively decided. Sword techniques determine the overall direction. Only after determining the sword techniques could he choose a suitable spirit sword. Lin Yi entered the Myriad Laws Pavilion openly and honestly, revealing his true form. Young master, what kind of cultivation technique do you want to buy? Jiu Yuan greeted him with a smile, asking enthusiastically. I want to buy a sword technique, Lin Yi stated his purpose. What grade of sword technique do you want? Jiu Yuan asked. What grade is the best sword technique you have here? Lin Yi asked with a smile. The best sword technique currently sold at our Myriad Laws Pavilion is a grade 3 sword technique. Depending on its power and the difficulty of cultivation, the price is generally between 10,000 and 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, Jiu Yuan said with a slight smile. Judging from Lin Yi's attitude, the chances of this deal going smoothly were high. A grade 3 sword technique was expensive, and he could get a considerable commission. I'll buy this third-grade sword technique, Lin Yi said decisively. He was buying the sword technique to improve his combat power and rank among the top in the Misty Sect's entrance examination. First-grade and second-grade sword techniques were too ordinary and offered no advantage. Third-grade sword techniques were the most top-tier sword techniques in Forgotten Immortal Town. If he was going to buy one, he would buy the best. All the third-grade sword techniques in this shop are here. Would you like to choose one yourself, or should I help you decide? Jiu Yuan took out dozens of blue jade slips, placed them on the counter, and asked with a smile. You can help me decide. Lin Yi smiled slightly. In the realm of sword cultivation, he was a complete novice. Chu Yuan was clearly more experienced in this area and understood the advantages and disadvantages of these sword techniques better than Lin Yi. What element of spiritual power do you cultivate? Jiu Yuan asked Lin Yi seriously, looking at him. I cultivate all 5 elements, Lin Yi replied frankly. Cultivating all 5 elements? That's quite rare. Chu Yuan looked Lin Yi up and down, his face showing surprise. I am Lin Yi, the manager of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion, Lin Yi introduced himself with a smile. Everything he was doing now, whether it was the source of income for the Immortal Medicine Pavilion or purchasing sword techniques from the Myriad Laws Pavilion, was above board. If he were to achieve great success in the future, others would have no way to investigate his background and secrets. This was foresight. Not leaving any hidden dangers for the future. I've heard so much about you. Jiu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately clasped his hands in a fist and palm salute, exchanging warm greetings. The manager of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion, this was no ordinary person. It meant that as long as he could win over Lin Yi would always come to him when purchasing cultivation techniques from the Myriad Laws Pavilion. This was a major customer. He had to be treated well. What kind of sword technique would suit my cultivation of all 5 elements? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask with a smile. You can choose any of the 5 elements sword techniques. However, among the 5 elements sword techniques, the metal sword technique has the strongest attack power. The fire sword technique is slightly weaker than the metal sword technique, but the fire sword technique can restrain the metal sword technique. In a real fight, it won't be inferior to the metal sword technique. Based on my suggestion, you can choose either the fire sword technique or the metal sword technique, Jiu Yuan said earnestly. What are the prices of your strongest fire sword technique and strongest metal sword technique? Lin Yi asked with concern. He was worried about not having enough money. The strongest rank 3 fire-type sword technique costs 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. The strongest rank 3 metal-type sword technique also costs 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Which one do you want? Jiu Yuan asked expectantly. Hearing this, Lin Yi frowned. The best sword technique was so expensive. He only had 12,600 low-grade spirit stones, which he couldn't afford. I don't have that much money right now. I'll come back in a few days, Lin Yi said with a smile, bidding farewell and leaving. Waiting for you, look for me when you come back. Jiu Yuan saw Lin Yi out of the shop, his eyes full of anticipation. I'll definitely look for you, Lin Yi smiled and nodded in agreement. Then, he went to the Spirit Weapon Pavilion to inquire about the price of spirit swords. How much are your high-grade spirit swords? Lin Yi asked directly upon arriving at the pavilion. He had spent 5,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy a mid-grade spirit sword from Oxiandang. High-grade spirit swords would definitely be more expensive. However, to ensure he could outperform all his peers in the entire Wangxian town during the sect entrance assessment and rank among the top, he had to buy the best. High-grade spirit swords also vary in quality, generally ranging from 10,000 to 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. The best high-grade spirit sword costs 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, the blue-robed shopkeeper at the spirit weapon pavilion said seriously. I'll come back to buy next time. After clarifying the price, Lin Yi turned and left. On his way back to the immortal medicine pavilion, Lin Yi kept pondering this matter. A high-grade spirit sword requires 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. A third-grade sword manual requires 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Just the sword manual and spirit sword alone would cost 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. The path of sword cultivation is far too expensive, ordinary cultivators simply cannot afford it. No wonder lower-level cultivators rely on farming for a living. The path of combat power is entirely paved with spirit stones. For young people who want to challenge the Misty Sect, in addition to spirit swords and sword manuals, they also need to purchase battle armor, movement techniques, offensive spells, and even prepare some trump cards such as talismans and spiritual artifacts. All of this combined, even 100,000 low-grade spirit stones wouldn't be enough. Ordinary people are destined to stay at the bottom of society their whole lives, with no chance of turning their lives around. A spirit sword and sword techniques together cost 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. I have 12,600 low-grade spirit stones. The Immortal Medicine Pavilion's daily income is a stable 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. In 16 more days, I can save up 60,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Yi's face was full of anticipation. This was the advantage of owning the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. With a stable income, even a sky-high price like 60,000 low-grade spirit stones could be earned in just over 10 days. While I'm waiting, I'll go back and continue to accelerate the growth of the Azure Spirit Tree, increasing its age, and at the same time, consume the Azure Spirit Fruit to improve my cultivation. Lin Yi smiled as he made up his mind. Now, his cultivation level was at the peak of the 6th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm. By accelerating the ripening of the Azure Spirit Tree and consuming the Azure Spirit Fruit, his cultivation speed was even faster than if he had cultivated diligently on his own. After these 16 days, when he had accumulated 60,000 low-grade spirit stones, how old would the Azure Spirit Tree be? What realm would his cultivation reach? Chapter 59 The Drawbacks of Forced Ripening. Back at the Immortal Medicine Pavilion, Lin Yi entered the second-floor meditation room. First, I'll ripen the Azure Spirit Tree. With a thought, Lin Yi entered the Immortal Abode space. After this ripening process, the Azure Spirit Tree reached 8 years of age, bearing 708-year-old Azure Spirit fruits. Lin Yi's cultivation level immediately plummeted to the mid-6th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm. Immediately afterward, Lin Yi burned his cultivation again, ripening the Azure Spirit Tree once more. This time, it bore 809-year-old Azure Spirit fruits. His cultivation level dropped to the peak of the 5th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm. Let's see how far my cultivation can recover. Lin Yi left the Immortal Abode space and devoted himself to cultivation in the meditation room. With the support of the abundant spiritual energy gathered by the Grade 3 Spirit Gathering Array, plus 1,508-year-old and 9-year-old Azure Spirit fruits, Lin Yi's cultivation level recovered to the mid-stage of the 7th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm after 4 days of arduous cultivation. That was awesome. Lin Yi opened his eyes, waking from meditation with a broad smile. In just 4 days, he had progressed from the peak of the 5th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm to the mid-stage of the 7th level. This was many times faster than his own arduous cultivation in the Grade 3 Spirit Gathering Array. Originally, it would take about 1 or 2 months to progress from the 7th level to the 8th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm. But at this current rate, it wouldn't take that long at all. Again, Lin Yi, having tasted the sweetness of success, couldn't stop. This time, his spiritual energy foundation was even deeper. His cultivation had barely slipped to the early 7th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm when he accelerated the ripening of the Azure Spirit Tree once. 910-year-old Azure Spirit fruits, Lin Yi counted as spoils, overjoyed. A 10-year-old Azure Spirit fruit's medicinal effect was comparable to half the effect of a bottle of Grade 1 Spirit Gathering Pill. A bottle of Grade 1 Spirit Gathering Pill sold for 100 low-grade spirit stones. A 10-year-old azure spirit fruit sold for about 50 low-grade spirit stones. 900 azure spirit fruits, if sold, would fetch a whopping 45,000 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, rare spirit trees are more profitable. The azure spirit tree reached 10 years old, and I only accelerated its ripening once, and I can make so much profit. Lin Yi smiled broadly. Unfortunately, he didn't know many mid-level or top-level spirit plant cultivators, so the number of green spirit fruits he could buy was limited. He could only mix a small portion of the green spirit fruits into his own trees and sell them at the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. Since I can't sell them for now, I'll consume and refine them myself to improve my cultivation. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. Immediately, he began consuming the 910-year-old green spirit fruits, quickly restoring his cultivation. 3 days later, his cultivation level reached the peak of the 7th level of the spirit-gathering realm. He was only one step away from advancing to the 8th level. Again, Lin Yi had become completely addicted. He immediately entered his immortal abode space, preparing to accelerate the ripening of the green spirit trees again. As soon as he entered, he sensed something was wrong. The spiritual energy in the immortal abode has become considerably thinner. Lin Yi observed the changes in the immortal abode and his expression hardened. Originally, the spiritual energy in the immortal abode was quite abundant. But after he continuously accelerated the growth of the azure spirit tree, the spiritual energy in the immortal abode had clearly become thinner. No wonder, every time I burned my cultivation to accelerate the growth of the azure spirit tree and then consumed the azure spirit fruit, my cultivation level was always higher than before. Lin Yi suddenly realized. He had been puzzled about this before. Now he finally understood. It turned out that every time he accelerated the growth of the azure spirit tree, the tree's flowering and fruiting were not entirely due to his original spiritual power. In this process, the azure spirit tree also absorbed and consumed a large amount of spiritual energy from the immortal abode. It wouldn't be noticeable after 1 or 2 times. After repeated ripening, one could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in the immortal abode space had become thinner. My physical body can't enter the immortal abode space, so I couldn't utilize its abundant spiritual energy before. Now, by ripening the azure spirit tree, it absorbs a large amount of spiritual energy from the immortal abode space as it matures rapidly. This is equivalent to indirectly utilizing the spiritual energy of the immortal abode space. Lin Yi smiled, understanding the essence of the matter. This was undoubtedly a good thing for him. But immediately afterward, a worry also arose. With the spiritual energy in the immortal abode becoming thinner, will its tolerance limit also decrease? At that time, if these 5 acres of spiritual fields are filled with spiritual herbs and 4 rare spiritual trees, plus A-Qing, will it exceed the immortal abode's tolerance limit? If it does, won't the crimson jade pendant absorb my spiritual power, vital energy, and divine consciousness to replenish the immortal abode? Thinking of this possibility, Lin Yi's expression became solemn. If that were the case, he wouldn't be able to continue to accelerate the growth of the green spirit tree. Otherwise, with the spiritual energy in the immortal abode becoming extremely thin, it would not only absorb his spiritual power, divine consciousness, and vital energy to nourish these 5 acres of top-grade first-class spiritual fields, but if the fields couldn't keep up, the 5 acres of rare spiritual herbs and 4 rare spiritual trees he planted would also likely die. In this way, all his previous efforts would be wasted. All those 10 years of forced ripening of the green spirit tree had been for nothing. Take it easy, don't be insatiable, stop in time, so it can last longer. Lin Yi immediately regained his composure. Everything in excess is harmful. Once a certain limit is exceeded, even good things can turn into bad things. Chapter 60. The Immortal Town Grand Competition. My cultivation level has now reached the peak of the 7th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm. I am fully qualified to participate in the Misty Sect's entrance examination. Next, improving my combat power is the most important thing, Lin Yi said earnestly. He had completely met the requirements for cultivation level. He could even push forward to the 8th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm in one go, just before the Misty Sect's final assessment. This way, compared to his peers at the 7th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm, his 8th level cultivation would have a deeper foundation of spiritual power, giving him a greater advantage in combat. His immediate priority was to quickly purchase sword techniques and a spirit sword to become a true sword cultivator. In terms of combat power, sword cultivators were the most powerful. While cultivation techniques are low cost and diverse, they lack the simplicity, directness, and sharpness of sword cultivation. As for the thinning spiritual energy within the immortal abode, that problem should also be resolved. Previously, each time my cultivation advanced by a minor realm, the spiritual energy within the immortal abode would increase accordingly. Perhaps, once I reach the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm, the spiritual energy within the immortal abode will be fully restored. Then, I can accelerate the ripening of the azure spirit tree again. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. In this way, each time his cultivation advanced by a minor realm, he could accelerate the ripening of the azure spirit tree several times, increasing its age. He could then stop when the spiritual energy within the immortal abode became thin. This cycle repeats itself several times, and the azure spirit tree will soon reach 30 years old. At that time, a single azure spirit fruit will have medicinal effects comparable to a first-grade spirit gathering pill. He can then burn his cultivation to accelerate the ripening of other rare spirit trees and herbs, quickly restoring his cultivation level. The immortal abode space can be explored and developed slowly over a long period. There's no rush. I should focus on improving my combat strength first to ensure I join the Misty Sect. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. Whether it's a 4th grade 5 elements Heart Sutra, or even a 5th grade 5 elements Heart Sutra, or a 4th grade spirit gathering array, or a blessed land, or the guidance of a powerful master, or the heartfelt help of fellow disciples, all of these can only be obtained by joining the Misty Sect. In fact, with the immortal abode space, he will not lack spiritual herbs in the future. For him, the best path to advancement was to join the Misty Sect, become an inner disciple, and even a true disciple, an apprentice under a master alchemist to learn alchemy techniques. While medicinal herbs were profitable, they couldn't compare to elixirs. And it wasn't just about money. Elixirs were indispensable for his cultivation. At the spirit gathering realm stage, he could consume azure spirit fruits to enhance his cultivation, but once he reached the mortal transformation realm and the golden core realm, he would inevitably need various precious elixirs. In Forgotten Immortal Town, there were practically no skilled alchemists. The few powerful cultivation families that had 1 or 2 alchemists generally passed on their techniques to their descendants, never sharing them with outsiders. To learn alchemy, one must join the Misty Sect to receive its true teachings. Jin, how have the profits been these past few days? Lin Yi asked proactively as he entered the shop on the 1st floor. Brother Lin Yi, the Immortal Medicine Pavilion has earned another 23,000 low-grade spirit stones in these 7 days. Jin smiled sweetly. As she spoke, she took out 230 mid-grade spirit stones from her storage ring, placed them in a blue cloth bag, and handed it to Lin Yi. Jin, I'll reward you handsomely at the end of the month. Lin Yi took the blue cloth bag, checked the number of spirit stones, and after confirming it was correct, put the bag away, promising with a smile. Previously, he had 12,600 low-grade spirit stones. Over the past 7 days, his food expenses, plus the cost of A-Qing starleaf grass, amounted to 600 low-grade spirit stones. He still had 12,000 low-grade spirit stones left. Now, he's gained another 23,000 low-grade spirit stones. This brings his total to 35,000 low-grade spirit stones. Purchasing a 3rd-grade sword technique is more than enough. Lin Yi smiled broadly as he left the Immortal Medicine Pavilion and headed to the Myriad Laws Pavilion. He couldn't accelerate the ripening of the azure spirit tree these past few days to improve his cultivation level using azure spirit fruit. He decided to first purchase a top-tier 3rd-grade sword technique and immerse himself in studying its mysteries. In a few days, once he's saved enough money to buy a high-grade spirit sword, he can directly become a true sword cultivator. He had just left the deserted street where the Immortal Medicine Pavilion was located and arrived at a bustling street. Lin Yi saw many cultivators running in one direction, each with an excited expression. What's going on? Lin Yi grabbed a young man in yellow and asked curiously. The 4 major cultivation families of Wangxian Town have joined forces to hold the Immortal Town Grand Competition to select the 10 strongest young people and give them generous rewards. The young man in yellow sighed and ran forward again. Lin Yi was somewhat confused. He quickened his pace, preparing to go and see what was going on. In the blink of an eye, arriving at the free market, Lin Yi saw notices posted on the walls. He approached them and quickly understood their contents. Before the entrance examination for the Misty Sect, the 4 major cultivation families of Wangxian Town had joined forces to hold a grand competition in the town. The 5 strongest individuals would be selected and awarded early entry into the Misty Sect's outer sect. The winner of this competition would receive a direct entry into the inner sect. Furthermore, the top 5 young people would have the opportunity to choose their favorite from among the many beautiful young women of the 4 families and arrange a marriage. Powerful cultivation families actually have direct entry slots, Lin Yi exclaimed in admiration. Clearly, each of these 4 major cultivation families has more than one slot. The 5 slots offered as rewards for the Immortal Town Grand Competition must be extra slots from them. Could it be that even the inner disciple slots are redundant? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Inner discipleship is an opportunity many dream of. Outer disciples are merely marginal figures in the Misty Sect. Inner disciples are the ones who truly gain recognition and have their own masters. Have these 4 families gone mad? These rewards are too generous, the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Not only Lin Yi, but everyone else also felt that the rewards were too extravagant and lavish. You're all overthinking it. The 4 great cultivation families are jointly hosting the Immortal Town Grand Competition. If nothing unexpected happens, the top 5 will likely be swept by the descendants of these 4 families. They're offering these direct entry slots as a reward to their own family's descendants. The rest are just there to make up the numbers. A cultivator who appeared quite old, experienced, and knowledgeable analyzed seriously. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. How could such a benefit possibly fall to them? What if someone else becomes one of the top 5, or even first place? Lin Yi asked earnestly. In the entire forgotten Immortal Town, there are so many cultivation families and so many geniuses of the same age. Are these 4 major cultivation families really so confident that they can dominate the top 5? If something unexpected really happens, didn't they say they can choose their favorite from among the many young ladies of the 4 families and arrange a marriage? Through this method, they can directly recruit geniuses, making them sons-in-law and members of their families. In this way, they will only become stronger. The experienced person immediately replied seriously. Hearing this, everyone gave a thumbs up, praising the 4 major cultivation families for their wise and far-sighted decision. No wonder they have been able to stand tall in forgotten Immortal Town for so long. I want to participate. What if I make it into the top 5? Wouldn't I be able to win the heart of a beauty? The genius girls from the 4 great families are alluring and captivating. This is a golden opportunity. Su Duonian, drooling, dreamt of such a wonderful prospect. I want to participate too. Lin Yi, his heart stirred, made a decisive decision. It wasn't that he was interested in the beautiful girls from the 4 great families. Nor did he expect to make it into the top 5 and secure a direct entry to the Misty Sect. The main reason was that he had always been a spirit plant cultivator. In terms of combat, he was a complete novice, with no experience whatsoever. This Immortal Town Grand Competition, held a month earlier than the Misty Sect's entrance exam, was a perfect opportunity to practice. From this competition, he could see his shortcomings and use the next month to improve them specifically. Incidentally, taking this opportunity, he wanted to know the strength of these pairs. In particular, he wanted to probe the depths of these talented young women from the 4 great families. Chapter 61, Adventure and Advancement. Only 37 days left until the Misty Sect's assessment. The Immortal Town Grand Tournament will be held as scheduled in 7 days. In these 7 days, let's quickly improve our strength and strive to win the hearts of our beauties. Many students felt a sense of urgency and were filled with fighting spirit. Lin Yi also felt the tense atmosphere and the overwhelming competitive pressure. At the same time, he was even more excited and expectant. He had a soaring fighting spirit in his heart. He couldn't wait to have a fierce battle with the genius girls of the 4 major families and determine who was superior. He wanted to see who was on top and who was on the bottom. Just as Lin Yi was full of enthusiasm and ready to make a big splash, the surrounding youths began arguing heatedly about which of the 4 great families' talented young women was the most beautiful. Meng Yao is the most beautiful. She's the future #1 beauty of Wangxian Town. Wang Qingsu is the most beautiful, like a fairy, untouched by worldly affairs. Ji Zinayu is the most captivating, with a graceful figure, alluring eyes, and endless charm. He Wei is the most charming, beautiful inside and out, with a gentle and refined nature. The youths argued incessantly, almost ready to fight on the spot. Listening to their debate, Lin Yi grew increasingly curious about these 4 talented young women. 7 days later, the Immortal Town Grand Competition. He wanted to see for himself whether these 4 beauties were truly as captivating as these youths described. Of course, the most crucial thing was to probe their strength. Daydreaming about winning their hearts was just wishful thinking. He didn't like that approach. He wanted real combat. He needed to understand their capabilities through battles with these talented young women. 7 days, I need to seize the time to improve my combat power, Lin Yi said urgently. Immediately, he turned and left the free market, heading towards the Myriad Laws Pavilion. Quickly buy a top-tier third-grade sword technique and a superior-grade spirit sword, Lin Yi quickened his pace. In a short while, he arrived at the Myriad Laws Pavilion. Chu Yuan, I've come to buy a sword technique. Give me your best grade 3 gold-type sword technique. Lin Yi walked into the Myriad Laws Pavilion, looking at Chu Yuan who was approaching, and said proactively. This grade 3 flowing gold sword technique has extremely powerful offensive capabilities. It's arguably the best in this town. The price is only 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Chu Yuan took out a blue jade slip, handed it to Lin Yi, and introduced it with a smile. Let me see. Lin Yi took the blue jade slip and immediately poured spiritual power into it. Instantly, a text appeared in his mind. A moment later, Lin Yi put down the blue jade slip with satisfaction. This grade 3 flowing gold sword technique indeed had extremely powerful offensive capabilities. Not to mention spirit gathering realm cultivators, even many transcendent realm cultivators are practicing this grade 3 flowing gold sword technique. How is it? Satisfied? Chu Yuan asked with a smile. Pretty good, it's just that the price is a bit expensive. I'm a regular customer of your shop, could you give me a discount? Lin Yi bargained. He only had 35,000 low-grade spirit stones. He needed to buy both a grade 3 sword technique and a high-grade spirit sword. Otherwise, having the sword technique without a spirit sword was just empty talk. He planned to buy the grade 3 flowing gold sword technique first, and then buy a spirit sword. If he could save a little more money, even if he couldn't afford a top-grade spirit sword, he might be able to afford an ordinary one. How about this? I'll give you another 1,000 low-grade spirit stones as a discount, making it 29,000 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Chu Yuan relented. I sincerely want to buy it. I don't want to waste my breath here with you. Let's get straight to the point and just give me a fixed price. Fine, I'll accept it. If not, I'll turn around and leave. Lin Yi looked at Chu Yuan, his face serious. Since you've put it this way, I'll give you a 10% discount. You only need to pay 27,000 low-grade spirit stones, Chu Yuan said earnestly. Is that it? Lin Yi asked seriously. That's the best I can offer, Chu Yuan said solemnly. Okay, I trust you, Lin Yi nodded readily. 27,000 low-grade spirit stones, he could accept that price. Immediately, he took out 270 thumb-sized mid-grade spirit stones, put them in a blue cloth bag, and handed it to Chu Yuan. Now, he only had 8,000 low-grade spirit stones left. Afterward, he put away the blue jade slip containing the third-grade flowing gold sword technique, took his leave, and departed. Take care. Chu Yuan smiled broadly and personally saw Lin Yi out of the shop. This time, Lin Yi was willing to spend 27,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy the third-grade sword technique. Next time, Lin Yi was definitely willing to spend a high price to continue purchasing movement techniques and offensive spells. The discount he gave Lin Yi was the maximum discount he could offer at the moment. Attracting such a highly promising customer was a huge gain for him. He could earn a substantial commission from this alone. I still need a metal-type spirit sword. Leaving the Myriad Laws Pavilion, Lin Yi headed straight for the Spirit Weapon Pavilion. The Spirit Weapon Pavilion was bustling with activity. Many cultivators were coming and going. Many were his peers. Clearly, these young people, like him, wanted to participate in the Immortal Town Grand Competition. Purchasing a spirit sword could immediately boost combat power, with immediate results. The higher the grade of a spirit sword, the stronger its power and the greater the boost to combat strength. Young master, what kind of spirit weapon do you wish to buy? A young man in a blue robe approached and asked enthusiastically. He noticed Lin Yi's magnificent brocade robes and assumed he was a wealthy man, a big shot among the many long-time customers. I want to buy a high-grade spirit weapon, a metal-type flying sword, Lin Yi stated his purpose directly. An ordinary third-grade metal-type flying sword will cost 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The best third-grade metal-type flying sword will cost 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, the young man in the blue robe said decisively. I want the best, Lin Yi said resolutely. How about this golden scale sword? The young man in the blue robe asked with a smile, picking up a high-grade metal-type spirit sword. Very good. Lin Yi examined the golden scale sword, which gleamed with a cold golden light, and nodded in satisfaction. Compared to other mid-grade spirit swords, low-grade spirit swords, and ordinary high-grade spirit swords, this golden scale sword looked significantly sharper, giving off a feeling of overwhelming power. Young master, if you buy it now, I can make the decision and sell it to you for 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. I am Lin Yi. You can always find me when you come to the Spirit Weapon Pavilion in the future, and I will definitely give you the best price. Lin Yi offered Lin Yi a discount, patting his chest to guarantee it. I will definitely come to you again next time I come. Lin Yi smiled and immediately agreed. But then, he changed the subject. As for this price, I don't quite agree. I'll give you 29,000 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Lin Yi. He began to wonder if Lin Yi had lost his mind. He had been a shop assistant at the Spirit Artifact Pavilion for 2 years, and this was the first time he had ever seen someone haggle, even going so far as to ask for a higher price. It was as if he were the customer, and Lin Yi was the shop assistant. This sudden change of heart had completely baffled him. Here's the thing, I'm Lin Yi, the manager of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. I'm currently short on cash and can't come up with that much money. I'd like to pay in installments. I'll pay you 8,000 low-grade spirit stones first, and for the remaining 21,000, I'll pay you 3,000 low-grade spirit stones every day for 7 days. Does this work? Lin Yi looked at Lin Yi and asked, trying to negotiate. Installment payment? Lin Yi was stunned. This was the first time he'd seen such a way of buying. He'd seen people pay on credit before. But basically, spirit weapon shops didn't accept credit. Many people gave up on that idea. Lin Yi's installment payment was different from paying on credit. In the end, Lin Yi would pay a total of 29,000 low-grade spirit stones, plus an extra 1,000. We can recoup all the money in 7 days. That's a very short time. We've never done this before. If you don't mind, I can pay for it for you. You can pay in installments from me personally. How about that? Lin Yi reacted quickly and immediately said with a smile. With an initial investment of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, he could earn an extra 1,000 low-grade spirit stones in 7 days. This deal seemed incredibly profitable. It was practically a windfall. Of course, no problem, Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Are you really the manager of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion? Lin Yi sized up Lin Yi, somewhat suspicious. Absolutely, come with me to the Immortal Medicine Pavilion now, and you'll find out. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Alright, I'll go with you. Lin Yi was still a little uneasy. Immediately, he took the golden scale sword and followed Lin Yi to the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. Brother Lin Yi, you're back. Inside the Immortal Medicine Pavilion, Qiu Jin saw Lin Yi and Lin Yi enter and quickly went to greet them. Qiu Jin, this is Lin Yi, a helper at the Spirit Weapon Pavilion. Tell him if I'm the manager of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. Lin Yi looked at Qiu Jin and said with a smile. Of course, Qiu Jin nodded immediately. Hearing this, Lin Yi felt relieved. Confirming Lin Yi's identity, the slight worry in his heart dissipated. Let's sign the agreement now. What do you think? Lin Yi asked with a broad smile. No problem, Lin Yi nodded readily. Immediately, he took out pen, ink, and paper, drafted 2 identical agreements, and he and Lin Yi each wrote their names and pressed their fingerprints on them. The agreement was then officially in effect. I'll pay you 8,000 spirit stones first. Following the agreement, Lin Yi put the remaining 80 mid-grade spirit stones in a blue cloth bag and paid Lin Yi. This golden scale sword is yours. Lin Yi smiled broadly and handed the golden scale sword to Lin Yi with both hands. Thank you. Lin Yi happily accepted the golden scale sword. Now, he was no longer just a theorist. He could begin cultivating the 3rd-grade flowing gold sword technique ahead of time, giving him 7 days to improve his swordsmanship. Lin Yi, having gained his advantage, left happily. Lin Yi greeted Qiu Jin and headed to the meditation room on the 2nd floor. After settling down cross-legged, Lin Yi, carrying the blue jade slip containing the 3rd-grade flowing gold sword technique, entered the immortal abode space. Comprehending the sword technique would undoubtedly be time-consuming. The immortal abode space offered 10 times the time acceleration, saving considerable time by studying within it. However, Lin Yi was surprised to find that the sword technique's offensive power and its difficulty were completely correlated. This 3rd-grade flowing gold sword technique was extremely complex and difficult. It was generally practiced by sword cultivators at the transcendent realm, who already possessed a certain foundation in swordsmanship. He, on the other hand, had never dabbled in swordsmanship. He was a complete novice. He immediately tried to comprehend the top-tier, third-grade flowing gold sword technique, but there were many parts he couldn't grasp. My comprehension is ultimately lacking, Lin Yi sighed. Originally, his comprehension was quite good compared to others, easily ranking in the upper echelons. However, he encountered difficulties in comprehending this third-grade flowing gold sword technique. Of course, if even he struggled to comprehend it, other people his age were even less likely to succeed. If I had a few years of swordsmanship foundation before, with my comprehension, I should have been able to comprehend this third-grade flowing gold sword technique. Unfortunately, I've been focused on farming, and what I've studied are all planting techniques. I haven't even ventured into this area. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. This is the tragedy of being born into a poor family. Just surviving is a struggle. Where would they find the time, energy, or spare money to buy sword manuals, spirit swords, and comprehend the way of the sword? Those born into better families, even if their comprehension isn't as good as his, bought sword manuals and spirit swords early on, slowly cultivating from first-grade sword manuals, and now they can comprehend and cultivate third-grade sword manuals. A gap of several years is there. Thinking about catching up and closing this gap now is almost unrealistic, Lin Yi said seriously. He had once again suffered from a lack of experience. If it were anyone else, this time, even if they poured everything into buying the third-grade flowing gold sword manual, it would all be for nothing. He would have to buy a new first-grade sword manual and start cultivating from scratch. He had his immortal abode space, so he still had some room to maneuver. Time flows 10 times faster in the immortal abode space. If I studied there for 50 days, I can roughly grasp some of the basics. Only 5 days have passed outside. However, in that case, I'll only be at the beginner level in the golden flowing sword manual, and my combat strength will definitely not be strong. Participating in the Immortal Town Grand Competition would be purely a matter of being a runner-up. I wouldn't even encounter the genius girls from the 4 major families before being defeated by others and forced to stop halfway, Lin Yi analyzed seriously. Clearly, relying on time to accumulate knowledge and slowly comprehend the techniques wasn't a good enough path. I can only take another path. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. At this point, he had to fight with all his might. Improving his comprehension was currently the best way. To improve comprehension, he could raise his cultivation level, which would also raise his spiritual consciousness, as spiritual consciousness and comprehension were closely related. Take the risk. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and immediately burned his primordial spiritual power to continue ripening the azure spirit tree. Soon, this time, his cultivation level slipped to the late 7th level of the spirit gathering realm, and the azure spirit tree blossomed and bore fruit, increasing its age by 1 year to 11 years. The spiritual energy in the immortal abode space was becoming increasingly thin. The 4 rare spirit trees and 5 acres of rare spiritual herbs all looked slightly yellowed. The situation was very bad. This time, the azure spirit tree has yielded 1,100 azure spirit fruits from 11-year-old trees. My cultivation level should be able to advance to the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm in one fell swoop. Lin Yi tallied the harvest from the azure spirit tree and brought the azure spirit fruits from his immortal abode to his meditation room. Then, he consumed and refined the azure spirit fruits, quickly entering a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, in his immortal abode, the leaves of 4 rare spirit trees and 5 acres of rare spiritual herbs were turning increasingly yellow, appearing on the verge of death. In the meditation room, Lin Yi seized every opportunity to cultivate. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62, The Advantages of the Immortal Abode. The 11-year-old green spirit fruit was more than half the effect of a grade 1 spirit gathering pill. Lin Yi would take 10 or so at a time, as if they were free. 2 hours later, Lin Yi's cultivation successfully recovered from the late stage of the 7th level of the spirit gathering realm to the peak of the 7th level. Then, in less than an hour, he broke through the bottleneck of the peak of the 7th level of the spirit gathering realm and entered the 8th level in one fell swoop. I broke through. Lin Yi hurriedly entered the immortal mansion space to check. As soon as he entered the immortal mansion space, he clearly felt that the spiritual energy in the immortal mansion space had become dense again, and even more dense than when it was at its peak. Sure enough, everything was as he expected. As his cultivation level rises to the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm, his immortal abode space will also improve, and the spiritual energy previously consumed will be directly restored. In this way, every time his cultivation level increases, he can accelerate the ripening of rare spiritual herbs and trees multiple times. By advancing his cultivation level to the next minor realm before the spiritual energy in his immortal abode space becomes too thin, the space can be restored. The number of spiritual fields has increased again. Lin Yi inspected the spiritual fields and found that they had increased from 5 mu to 6 mu, while still maintaining the first-grade superior spiritual field. What delighted him most was that the 5 mu of rare spiritual herbs and 4 rare spiritual trees, with the restoration of spiritual energy in his immortal abode space and the recovery of the field's vitality, had their yellowed leaves begin to revive again. Lin Yi directly infused his primordial spiritual power, nurturing and accelerating the growth of the 4 rare spiritual trees and 5 acres of rare spiritual herbs. A moment later, the 4 rare spiritual trees and 5 acres of rare spiritual herbs all became lush and vibrant, bursting with life. Now, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The crisis in his immortal abode space was successfully resolved, the spiritual energy was more concentrated than before, the number of spiritual fields had increased, and the situation was even better than before. At this moment, he began to observe the changes within himself. His cultivation had advanced to the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm, his divine sense had also improved, leading to a significant increase in his comprehension. Let's see if I can comprehend the 3rd grade flowing gold sword technique this time. Lin Yi's face showed anticipation. Immediately, inside his immortal abode, he examined the blue jade slip containing the 3rd grade flowing gold sword technique and began to immerse himself in its study once more. This time, it was much easier than before. The path of sword cultivation has 3 main realms: sword techniques, sword skills, and sword intent. In the sword techniques stage, the flowing gold sword technique has 7 sword techniques, each incredibly powerful. Based on my current comprehension, I should be able to master all 7 techniques to the entry level in about 30 days in the immortal abode, reach the proficient level in about 50 days, and reach the master level in about 80 days, Lin Yi pondered. Entry, proficiency, mastery, true meaning, perfection. Only by reaching the mastery level can one unleash the true power of this sword technique. Reaching only the entry or proficiency levels is less effective than diligently practicing a first-grade sword technique. A first-grade sword technique, if mastered to the true essence or perfection level, is far more powerful than even an entry-level 3rd-grade sword technique. Since he chose this top-tier 3rd-grade sword technique, the flowing gold sword technique, he undoubtedly intends to maximize its advantages. Reaching the mastery level is his minimum requirement. Based on a 10-fold time acceleration, 80 days in the immortal abode is equivalent to 8 days outside. The Immortal Town Grand Competition begins in 7 days. There's still a bit of a time gap. Lin Yi frowned. Then, he suddenly realized. With his cultivation advancing to the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm, the time flow in the immortal abode should also accelerate. Immediately, he took out 2 sticks of sandalwood, inscribed their marks on each, and lit them to verify. Sure enough, the time flow in the immortal abode had accelerated again, becoming 11 times faster than outside. So, 80 days in the immortal abode is roughly equivalent to a little over 7 days outside. The time is still a bit rushed. Ideally, I could further improve my comprehension, Lin Yi said earnestly. At this moment, he gazed at the heavenly intelligence tree in his immortal abode, which had just grown to about 2 feet tall. The azure spirit tree, under his continuous ripening efforts, had reached 11 years of age. This heavenly intelligence tree, however, had never been ripened artificially and was less than a year old. A heavenly intelligence fruit from a 300-year-old tree can permanently enhance comprehension. A heavenly intelligence fruit from a tree less than 300 years old can also temporarily enhance comprehension. Even a heavenly intelligence fruit from a 3 to 5-year-old tree will have some effect. Lin Yi's face showed anticipation. With a heavenly intelligence fruit, further enhancing his comprehension, his feat in cultivating the 3rd-rank golden flowing sword technique would become even faster. My cultivation level has reached the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm. This cultivation speed is a bit too fast, and it's easy to arouse suspicion. Perfect, I'll burn my cultivation to accelerate the growth of the heavenly intelligence tree. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. Before burning his cultivation, Lin Yi activated the 5-element spiritual power, following the techniques recorded in the 3rd grade 5 elements heart method, to first open his meridians. This time, he opened 2 more meridians, achieving a complete small circulation of 28 unobstructed meridians. He tried cultivating and found that opening 2 more meridians significantly increased his cultivation speed. At this level, each additional meridian open noticeably improves cultivation speed. Just 8 more meridians to reach 36 unobstructed meridians, advancing from the small heavenly circuit to the middle heavenly circuit, Lin Yi exclaimed expectantly. Once he reached the middle heavenly circuit, his cultivation speed would surge again. At that time, the quality of his cultivated spiritual energy would far surpass that of other spirit-gathering realm cultivators. The spiritual energy would be more refined. And even if they were both at the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm, the attack power he unleashed with his spirit sword would be stronger than theirs. Now, I can confidently burn my cultivation to accelerate the growth of the heavenly intelligence tree. Lin Yi smiled. Even if his cultivation was depleted, he could recover quickly. Immediately, he burned his cultivation to accelerate the growth of the heavenly intelligence tree. At the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm, his spiritual energy reserves were far greater than before. However, when his cultivation level plummeted to the early stage of the 7th level of the spirit-gathering realm, he had to force the heavenly intelligence tree to mature 5 times, reaching its 5-year age. The heavenly intelligence tree began to bear fruit at 3 years old. At 3 years old, it had produced 300 heavenly intelligence fruits. At 4 years old, it had produced 400 heavenly intelligence fruits. At 5 years old, it had produced 500 heavenly intelligence fruits. Slurp, Lin Yi picked up a heavenly intelligence fruit from a 3-year-old tree and ate it. Soon, he felt his mind clear. He immediately began studying and comprehending the 3rd-rank golden sword technique, finding it somewhat easier. His comprehension had indeed improved, but not significantly. A quarter of an hour later, the effects of the 3-year-old heavenly intelligence fruit gradually wore off. The duration was too short, and the improvement in comprehension was too small. Lin Yi decisively shook his head. Then, he picked up a 5-year-old heavenly intelligence fruit and ate it. This time, as he studied and comprehended the grade 3 flowing gold sword technique, he clearly felt a significant improvement in his comprehension. Some of the things that had troubled him were immediately resolved, bringing clarity. 2/4 of an hour later, the effects of the heavenly intelligence fruit began to weaken. 3/4 of an hour later, the effects completely disappeared. Not bad, Lin Yi smiled broadly. But he felt that the heavenly intelligence fruit still had room for improvement. Therefore, he burned his cultivation to accelerate the ripening of the green spirit tree once more. After this ripening process, the azure spirit tree reached 12 years of age and produced 1,200 azure spirit fruits. Let's see what level I can recover to this time. Lin Yi consumed and refined the 12-year-old azure spirit fruits, circulating them through his 28 unobstructed meridians in the small heavenly circuit, while simultaneously absorbing the rich spiritual energy in the refining chamber, focusing intently on his cultivation. A day later, his cultivation had returned to the early stage of the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Let's ripen the heavenly intelligence tree again. Lin Yi was full of fighting spirit, immersed in the joy of the ripening process. Watching the azure spirit tree and the heavenly intelligence tree gradually increase in age, he became increasingly happy. These 2 rare spiritual trees, one for rapidly restoring cultivation and the other for enhancing comprehension, were immensely helpful to him. This time, Lin Yi's cultivation level dropped from the early stage of the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm to the early stage of the 7th level, simply by ripening the heavenly intelligence tree 4 times, bringing its age to 9 years. The 6-year-old heavenly intelligence tree produced approximately 600 fruits. The 7-year-old produced around 700. The 8-year-old produced 800. The 9-year-old produced 926. Let's see how effective these 9-year-old heavenly intelligence tree fruits are. Lin Yi, full of anticipation, took out a heavenly intelligence tree and ate it. He then attempted to comprehend the rank 3 flowing gold sword technique and found his comprehension had improved significantly. He felt that this top-tier rank 3 sword technique wasn't that difficult. Given his current level of comprehension, he wouldn't need 80 days, at most. He could master all 7 moves of the flowing gold sword technique to a high level in about 40 days. What pleased him most was that the heavenly intelligence fruit's effects lasted for a full half hour, gradually weakening after that, and completely disappearing after an hour. Truly excellent, Lin Yi exclaimed with delight. This was the advantage of the immortal abode space. Currently, it offered 11 times the time bonus and could even burn cultivation materials to accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs. For others, the heavenly intelligence fruit is incredibly difficult to obtain, ripening only once a year. He can ripen it at any time and consume it whenever he wants. Moreover, the fruit's medicinal effects increase with the tree's age. With his immortal abode and these 926 9-year-old heavenly intelligence fruits, even though he started cultivating the sword path several years later than others, he can rely on his current powerful comprehension to forcibly catch up. This is his unwavering strength. No one else could be as resolute as him. One heavenly intelligence fruit from a 9-year-old tree lasts for half an hour, 12 hours a day require 24 heavenly intelligence fruits, 40 days would require 960 heavenly intelligence fruits. My 926 are still a bit short, Lin Han pondered. Sharpening the axe doesn't delay the work. Immediately, he accelerated the ripening of the azure spirit tree again, increasing its age to 13 years, which then produced over 1,300 azure spirit fruits. He once again restored his cultivation to the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm. Then, he burned his cultivation, falling back to the 7th level of the spirit gathering realm. This time, he accelerated the ripening of the heavenly intelligence fruits 3 more times. At 10 years old, it produced 1,050 heavenly intelligence fruits. At 11 years old, it produced 1,160 heavenly intelligence fruits. At 12 years old, the tree produced 1,270 heavenly intelligence fruits. Let's see how effective the heavenly intelligence fruits from a 12-year-old tree are, Lin Yi exclaimed with anticipation. He picked up a 12-year-old heavenly intelligence fruit and ate it. The increase in his comprehension this time was significantly greater than that from a 9-year-old heavenly intelligence fruit. The rank 3 flowing gold sword technique was practically no challenge for him. He felt that he could master all 7 moves of the flowing gold sword technique to the proficiency level in just 30 days. Fortunately, the effects of these 12-year-old heavenly intelligence fruits lasted for 1 hour each. After 1 hour, the effects began to weaken, and after 2 hours, the effects completely disappeared. So, by the calculation, I only need 12 12-year-old heavenly intelligence fruits a day, and 360 in 30 days, that's more than enough for me. Lin Yi was overjoyed. Then, he began consuming a 12-year-old heavenly intelligence fruit. Following this, after the heavenly intelligence fruit took effect and his comprehension improved, he entered his immortal abode space with his divine sense and began to comprehend the 3rd rank flowing gold sword technique within it. When the effects began to weaken, he would leave the immortal abode space and consume another heavenly intelligence fruit. He repeated this cycle, effectively maintaining peak comprehension at all times. After gaining something from his immortal abode space, he was in the quiet room, holding the golden scale sword, pouring spiritual energy into it to practice sword techniques. While practicing, he also consumed the heavenly intelligence fruit from a 12-year-old tree to maintain his comprehension at its peak. Soon, 3 days passed outside. Inside the immortal abode, 33 days had passed. After these days of intensive practice, he had thoroughly comprehended the first major realm of the 3rd rank flowing gold sword technique, the sword techniques stage, especially the 7 sword techniques within it, which he had all learned. The first move, solid as a rock, was used for defense. Gold elemental spiritual energy was poured into the superior grade spirit sword, the golden scale sword, forming a golden sword screen in front of him to block all attacks from the opponent, as solid as a rock. He had also mastered the remaining 6 sword techniques to a high level, each possessing its own unique power. The second technique was golden wind and jade dew. The third was paper intoxication and golden delight. The fourth was turning stone into gold. The fifth was golden cicada shedding its shell. The sixth was piling up gold and jade. The seventh was scattering gold like dust. Each technique had its own effect and was extremely powerful. All 7 sword techniques have been mastered to a high level, Lin Yi beamed. He had maximized the advantages of the immortal abode space, including the time he spent accelerating the growth of the azure spirit tree and the heavenly intelligence tree, and the 2.5 days he spent recovering his cultivation. He had only spent 5.5 days in total. There was still 1.5 days left until the Immortal Town Grand Competition. And he had already achieved his goal ahead of schedule. My current combat strength should be enough to secure a certain ranking in the Immortal Town Grand Competition, Lin Yi pondered. His cultivation level was at the 7th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm, which should be more than enough to hold his own. His Divine Consciousness Realm was at the 8th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm. He had learned the top-tier, 3rd-grade flowing gold sword technique, mastering all 7 sword moves and achieving proficiency in them. His spirit sword was also a superior grade spirit sword, the Golden Scale Sword, considered top tier in Forgotten Immortal Town. Currently, he was basically on par with others in every aspect. His overall combat strength should be among the best, which seemed plausible. Of course, this was just his own conjecture. Theory is always just theory. In actual combat, situations are ever-changing, and many factors determine victory or defeat. It's too early to draw conclusions. Whether it's good or bad, we'll find out after the competition. Lin Yi's fighting spirit sword. He couldn't wait to have a great battle with the genius girls from the 4 major families. He wanted to get into real combat. Chapter 63, Extortion. Lin Yi arrived at the shop on the 1st floor. In the Immortal Medicine Pavilion, Jin had just finished serving a customer and seeing him off. Taking advantage of the fact that no other customers were coming in, Lin Yi walked up to her with a smile. Jin, how have our shop's profits been these past few days? Lin Yi asked with concern. For the past 5.5 days, he had spent most of his time studying the grade 3 flowing gold sword technique. He only took about half an hour each day to serve mid-level spirit plant growers who sold more than 20 rare spiritual herbs, and successfully signed 12 long-term agreements. While acquiring these rare spiritual herbs, he also mixed in some of the younger-aged heavenly convenience fruits and green spirit fruits that he had previously ripened but didn't need himself, and sold them in the shop. Your daily earnings are quite good. These past few days, your daily earnings have been around 4,000 low-grade spirit stones. Today is your 6th day of seclusion, and you've earned a total of 24,000 low-grade spirit stones. You instructed me to send 3,000 low-grade spirit stones to Xinyu every day, and I've repaid him 18,000. Only 3,000 more low-grade spirit stones are needed to completely pay off the debt. This is the remaining 6,000 low-grade spirit stones. Jin meticulously calculated the accounts and handed them to Lin Yi for review. Lin Yi glanced at them and nodded with a smile. Jin was diligent and meticulous in her work, and her character was reliable, which made him feel very at ease. I'll accept it. Lin Yi smiled slightly, taking the blue cloth bag Jin handed him, which contained 60 thumb-sized mid-grade spirit stones. At this moment, he increasingly felt that his previous painstaking efforts in establishing this Immortal Medicine Pavilion were a truly wise move. The Immortal Medicine Pavilion was a money tree. Now, he basically didn't need to personally manage it, yet it consistently generated substantial profits. His successful acquisition of the top-tier rank 3 sword technique, the flowing gold sword technique, and the top-grade spiritual weapon, the Golden Scale Sword, were all thanks to the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. After tomorrow, once he had fully repaid Xinyu's debt, he could save the Immortal Medicine Pavilion's profits. With 1 month left until the Misty Sect's entrance examination, based on his current daily net profit of 4,000 low-grade spirit stones, he could still net approximately 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. Just thinking about it is exciting. Perfect timing. This Immortal Town Grand Competition is a month earlier than the Misty Sect's assessment. In this competition, he can promptly identify his weaknesses and shortcomings, and in the following month, he can use his wealth to improve and compensate for them. His goal for this competition is to be in the top 10. In the entire town's younger generation, to rank in the top 10. Most importantly, he needs to compete against the most outstanding geniuses to find out his own shortcomings. The Immortal Town Grand Competition is about to begin. I'll go register first, Lin Yi said to Jin and left the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. Soon, he arrived at the free market. Long queues of his peers were waiting to register for the Immortal Town Grand Competition. Lin Yi waited in line. After a long wait, it was finally his turn. The registration requirements weren't high. Anyone under 16 years old with a cultivation level of at least the 6th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm was eligible to participate in the Immortal Town Grand Competition. Lin Yi was under 16 and his cultivation level was at the early 7th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm, so he naturally met the requirements perfectly. After a simple inquiry and inspection, Lin Yi successfully registered and received a blue wooden plaque with his name on it. Then, like the other young men and women, Lin Yi went to notice board to check the rules of the Immortal Town Grand Competition. The Immortal Town Grand Competition would be held early the day after tomorrow at the Battle Arena in Forgotten Immortal Town. After registration closed tomorrow afternoon, the order of opponents would be determined by a random draw. The winner would advance. The loser would be eliminated. The top 5 geniuses who laugh last will receive generous rewards. Those ranked 5th to 2nd will earn a spot as an outer disciple of the Misty Sect, while the first ranked will directly receive a spot as an inner disciple. Those ranked 5th to 10th will also receive abundant spiritual herbs, pills, and spirit stones. Let's set a small goal first, to be in the top 10, Lin Yi smiled slightly. He was quite confident in achieving this goal. Of course, whether he could actually do it would only be known after the actual competition. After registering, Lin Yi took his blue wooden token and returned to the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. In the meditation room on the 2nd floor, he directly activated the Grade 3 5 Elements Heart Sutra within the dense spiritual energy gathered by the Grade 3 Spirit Gathering Array, cultivating on his own. Now, he has 28 unobstructed meridians. These 28 meridians, corresponding to 28 acupoints, were all opened, allowing him to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even without consuming the first grade spirit gathering peel or the azure spirit fruit, his cultivation speed remained rapid. Relying solely on his own arduous cultivation, he felt he could advance from the 7th to the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm in at most 20 days. On this final day, Lin Yi used his cultivation to adjust his state, and also practiced the 7 sword techniques from the 3rd grade flowing gold sword technique, thoroughly understanding and executing them repeatedly. The following afternoon, Lin Yi went to the battle arena in Wangxian Town. This place was 10 miles away from the market. The battle arena had 20 arenas. At this moment, there appeared to be several thousand people of his age participating in the lottery. There are a total of 3,264 people this time. Let's begin the draw, a middle-aged cultivator in blue robes at the Transcendent Realm announced loudly. Immediately afterward, Lin Yi, like the others, placed his blue wooden plaque with his name on it into the draw box. There were 20 draw boxes, corresponding to 20 arenas. In front of each draw box was a Transcendent Realm cultivator responsible for drawing lots. Soon, these cultivators began to announce the matchups. Lin Yi stood below the 6th arena. His blue wooden plaque was in the 6th draw box. A moment later, he heard his name. Lin Yi vs. Zhang Chen, in the 6th arena, the 5th pair to enter. On the 6th arena, the Transcendent Realm cultivator responsible for drawing lots announced loudly. Hearing this, Lin Yi stepped onto the arena and accepted his blue wooden token. At the same time, a blue-robed youth named Zhang Chen also stepped onto the arena. He looked extremely fierce, his sharp edge radiating, and he appeared quite unfriendly. Lin Yi activated his divine sense to check on Zhang Chen's situation. This Zhang Chen's cultivation was the same as his, also at the early stage of the 7th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm. Lin Yi, manager of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion, Zhang Chen accepted the blue wooden token and walked off the arena with Lin Yi, asking with a smile. He had heard of Lin Yi's reputation. "Nice to meet you," Lin Yi replied neither humbly nor arrogantly, smiling and clasping his hands in a fist salute. "How about this, you give me 10 rare spiritual herbs, and I'll go easy on you during tomorrow's match." Zhang Chen's eyes darted around as he looked at Lin Yi, smiling as he proposed. "You think you can play like this? You're just giving up. You don't want to be in the top 10, or even the top 5, Lin Yi was utterly astonished. "You're overthinking it. I mean, you give me 10 rare spiritual herbs, and I'll go easy on you so you don't lose too badly." Zhang Chen's face turned cold. "I think you're the one overthinking it. Giving you 10 rare spiritual herbs doesn't guarantee I'll win, so why should I give them to you? Do you really think I pick up rare spiritual herbs like they're nothing? How naive." Lin Yi was amused by Zhang Chen's words. This wasn't a negotiation. This wasn't a transaction. This was clearly extortion. He gave him the herbs, but the outcome remained unchanged. The other party still wanted to defeat him and make him lose. "It seems you still don't fully understand the rules of the Immortal Town Grand Competition. If you don't give me 10 rare spiritual herbs, you can expect a beating tomorrow. I'll beat you black and blue," crying your eyes out, Zhang Chen said coldly. The rules of the Immortal Town Grand Competition. Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. Immediately, he went back to notice board and carefully studied the rules. The rules were simple, just a few. Swords have no eyes. By participating in the Immortal Town Grand Competition, one implicitly agrees to accept that regardless of death or injury, one cannot seek revenge afterward. Any violation will be severely punished by the Immortal Town Law Enforcement Hall. Of course, on the arena, if one feels they cannot defeat their opponent, they can concede in time. Once one side voluntarily concedes defeat, the other side must immediately cease their attack. If the attack continues, resulting in injury or even death to the conceding party, they will also face severe penalties from the law enforcement agency and hefty compensation. This is quite fair and humane. When encountering a brutal opponent, if you can't win, at least you can decisively concede to avoid harm. What? Scared? Wangxian followed, sneering. What do I have to be afraid of? If you're weaker than me, I'll defeat you directly. Your threats are useless against me. If you're stronger than me, I'll simply concede, and you won't be able to harm me in the slightest. Such simple threats are useless against me. Lin Yi remained unmoved, turning and leaving. He had assumed everyone at the Immortal Town Grand Competition would be his peers. He hadn't expected his first opponent to be so shameless and despicable, starting his extortion beforehand. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Tomorrow, I'll beat you black and blue. Wangxian stared at Lin Yi's retreating figure, his face filled with malice. Lin Yi heard the threat clearly, but he didn't even turn around. He simply couldn't be bothered to acknowledge Wangxian. Back at the Immortal Medicine Pavilion, Lin Yi greeted Chu Jin and went straight to the second-floor meditation room to cultivate diligently. 2 hours later, he practiced 7 moves from the third-rank flowing gold sword technique. Only then did he finally fall asleep. The next morning, Lin Yi woke up early. After washing up and changing into a clean blue robe, he headed directly to the battle arena in Wangxian Town. At each arena, numerous cultivators had gathered. In reality, only about 160 young people were participating in the competition at each arena. However, the number of spectators far exceeded the number of participants. Among them were their relatives and friends, as well as large-scale growers and members of powerful cultivation families, all there to scout for promising talents. Every time a large-scale grower or member of a powerful cultivation family appeared at the 6th arena, it sparked a flurry of discussion. Lin Yi was also intrigued. His Immortal Medicine Pavilion had never had a large-scale grower partner with him. Those who signed long-term agreements were all mid-level spiritual plant growers. This time, if he performed exceptionally well in this Immortal Town competition, would a large-scale grower take notice of him? They valued his potential and were willing to sign a long-term agreement with him. Thinking of this, he felt an even greater anticipation for the Immortal Town Grand Competition. No matter what, he would do his best to break into the top 10. Now, the competition officially begins, a blue-robed cultivator at the Transcendent Realm announced loudly. Immediately afterwards, the competition began simultaneously on 20 arenas. On the 6th arena where Lin Yi was, the 4 pairs of young people in front of him were engaged in fierce battles. The 4 who lost were all seriously injured. One person even almost had an arm chopped off. Of the 4 who won, 3 suffered minor injuries. There was also one person who fought fiercely with his opponent, winning by a narrow margin, covered in blood. Next, Lin Yi versus Wangxian, the judge of the 6th arena announced loudly. Hearing this, Lin Yi and Wangxian immediately stepped onto the stage. So, have you thought it through? You saw it too, right? The previous 4 matches were all very intense, and the losers were all badly hurt. Wangxian looked at Lin Yi and asked again. Indeed, very badly hurt. If you're willing to give me 500 low-grade spirit stones, I can go easy on you and not let your injuries be too severe, Lin Yi said with a smile. Hearing this, Wangxian's face immediately turned ashen. His wishful thinking had failed. Lin Yi wasn't buying it at all. Instead, he began to threaten him. Looks like you really don't know your place. How can a medicine seller like you compare to me in combat? Today, I'll beat you black and blue, making you cry your eyes out. Wangxian gritted his teeth. I'd like to see if you have the ability, Lin Yi sneered. Wangxian's mindset and character were definitely not the kind of person who could focus solely on cultivation without distractions. He didn't believe that such a person could become a top genius. Immediately, he took out his golden spirit sword from his stored ring. At the same time, Wangxian also took out his own golden flying sword. Seeing Wangxian's flying sword, Lin Yi immediately smiled. Your golden flying sword is only a mid-grade spiritual weapon, isn't it? Lin Yi could tell the grade of Wangxian's flying sword at a glance. and he felt relieved. Just in terms of flying sword power, Zhang Chen couldn't compare to him. The same goes for flying swords. The sword technique that Zhang Chen cultivated was probably at most a second-grade sword technique, which couldn't compare to his third-grade top-grade sword technique, the golden flowing sword technique. Combat power isn't just about flying swords, you're all show and no substance. Your understanding of sword techniques and your application of sword moves are far inferior to mine. This golden scale sword is a real waste in your hands. Zhang Chen looked at Lin Yi's golden scale sword, his face full of jealousy. Is that so? Let me see just how good your understanding of swordsmanship and your mastery of sword techniques really are, Lin Yi said expectantly. Zhang Chen's confidence suggested he must have some skill. Such an opponent was the perfect test for him. I can defeat you in one move, leaving you covered in blood, Zhang Chen said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he gripped his golden flying sword and frantically poured metal elemental spiritual power into it, then unleashed his signature move. Golden light fills the sky, Zhang Chen shouted. Instantly, more than a dozen golden sword lights slashed towards Lin Yi simultaneously. For a moment, it was impossible to tell whether these golden sword lights were illusions or real. This vast expanse of golden sword light had a wide attack range. If you're trying to dodge, you'd have to jump off the ring. Otherwise, there's no way to avoid it. Chapter 64, Making Friends by Queuing. Such a fierce and ruthless attack drew gasps from the audience. Zhang Chen is truly ruthless, he used such a vicious sword move right from the start. What deep-seated grudge does he have against Lin Yi? The audience buzzed with discussion. Zhang Chen's move was highly unusual. Normally, after going on stage, everyone would first test each other, figuring out each other's strengths and weaknesses before engaging in a fierce battle. Zhang Chen's immediate and relentless attack, completely disregarding the need for endurance, would quickly lead to his defeat. Such a fighting strategy is a major taboo between equally matched opponents. No wonder Zhang Chen was so arrogant. Lin Yi is the manager of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. Before, he was just a spirit plant grower. He's only just entered the path of swordsmanship, and he's been practicing for less than 10 days. Although he has a strong talent for magic and a high level of comprehension, in just a few days, he's probably still not even a mediocre swordsman. He's in trouble now. He'll probably be seriously injured. Some experienced cultivators in the audience predicted the outcome of this battle in advance. This statement drew unanimous praise. Everyone agreed that Lin Yi was destined to lose this battle. Zhang Chen's fierce attack from the start clearly indicated his intention to finish the match quickly and conserve his spiritual energy for the second round. In a situation where the strength difference is so great, this battle strategy is indeed quite good. Lin Yi is so handsome, please don't let him get disfigured. Some of the girls watching from below the stage couldn't help but feel sorry for Lin Yi, and even a little worried. Just then, Lin Yi on the stage did something completely unexpected. Holding the golden scale sword, he charged directly at Zhang Chen, facing the dozen or so golden sword lights. Impregnable as a rock, Lin Yi shouted. At the same time, he channeled his spiritual power into the golden scale sword, and then flicked his wrist, unleashing the first move of the third-rank golden sword technique. Impregnable as a rock. Instantly, a seemingly condensed and thick golden sword screen appeared in front of Lin Yi. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zhang Chen's golden sword light, after striking Lin Yi's golden sword barrier, was immediately deflected and bounced back. All of a dozen or so golden sword lights were blocked by the golden sword barrier. Both wielded spirit swords, facing each other head-on. This series of direct clashes had a significant impact on both sides. Ugh! Zhang Chen staggered back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of dark red blood. His hands were numb, and he could barely hold on to his golden sword. This scene left the audience in astonishment. Zhang Chen, the one who had taken the initiative and gained the upper hand, had actually been forced to cough up blood. Conversely, Lin Yi, standing opposite Zhang Chen and on the defensive, had taken 3 steps forward without retreating an inch. After this series of head-on clashes, Lin Yi only appeared slightly flushed, otherwise unharmed. These two are simply not on the same level. Lin Yi's strength far surpasses Zhang Chen's. The cultivators below the stage all recognized the enormous gap between the two. Lin Yi's flying sword is a high-grade spiritual weapon, the golden scale sword, while Zhang Chen's is only a mid-grade spiritual weapon, the golden light sword. In terms of flying sword power, Lin Yi is far superior. Lin Yi cultivates the top-tier third-grade sword technique, the flowing gold sword technique, and has mastered its moves to the proficiency level. Zhang Chen cultivates a second-grade ordinary sword technique, and his moves are only at the ordinary level. In terms of sword technique power, there is also a significant difference between them, judging from Lin Yi's golden sword screen. As a cultivator of the 5 elements, he has a significant advantage in opening his meridians. He must have opened 20 or 30 meridians. The spiritual energy cultivated through this small circulation is of a much higher quality, far surpassing Zhang Chen's, although their cultivation levels are the same, both at the early stage of the 7th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Lin Yi is far ahead in the 3 major aspects of flying sword power, sword technique power, and spiritual energy quality. These 3 advantages combined completely crush Zhang Chen. A very experienced transcendent realm cultivator in the audience analyzed the comparison of Lin Yi and Zhang Chen's strength to the surrounding young people. Hearing this, many young people looked at Lin Yi with surprise and admiration. Lin Yi, you are truly a sword genius. In less than 10 days of sword practice, you've mastered the 3rd-grade flowing gold sword technique to an expert level. Your comprehension is simply unparalleled. The young men and women were filled with awe. Compared to Lin Yi, they were utterly dull-witted. We only have 6 spots for advancement in this arena. The descendants of the 4 major families and the children of large-scale plantation farmers are scattered across 20 arenas, each with at least 4 spots reserved for these privileged geniuses. That leaves only 2 spots for us. Lin Yi is just going to confirm one. Some of the stronger youths looked at Lin Yi with fear and hostility. Many children from middle-class spiritual plant cultivation families, as well as those from ordinary families with exceptional talent, had come for these 2 remaining spots. If Lin Yi confirmed one, all of them, over 100 of their peers, would be vying for the single remaining advancement spot. The outcome was predictable. How fierce will this competition be? Unlike the simple thoughts of the young men and women, many large-scale farmers and members of the 4 major families who came to watch looked at Lin Yi with anticipation and admiration. How come they hadn't discovered such a genius before? Especially since Lin Yi was an orphan, an all-rounder, he was easy to recruit. They could simply find a concubine's daughter to marry Lin Yi, making him a live-in son-in-law and strengthening their families. It's a pity that Lin Yi is engaged to Mo Xiaodang, the daughter of Mei Ziyu from Fulin Lane. A large-scale farmer shook his head, his face full of regret. What does it matter? It's just an engagement, not a wedding. A wise bird chooses a good tree to perch on, and a wise person knows when to yield. We can work on him properly, and Lin Yi can still annul the engagement, another large-scale plantation owner said nonchalantly. Hearing this, several other large-scale plantation owners nearby were tempted. Lin Yi's talent and potential were indeed worth their efforts to win him over. We need to act quickly. I have a feeling that Lin Yi has a chance to be in the top 10 of this immortal town competition. When that happens, his brilliance will be dazzling, and the 4 major families will definitely extend olive branches to him. Compared to the 4 major families, we are just like Mei Ziyu from Fulin Lane, without any advantage, one of the large-scale plantation owners said eagerly. That's right, such a genius, a future powerhouse. Even if we can't make him our son-in-law, just establishing a good relationship with him will benefit us greatly in the future. Several large-scale farmers nearby strongly agreed, nodding in agreement. And it wasn't just these farmers. After Lin Yi displayed his mastery-level impregnable defense, the large-scale farmers watching from the other arenas, upon receiving the news, rushed to this 6th arena to witness the battle firsthand. On the arena, Lin Yi looked at Zhang Chen, who was spitting blood, a faint smile appearing on his face. With such meager strength, you dare to come out and extort money? You think you can beat me black and blue without giving me 10 rare spiritual herbs? Lin Yi looked at Zhang Chen and mocked. Hearing this, Zhang Chen's face flushed red and then pale, utterly ashamed and wishing he could disappear into the ground. Come on, I want to see who will end up with a black eye and a swollen face. Lin Yi pointed his sword at Zhang Chen, his fighting spirit soaring. Zhang Chen was the first opponent he had ever faced in his life. He wanted to have a good fight. I am no match for you, I concede. Zhang Chen raised his hand to the transcendent realm judge beside him. In this battle, Lin Yi wins, the blue-robed transcendent realm judge announced loudly. He concedes already. Lin Yi stared at Zhang Chen's staggering figure as he walked off the stage, his face filled with astonishment. He had only used one move, a movable fortress, a defensive sword technique. And Zhang Chen had already conceded defeat. This guy is definitely afraid of getting beaten black and blue. He's both arrogant and cowardly. After the first round, the second round will begin. the blue-robed judge reminded Lin Yi. Then, he loudly called another pair of young people to the stage to compete. Lin Yi stepped down from the stage. Lin Yi, well done, brother Lin Yi, if you encounter me later, please go easy on me. A group of young men and women looked at Lin Yi and offered various words of congratulations. Some of the girls, in particular, frequently flirted with him, striking poses, their eyes filled with ulterior motives. Faced with the enthusiasm of his peers, Lin Yi smiled and nodded in response. Previously, when he was at the bottom of society, down and out, no one bothered to look at him properly, they all kept their distance. Now, on his first appearance on stage, using only a defensive sword move, everyone was beaming at him, as if they were close friends. And it had to be said, this feeling of being the center of attention was truly comforting. All his previous efforts and sacrifices had paid off in this moment, which was very meaningful. These pairs taking the initiative to befriend him was clearly just the beginning. Later, as he displayed even greater strength, those actively courting him would likely include many mid-level spirit plant growers, and even some large-scale growers. This Immortal Town Grand Competition, besides allowing him to see his weaknesses and shortcomings, was also a stage for him to showcase himself. If he could use this grand competition as an opportunity to make connections with many mid-level spiritual plant growers, and even some large-scale growers, and sign long-term agreements, he would have no worries about acquiring rare spiritual herbs. The Immortal Medicine Pavilion's own profits would increase significantly. With more rare spiritual herbs acquired, he could also mix large quantities of the rare spiritual herbs matured in his immortal abode space into the collection. In this way, the Immortal Medicine Pavilion's future profits would be immeasurable. Even if he went to the Misty Sect, he wouldn't have to worry about spirit stones or cultivation resources. The children of those large-scale growers and the 4 great families would have their own families to support them in the Misty Sect, but he would have the Immortal Medicine Pavilion to support him. In terms of cultivation resources, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage at all, he might even have an advantage. It's a pity I only used one move, a movable fortress, this time. Too few opportunities to showcase it, Lin Yi felt a pang of regret. Otherwise, this battle might have attracted some mid-level spirit plant growers who would sign agreements with him. Just as Lin Yi was secretly regretting his initial aggressive approach that had scared Zhuang Chen away, suddenly, a group of middle-aged spirit plant growers surged towards him, surrounding him completely. These middle-aged spirit plant growers were generally at the transcendent realm, dressed in luxurious attire, and exuded an air of superiority, far beyond the reach of ordinary spirit plant growers. At the very least, they were all mid-level spirit plant growers, and a few might even be large-scale growers. Lin Yi, I am Wen Peng. I own 100 acres of spirit fields, where I cultivate many rare spiritual herbs. I wonder if your Immortal Medicine Pavilion is interested in acquiring them. A middle-aged spiritual plant grower dressed in fine brocade robes approached Lin Yi and spoke first. I would be delighted, if you are willing, I can sign a long-term agreement with you, guaranteeing you a higher price than other spiritual herb shops. Lin Yi was flattered and looked at Wen Peng with delight. Owning 100 acres of spirit fields, this was definitely a large-scale grower. This was the first time a large-scale grower had taken the initiative to approach him and offer to cooperate. No problem, let's sign an agreement first. I will sell you 1,000 rare spiritual herbs every year. If the cooperation goes well, I will increase the quantity of rare spiritual herbs later. Wen Peng nodded with a smile. Immediately, he took out pen, ink, and paper, and in front of everyone, signed a long-term agreement with Lin Yi. The competition is important, so I won't disturb you any longer. Wen Peng handed one copy of the signed agreement to Lin Yi, smiling as he took his leave. Take care, Uncle Wen. I'll visit you again another day. Lin Yi smiled as he watched Wen Peng depart. This long-term agreement with Wen Peng was the largest deal he had ever signed. A mid-level spirit plant grower would only sell him 100 rare spirit herbs per year under a long-term agreement. But a large-scale grower like Wen Peng could sell him 1,000 rare spirit herbs per agreement, equivalent to 10 mid-level spirit plant growers. In terms of quantity, he had a tenfold advantage. And in terms of the quality of the spirit herbs, he far surpassed him. Of the 1,000 rare spiritual herbs stipulated in this agreement, 300 were top-grade first-class herbs. For a spiritual herb shop, ordinary herbs are easy to acquire. Rare herbs are fundamental to a shop's competitiveness. This long-term agreement with Wen Peng is a qualitative breakthrough for him, with profound significance. Before Lin Yi could even recover from his joy, another middle-aged cultivator dressed in a yellow robe squeezed in front of him. Lin Yi, I am Wang Ji. I own 80 acres of spiritual fields. I intend to befriend you. Would you be willing to sign a long-term agreement with me? Wang Ji didn't beat around the bush, speaking directly and crisply. Sincerity is key to leaving a good impression on a first meeting. Of course, with pleasure, Lin Yi looked at Wang Ji, beaming, and nodded eagerly. It seemed that even though he only used the immovable fortress move in his first appearance on stage, these experienced large-scale farmers still recognized his strength and potential, lining up to befriend him. There were more than a dozen large-scale farmers surrounding him. If each of them could sign a long-term agreement with him, wouldn't the Immortal Medicine Pavilion take off immediately? Chapter 65, Genius Identity. Looking at the group of large-scale growers gazing at him with hungry eyes, Lin Yi felt a sense of warmth and comfort. He had run his Immortal Medicine Pavilion for so long, yet he hadn't managed to recruit a single large-scale grower. But now, at this Immortal Town Grand Competition, after just one appearance on stage and displaying only one sword move, so many large-scale growers were proactively approaching him, making every effort to win him over. At this moment, he deeply understood a principle: strength is fundamental. If one possesses great strength, wealth will follow. Having grasped this, from now on, he would dedicate more time and energy to developing his strength. The more he invested in strength, the greater the returns would be. Most importantly, having wealth is meaningless without corresponding strength. You simply can't hold on to it and it will be snatched away by others sooner or later. Whether it's earning or protecting money, strength is paramount. Lin Yi, let's sign a 3-year agreement. I guarantee to sell you 1,000 rare spiritual herbs every year. If I breach the contract, I'll compensate you with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Wang Ji looked at Lin Yi with a broad smile. No problem, I guarantee the price I'll offer will be the highest in the entire town. Lin Yi smiled broadly and nodded in promise. This is just the beginning, Wang Ji encouraged him with a smile. If you can really make it into the top 10, or even the top 5, in this Immortal Town competition, I'll have no problem signing 2 or 3 more long-term agreements with you. Hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. If he could make it into the top 10, a large-scale grower like Wang Ji would sign 2 or 3 more long-term agreements with him. In that case, wouldn't a large-scale grower be able to sign 3 or 4 long-term agreements with him? One long-term agreement can guarantee the receipt of 1,000 rare spiritual herbs. 4 agreements would mean 4,000 rare spiritual herbs. If one large-scale grower has 4,000 herbs, and these dozen or so large-scale growers can all do this, wouldn't there be a total of 60,000 rare spiritual herbs? Currently, Immortal Medicine Pavilion ranks 4th among the 4 shops in Wangxian Town, mainly because it's newly opened and lacks connections and experience. If these dozen or so large-scale growers were willing to sign 3 or 4 long-term agreements with him after he becomes one of the top 10, or even top 5, in the Immortal Town competition, Immortal Medicine Pavilion would definitely have a chance to become one of the top 3 spirit medicine shops. If you were to add rare spirit medicines matured in the Immortal Mansion space and sell them together, he might even have a chance to reach 2nd place. Of course, the number 1 spirit medicine pavilion is deeply entrenched, with unfathomable connections and resources, making it difficult to surpass in a short time. I will strive to become one of the top 10, and work hard to break into the top 5, Lin Yi said earnestly, looking at Wang Ji. With such a golden opportunity before him, he was determined to give it his all. Well done, if you can do it, I will definitely keep my promise, Wang Ji smiled and assured him. Me too, I'll sign a long-term agreement with you later. If you can make it into the top 10, or even the top 5, I'll sign 2 more long-term agreements with you, count me in. Me too, the dozen or so large-scale growers waiting in line nearby also chimed in. Their admiration and affection for Lin Yi were palpable. As if they had discovered a rough gem, their eyes shone brightly. Is Lin Yi really that popular? Aren't these big-time farmers making a mountain out of a molehill? Some powerful young men standing outside the crowd couldn't help but grumble, seeing Lin Yi being fawned over by a dozen big-time farmers, who were trying to win him over. What do you know, if I didn't only have 30 acres of spirit fields and my status wasn't too low, I'd also squeeze to the front and sign a long-term agreement with Lin Yi. You have no idea how much potential Lin Yi has. These big-time farmers didn't achieve their wealth and status today by being fools. They must have a thorough understanding of Lin Yi to make this decision. A mid-level spirit plant farmer in a blue robe berated these grumbling young men. In his eyes, Lin Yi was far more promising and had a brighter future than these young men. Lin Yi, who had only been practicing swordsmanship for less than 10 days, displayed such powerful talent and strength. Furthermore, the farmers and other large-scale farmers had learned of Lin Yi's past experiences and misfortunes. Lin Yi possessed exceptional talent in magic, extremely high comprehension, and all 5 elemental roots were of superior quality. However, due to previous frail and strange illness, coupled with being an orphan and the death of his adoptive father, Uncle Fu, he had fallen to the bottom of society. With his cultivation breakthrough to the 3rd level of the spirit-gathering realm, his spiritual energy tempered his body, and his frail and strange illness completely disappeared. In addition, Misty Sect offered a high dowry, allowing Lin Yi to open the Immortal Medicine Pavilion with a mere 36,000 low-grade spirit stones. Although the Immortal Medicine Pavilion currently appears weak, ranking at the bottom among the 4 spirit medicine shops in Wangxian Town, the fact that Lin Yi, without any connections or background, built his fortune from scratch and achieved this level in such a short time, coupled with his astonishingly rapid increase in combat strength, reveals immense potential. As long as Lin Yi doesn't perish prematurely, he is destined to become a dragon among men. It's easy to add flowers to brocade, but difficult to provide charcoal in the snow. Lin Yi hasn't truly risen yet, he's just a nobody at the bottom. These large-scale plantation farmers signing long-term agreements with him now and strongly supporting him is like providing charcoal in the snow. In the future, if Lin Yi soars to great heights, these large-scale plantation farmers will surely reap tenfold, even 100-fold, return. Even a drop of soup flowing from the fingers of a top-tier expert is enough to propel a cultivation family to its peak. This kind of talent assessment and long-term investment is something you greenhorns simply don't understand. The middle-level spiritual plant grower in blue shook his head and sighed regretfully. He wasn't regretting that these young people were ignorant. He was regretting that he hadn't discovered Lin Yi's genius from the very beginning and taken the initiative to befriend him. Misty Sect was just a small-time tailor in Fulin Lane, making clothes on a small scale. She had a daughter, and the two were widowed and orphaned. However, due to her keen eye, she arranged a marriage between Wangxian and Lin Yi early on. This meant they had latched onto a powerful figure, ensuring a life of comfort and wealth. Of course, given Lin Yi's current top-tier potential, it was likely that Misty Sect and her daughter wouldn't be able to hold on to such a great opportunity. The marriage between Lin Yi and Wangxian would probably fall through within a month. In the center of the crowd, facing a group of enthusiastic large-scale farmers, Lin Yi smiled broadly. If he could become one of the top 10, or even top 5, in this Immortal Town competition, these dozen or so large-scale farmers would sign 3 or 4 long-term agreements with him. There are 60,000 rare spiritual herbs here every year. If he really makes it into the top 10, or even the top 5, there will obviously be more than just these dozen or so large-scale growers trying to befriend him. He might even get to know a top-tier figure like Shi Fian. Lin Yi is increasingly looking forward to this Immortal Town competition. Lin Yi, this Immortal Town competition will last for about 10 days. With your amazing comprehension, you will definitely make rapid progress and your combat power will skyrocket during these 10 days, Wang Ji praised with a smile. He was full of confidence that Lin Yi would become one of the top 10 mainly. Lin Yi's speed of progress was truly astonishing. Uncle Wang is too kind. Lin Yi waved his hand humbly. Lin Yi, you are truly exceptionally intelligent. Given time, you will surely achieve great things. In the future, you will definitely become a powerful sword cultivator. Following Wang Ji, the other large-scale farmers also praised Lin Yi's strong comprehension and outstanding talent. Faced with such repeated praise, Lin Yi responded with a smile, which was tantamount to acknowledging it. He came from a humble background, and to rise so quickly without arousing suspicion and to obtain the treasure, the only way was to pretend to be a top genius. And he just happened to have this condition. His comprehension was already top-notch. In addition, with the 11-fold time acceleration of the Immortal Mansion space, the gains he made in the Immortal Mansion space for 2 months were thought by outsiders to have taken less than 6 days. In the eyes of others, this was an absolute genius. He pretends to be a genius, and this image won't collapse. Because, as his cultivation level increases, his immortal abode space will also upgrade, further expanding his advantage of double time. Besides this advantage, He has also planted a heavenly wisdom tree in his immortal abode space, and his long-term consumption of heavenly wisdom fruits is equivalent to continuously improving his comprehension. If one day the heavenly wisdom tree reaches 300 years old, 300-year-old heavenly wisdom fruits can permanently enhance comprehension, making him even more intelligent. Basically, relying on the two advantages of double time and large-scale consumption of heavenly wisdom fruits, his image as a genius will only become more and more deeply ingrained in people's minds, truly deserving of the title. Once everyone regards him as a genius, his amazing feats and achievements will become perfectly natural. Then no one would doubt that he possessed a treasure like the immortal abode space. This was undoubtedly a great protection for him. His identity as a genius was the best shield. I will strive to improve, Lin Yi said humbly with a smile. After saying this, he felt an added pressure. In the battles to come, he really needed to analyze his opponent's strengths and weaknesses, reflect on himself, and improve rapidly. Since he was a genius, he wanted everyone to see his progress. Before that, it was best for him to conceal some of his strength. He should reveal too much prematurely. By gradually revealing his strength, people would think his progress was astonishing. In this way, everyone would feel that he truly deserved his title and possessed exceptional talent. Especially the large-scale farmers, who would be unable to resist befriending him and actively courting him. Immediately, amidst the praise and admiration of the crowd, Lin Yi signed long-term agreements with 15 large-scale growers. The agreements were identical. These growers would sell him 1,000 rare spiritual herbs annually, and if they violated this agreement, they would have to compensate him with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. After the agreements were signed, the first round of battles on the 6th arena came to a close. 164 young men and women were divided into 82 pairs. After this first round, 82 were eliminated, and 82 advanced. Next, begin the draw for the second round, the blue-robed judge announced loudly on the arena. It was already afternoon. Fortunately, the number of participants had decreased to 41 pairs. Lin Yi was assigned to the 36th pair. It was already evening when he entered the arena. This time, his opponent was also a young man in yellow robes, at the early stage of the 7th level of the spirit-gathering realm. However, this young man only practiced a second-grade sword technique, his sword skills were only at the proficient level, and his flying sword was only a mid-grade spirit sword. His strength was inferior to Lin Yi's first opponent, Zhang Chen. Lin Yi decided to conceal his strength and leave room for improvement later, so he only used the move Immovable Fortress. The golden sword curtain could not only block the opponent's attacks, but it was also difficult to withstand when used to attack. Soon, he defeated this second opponent. The opponent was convinced of his defeat. Lin Yi, you're really amazing, one trick is all you need. The crowd below the stage praised him highly. However, Lin Yi only knows this one defensive sword move, which is as solid as a rock. He can easily win against these ordinary teenagers, but if he encounters those geniuses of the same age, he obviously won't be able to withstand it. Relying on just this one move, he definitely won't go far. Many large-scale farmers saw Lin Yi's weakness. Originally, some powerful teenagers who were very wary and jealous of Lin Yi showed happy smiles when they saw that Lin Yi only knew this one move. It wasn't until dark that the second round of the competition was completely over. 41 people advanced this time. That's all for today. Tomorrow morning, the third round of the competition will begin until the top 6 from our 6th arena are selected to advance to the final decisive stage. On the arena, the blue-robed judge announced loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd dispersed and left. Lin Yi was about to depart when Mo Xiaodan ran up excitedly. Brother Lin Yi, I'm on the 15th arena. I've advanced to the third round, Mo Xiaodan exclaimed with a bright smile. After this period of arduous training, her cultivation had reached the early stage of the 7th level of the spirit-gathering realm. She possessed a mid-grade spirit sword given to her by Lin Yi. Furthermore, she had a foundation in first-grade sword techniques, having mastered all the moves. After obtaining the mid-grade spirit sword, and with the Misty Sect assessment approaching, her mother bought her a second-grade sword technique. She mastered the first move to the proficiency level, and the remaining 6 moves to comfortable level. Coupled with her good luck in the first 2 rounds, she successfully advanced to the third round. Of course, it's still very difficult to be among the top 6 in the 15th arena and advance to the final decisive stage. I'm in the 6th arena, and I've also advanced to the third round, Let's try to get into the final stage together. Lin Yi looked at Mo Xiaodong and greeted her with a smile. I'll do my best, Mo Xiaodong nodded. She had watched Lin Yi's second round of matches from below the stage. Lin Yi's talent truly amazed her. In such a short time, Lin Yi had actually mastered the very difficult first move of the third-rank golden sword technique, making it as solid as a rock. She admired and liked Lin Yi even more. Especially seeing so many large-scale farmers surrounding Lin Yi, actively signing long-term agreements with him. While she was overjoyed for Lin Yi, she was also glad that her mother and she had acted early enough to win him over. If it were now, and her mother wanted Lin Yi to get engaged, he would probably hesitate and reconsider. After all, Lin Yi now had too many choices. After exchanging pleasantries with Mo Xiaodong for a moment, the two parted ways, and Lin Yi returned to the Immortal Medicine Pavilion with a smile. As soon as he arrived at the Immortal Medicine Pavilion, Qiu Jin greeted him with a beaming smile. Brother Lin Yi, a group of large-scale growers just came with a long-term agreement you signed, selling rare medicinal herbs. We've spent all our capital on medicine. The last two growers to arrive, I didn't have the money to buy their rare herbs, but they said they could put it on my tab and I could pay them after I sold the herbs. Qiu Jin smiled brightly as she approached Lin Yi, sharing her joy. Such a good thing. Lin Yi was overjoyed. These growers were really giving him face. They immediately sent him rare medicinal herbs after signing the agreement, and even without capital, they were willing to put it on my tab. Clearly, these large-scale farmers wanted him to owe them favors. After all, so-called connections are about owing each other favors, and over time, the relationship grows stronger. These large-scale farmers were all shrewd individuals. They could befriend him and cultivate good relationships with him at minimal cost. Of course, he was happy to accept this. More friends, more paths. Being able to get to know so many large-scale farmers would make his future path much easier. Brother Lin Yi, have you found your biological parents? Are they all big shots? Otherwise, why are all these large-scale farmers flocking here, actively trying to befriend you? Qiu Jin looked at Lin Yi and couldn't help but speculate. You really have a vivid imagination. That's all baseless. I showed considerable strength and potential in this immortal town competition, and they valued it highly, so they wanted to befriend me beforehand and build a good relationship, Lin Yi explained with a smile. I see. If you perform even better later, will even more powerful figures actively seek to befriend you? Qiu Jin asked excitedly, her face flushed. That's right, this is just the beginning, Lin Yi said confidently with a broad smile. He had been concealing his true strength in the first two rounds. The real highlight was yet to come. Chapter 66, The Gap Between the Top 10. Lin Yi is now determined to be in the top 10 of this Immortal Town Grand Competition. The benefits such a result would bring him are immense. Unfortunately, I was busy signing long-term agreements with a bunch of large-scale farmers and didn't have time to go to the other arenas to see the strength of those top geniuses. Now, I have no idea how much of a gap there is between me and them. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. Brother Lin Yi, it's okay. The opponents in the earlier battles weren't very strong. Those top geniuses were probably just playing casually, not using their true strength. Qiu Jin comforted him with a smile. That's true. Lin Yi nodded and smiled. In the early battles, not only the top geniuses, but even he himself held back his strength. Of the 7 sword techniques and the third-rank golden sword manual, he had only unleashed the first move, Impregnable Fortress. Those who watched his battle wouldn't be able to ascertain his true strength. This was a kind of fairness. Others didn't know his strengths and weaknesses, and he didn't know theirs. Since I can't know my enemy, I'll focus on improving myself. Lin Yi smiled slightly. Understanding his strengths and weaknesses and improving his own strength was crucial. When he encountered the 4 beauties from the 4 great cultivation families, as long as his strengths were strong enough, he would definitely be able to gauge their abilities. Focusing on himself was enough. My combat power still has a lot of room for improvement, Lin Yi said earnestly. Improving combat power mainly involves 3 aspects: offense, defense, and evasion. Offensively, Lin Yi had mastered all 7 sword techniques from the rank 3 golden sword manual, which was passable. However, defensively, he didn't even have a suit of armor. This was undoubtedly a major weakness. Against opponents weaker than himself, he could easily defeat them. But against opponents of similar strength, who possessed armor, they could attack recklessly. Even with a full force strike, his attack would be blocked by their armor, while theirs would pierce his flesh. This defensive weakness must be addressed as soon as possible, Lin Yi decisively declared. Without armor, he wouldn't even have the chance to fight an opponent of similar strength. Qiu Jin, is there any money left in the shop? Lin Yi asked directly. That's all. Yesterday I paid off Xin Yu's debt completely, and I still have 1,000 low-grade spirit stones left. I also earned another 5,000 low-grade spirit stones today, so that makes a total of 6,000. Unfortunately, a group of large-scale growers came to sell rare spiritual herbs, and the shop's original capital wasn't enough. I used the 6,000 low-grade spirit stones I just earned to buy rare spiritual herbs. Even so, I haven't paid the last two large-scale growers for the rare spiritual herbs they sold, and I still owe them money, Qiu Jin quickly explained. It's alright, as more and more large-scale growers come to sell spiritual herbs, we really need to invest more capital in our shop, otherwise we won't be able to keep up with the turnover, Lin Yi comforted her with a smile. Then, his expression turned serious again. Qiu Jin, from now on, I'll handle the acquisition of rare spiritual herbs myself. After all, these large-scale growers value my potential and want to befriend me. If I handle the acquisitions, they can pay on credit first. So I won't have to spend too much capital, Lin Yi solemnly instructed Qiu Jin. He didn't want Qiu Jin to get involved in the acquisition of rare spiritual herbs. Once Qiu Jin got involved, there would be a clear record of how many rare spiritual herbs were acquired. The rare spiritual herbs he had accelerated in his immortal mansion space, such as the green spirit fruit and the heavenly Kong fruit, would no longer be able to be mixed in and sold together. Brother Lin Yi, I won't do it again next time, Qiu Jin quickly admitted her mistake and apologized. Then, she quietly explained to herself. I told these large-scale growers that when you return, you should personally entertain them and purchase the rare medicinal herbs, but they wouldn't listen. They insisted on selling immediately, even offering to pay later if they didn't have the capital. I was afraid of offending them, so I had no choice but to agree, Qiu Jin said softly. I'll let it go this time, but don't do it again, Lin Yi patted Qiu Jin's forehead and smiled. Seeing that Lin Yi wasn't angry, Qiu Jin breathed a sigh of relief. I urgently need money these next few days. When you sell these medicinal herbs, you can offer a better discount. Try to sell this batch of rare medicinal herbs as soon as possible, Lin Yi instructed Qiu Jin. Okay, Qiu Jin nodded vigorously. Then, Lin Yi went to the meditation room on the second floor. After activating his third-grade cultivation technique and recovering, Lin Yi's depleted spiritual energy and physical strength were fully restored. Next, Lin Yi entered his immortal abode and tended to the 5 acres of rare spiritual herbs. Having advanced to the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm, the spiritual fields in his immortal abode had expanded to 6 acres. Lin Yi also used his oil-turning technique on this remaining acre, planting rare spiritual herbs with the seeds he had previously reserved for ripening the herbs. 6 acres of spiritual fields, I can basically plant all the common rare spiritual herbs here, Lin Yi smiled as he looked at the 6 acres. Of course, 6 acres wasn't enough. He had indeed planted each type of rare spiritual herb, but the quantity was still small. If he didn't use his cultivation to accelerate the ripening process, and instead waited for these spiritual herbs to mature slowly on their own, only a few of each type would mature at a time, yielding very little profit. Later, I still need to quickly improve my cultivation level to further accelerate the passage of time and increase the number of spiritual fields, Lin Yi said earnestly. Rare spiritual herbs that take 5 months to mature would take about 14 days to mature at the current 11 full-time acceleration in the immortal abode space. If the time flow in the immortal abode space could be increased to 15 times that outside, then a batch of rare spiritual herbs could mature in just 10 days. Furthermore, if the number of spiritual fields could be increased to 12 mu, the number of each type of rare spiritual herb that could be planted could also double. Following this development, he really wouldn't need to use his cultivation to accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs in the future, and could completely supply the needs of the immortal medicine pavilion. Of course, to achieve this, he needed to raise his cultivation level. To quickly raise my cultivation level, I either need azure spirit fruit or a grade 1 spirit gathering pill. Unfortunately, I don't have any money right now and can't afford a grade 1 spirit gathering pill. It seems I can only use azure spirit fruit, Lin Yi pondered. For him, the most advantageous thing in the long run was to accelerate the ripening of the azure spirit tree. This was extremely important. Immediately, Lin Yi burned his cultivation to accelerate the ripening of the azure spirit tree again. Soon, His cultivation level dropped to the late 6th level of the spirit-gathering realm. The azure spirit tree ripened once more, reaching 13 years of age, and this time it bore 1,500 azure apples. The medicinal effect of one azure spirit fruit was roughly 60% of that of a bottle of grade 1 spirit-gathering pill. Let's see how far I can recover. Lin Yi sat cross-legged in the quiet room, activating the third grade 5 elements cultivation technique to process the effects of the green apple fruit. The next morning, Lin Yi awoke from his meditation. Overnight, he had consumed 613-year-old green spirit fruits, restoring his cultivation to the mid-stage of the 7th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Yesterday, I was still at the early stage of the 7th level of the spirit-gathering realm, almost at the mid-stage. Today, I'm at the mid-stage of the 7th level. Lin Yi stood up with a smile. This was the advantage of accelerating the ripening of the green spirit tree. Overnight, the green spirit tree's age increased by 1 year. His cultivation reached the mid-stage of the 7th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Furthermore, he still had 913-year-old green spirit fruits left. As my cultivation level increases, my combat power will naturally follow. I must strive to restore my cultivation level to the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm as soon as possible. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. He now had the immortal medicine pavilion, and money came quickly. If he rapidly increased his cultivation level to the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm, others would take it for granted and wouldn't doubt it. Facing the rising sun, Lin Yi left the market and headed towards the battle arena. Along the way, many people greeted him warmly, as if they were longtime friends. Lin Yi smiled and responded to them all. The hardships he had endured had not made him withdrawn or closed off. He adhered to the principle of neither being proactive nor rejecting, nor taking responsibility for these people's deliberate attempts to be friendly. Passing through a sea of flowers, not a single petal clings to him. He firmly guarded his true self. Next, let's draw lots to determine the opponents for the third round. 41 people will be paired up into 20 teams. The one who gets a bye will advance directly. On the 6th arena, the blue-robed judge announced loudly. Then, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he drew lots to determine each person's opponent. The last one, a girl in purple, was very lucky. She got a bye and advanced directly to the 4th round. Afterwards, the opponents from the 3rd round went up to compete. There were only 20 teams in total, so the matches were quick. Lin Yi was the 5th team to compete. His opponent this time was of similar strength to Wangxian. He, too, defeated his opponent using only the immovable fortress move. After the 3rd round, 21 young people remained on the 6th arena. Then, the 4th round began. This time, someone else got a bye. Lin Yi's opponent this time was even stronger than Wangxian's. He repeatedly used his immovable fortress technique, 3 times in a row, before finally forcing his opponent off the stage with his golden sword curtain and winning. The 4th round ended even faster. A total of 11 people advanced this time. Next, let's begin the 5th round. 11 people will be paired into 5 teams. The 5 winners plus the one who got a bye will make a total of 6 people, advancing to the final stage. There are 20 arenas, with 6 people advancing from each arena, for a total of 120 people. The final competition will determine the top 10, the top 5, and the first place, the blue-robed judge announced loudly. Then, he began drawing lots. This time, Lin Yi was fortunate enough to get a bye. What great luck! Lin Yi smiled broadly. On this 6th arena, there were still 2 or 3 very strong young men and women. If you were to encounter them, it would definitely be a fierce battle. There was a high chance of getting injured. By getting a bye, there was no risk of injury. He could conserve his energy and prepare for the decisive stage of the competition. Sure enough, on the 6th arena, the 5 pairs of young people participating in the competition were all very strong. They were evenly matched, and all kinds of methods were used. The battle was very intense. The 5 people who finally won, although they successfully advanced to the decisive stage, also suffered injuries of varying degrees. The one with the most serious injury had his left arm broken. In this state, participating in the final stage of the competition against even stronger opponents would clearly offer no chance of victory. This Immortal Town Grand Competition has been somewhat rushed. Originally planned for 10 days, it has been decided at the last minute to conclude it in 5. Everyone, please exercise restraint during the competition to avoid serious injuries that could affect your performance in the Misty Sect's entrance examination in over 20 days. the blue-robed judge loudly reminded everyone. Seeing so many injured, he felt a pang of compassion. But that's how competitions are, cold and ruthless. To win, you must fight. That's all for today's competition. Everyone, go back and heal your injuries quickly. The final stage officially begins tomorrow. The final stage will last 3 days. The opponents will be stronger, and you'll have even less time to recover. Good luck, the blue-robed cultivator said with high hopes. As soon as he finished speaking, the 120 young people who had advanced to the final stage hurriedly left. Some were eager to go back and heal their injuries, while others were eager to make up for their deficiencies. Brother Lin Yi, I'm eliminated, stopped in the 4th round. Mosiadan came to Lin Yi, her face full of resentment. She had thought she had a chance to advance to the final stage, but she was defeated in the 4th round. Of course, her luck was also a bit bad. She encountered the 15th arena, the strongest genius, and she was no match for him. It's alright, there are still 28 days until the Misty Sect's assessment. If you improve diligently, you still have a chance to enter the Misty Sect. Even if you don't get in this year, you're still young. Only 14. You can try again next year, Lin Yi comforted Mosiadan with a smile. Mosiadan, at 14 years old, had already made it to the 4th round, which was quite impressive. Okay, I will improve diligently. You should also work hard and aim for the top 10. Mosiadan clenched her fist, encouraging Lin Yi. Top 10? That's not easy. 20 arenas, and the top 2 in each arena are incredibly strong. That makes 40 people. I'll go back and improve my skills right away, Lin Yi said solemnly. Originally, the 10-day competition was ample time. He could have plenty of time to identify his weaknesses and shortcomings, and to improve himself. But now, the decisive stage of the competition had to be completed in 3 days. The time left for him to improve was far too little. Watching others fight, he saw his own shortcomings and weaknesses in various aspects. He had to seize the time to make up for these deficiencies. Immediately, Lin Yi and Mosiadan bid farewell and returned to the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. Improve your cultivation level first, this is of utmost importance. Lin Yi returned to his meditation room on the 2nd floor, immediately sat cross-legged, consumed the 13-year-old green spirit fruit, and activated the 3rd grade 5 elements heart method to improve his cultivation level. During his 5th buy, he watched the matches of the top few on each arena and discovered that these geniuses of his age all had very high cultivation levels. 8th level of the spirit gathering realm was nothing special. There were more than 20 people at 9th level of the spirit gathering realm. And about 10 people had reached 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. They were only one step away from the transcendent realm. At the age of 15, they had already cultivated to the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. It must be said that these top geniuses among their peers were all very powerful. The top 10 in this immortal town competition have basically been decided by these 10 geniuses at the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. If I want to be in the top 10, I must snatch a spot from these geniuses at the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. Lin Yi's face was full of determination. His current cultivation level is only at the mid-stage of the 7th level of the spirit gathering realm. He's fallen far behind. Chapter 67, The Most Beautiful Woman. First, minimize the gap in cultivation levels. Lin Yi's face was full of determination. Immediately, he consumed and refined the 13-year-old green spirit fruits, eating about 10 at a time. After finishing, he immediately activated the grade 3 5 elements heart method, following a 3 long 2 short, 8 shallow 2 deep breathing rhythm, to refine the medicinal effects of the green spirit fruits. At the same time, the dense spiritual energy gathered in the quiet room by the grade 3 spirit gathering array also surged wildly into his body through his 28 unobstructed acupoints. With the green spirit fruits and the grade 3 spirit gathering array working together, Lin Yi's cultivation level rapidly soared. Around midnight, Lin Yi consumed and refined the remaining 913-year-old green spirit fruits. His cultivation level jumped from the mid-stage of the 7th level of the spirit gathering realm to the early stage of the 8th level, nearing the mid-stage. This cultivation level is higher than ever before, Lin Yi smiled. With the Immortal Medicine Pavilion as his protective talisman, his rapid advancement to the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm in such a short time was perfectly reasonable and wouldn't arouse suspicion. Unfortunately, time is too short. I can't continue to accelerate the growth of the Azure Spirit Tree today and try to break through to the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm. Lin Yi shook his head regretfully. Compared to those geniuses at the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm, his 8th level, nearing the mid-stage, was still 2 minor realms behind. For ordinary cultivators, the difference in spiritual energy foundation between the 8th and 9th levels of the spirit-gathering realm was significant. The difference between the 9th and 10th levels was even greater. The difference between the 8th and 10th levels of the spirit-gathering realm is simply incomparable. What's most frustrating is that this gap can't be bridged in a day or two. If I were to rely solely on my own arduous cultivation, it would take me over a month to advance from the 7th to the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm within a 3rd grade spirit-gathering array. From the 8th to the 9th level, it would take over 3 months. From the 9th to the 10th level, it would take more than half a year. Lin Yi sighed. He started too late, and the time he had was too short. If he relied solely on his own arduous cultivation, it would take him 10 months to advance from the 8th to the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm. This is the difference determined by one's background. Regarding cultivation level, I can only reach the mid-stage of the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Even if I continue to accelerate the growth of the Azure Spirit Tree tomorrow and the day after, I can only reach the late or peak of the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm at most. I'm destined to suffer in this area. Fortunately, I cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously, and all 5 types of spiritual power within me are at the mid-stage of the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Even after my metal elemental spiritual power is exhausted, I can still use fire, wood, water, and earth elemental spiritual power. My spiritual power foundation is actually much deeper than that of a 9th level spirit-gathering realm genius. Compared to a 10th level spirit-gathering realm genius, I'm probably only slightly inferior. Lin Yi analyzed seriously. This is the advantage of cultivating all 5 elements simultaneously. However, he currently only possesses a golden scale sword and has mastered the 3rd grade flowing gold sword technique, allowing him to utilize only metal elemental spiritual power. His wood, water, fire, and earth elemental spiritual power, when used to power the golden scale sword and execute the sword techniques within the flowing gold sword technique, are unable to unleash their true power. He currently lacks funds and cannot afford to purchase other 4 elemental swords or techniques. Even if he could afford them, time is too limited for him to cultivate them effectively. To fully utilize my advantage of cultivating all 5 elements simultaneously and possessing a profound foundation of spiritual power, it seems the only solution is to purchase the 5 elements ring, Lin Yi stated solemnly. The 3-rank 5 elements Heart Sutra mentions the mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements. Those who cultivate all 5 elements, if they refine a 5 elements ring within their body, can achieve mutual generation and freely transform the attribute of their spiritual energy with the ring's assistance. Metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, and earth generates metal. This is a complete cycle. With the help of the 5 elements ring, one can generate wood-type spiritual energy from water-type spiritual energy, wood-type spiritual energy from fire-type spiritual energy, fire-type spiritual energy from earth-type spiritual energy, and earth-type spiritual energy from metal-type spiritual energy. If they wish, they can transform the other 4 elements into metal-type spiritual energy. If I could purchase a 5 elements ring, my spiritual energy foundation could rival those geniuses at the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel expectant. This was a golden opportunity presented to him. Looks like I'll have to pay in installments again. Lin Yi shook his head with a wry smile. He had no money on hand right now, so he could only go to the Spirit Artifact Pavilion first thing tomorrow morning to discuss with Lin Yi whether he could buy the 5 elements ring on installment. Tonight, I'll focus all my efforts on improving my cultivation level. Lin Yi made a decisive decision. Then, he burned his cultivation energy to continue ripening the Azure Spirit Tree. This time, even though his cultivation level had slipped to the early stage of the 8th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm, he still managed to ripen the Azure Spirit Tree. The Azure Spirit Tree reached 14 years of age and produced 1,600 Azure Spirit fruits. Then, Lin Yi continued to wolf down the 14-year-old Azure Spirit fruits, refining their medicinal effects and rapidly improving his cultivation level. As dawn broke, Lin Yi awoke from his meditation. From midnight until daybreak, he had consumed 914-year-old Azure Spirit fruits, instantly raising his cultivation level from the early stage of the 8th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm to the late stage. If I cultivate diligently for another night tomorrow and consume and refine the remaining 700 Azure Spirit fruits, I should be able to reach the peak of the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm without much difficulty, and I might even have the chance to advance to the 9th level. Lin Yi stood up with a smile. As long as he could successfully purchase the 5 elements ring, he could convert the other 4 elements of spiritual power into metal elemental power during battle. His spiritual power foundation would then be comparable to those geniuses at the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. I hope you will give me the honor of selling me a 5 elements ring on installment, Lin Yi said expectantly. He then washed up, changed into clean clothes, and left the immortal medicine pavilion for the spirit weapon pavilion. Early in the morning, the spirit weapon pavilion was relatively quiet. Lin Yi, congratulations on advancing to the final stage. Strive to win again in today's competition. Xinyu greeted Lin Yi with a smile, taking the initiative to exchange pleasantries. He had heard about Lin Yi's achievements and potential. In this Immortal Town Grand competition, Lin Yi was undoubtedly a dark horse. How far this dark horse could go was anyone's guess. In any case, Lin Yi possessed exceptional talent and ran the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. He worked as a shop assistant in the Spirit Weapon Pavilion. Both he and Lin Yi had bright futures. As we reached the decisive stage, the number of powerful figures was overwhelming, and I felt a gap between my strength and theirs, especially in terms of cultivation level. The gap between me and those geniuses is too great. Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. The difference in cultivation level was the most obvious one. Combat experience and combat skills were internal and could not be seen at a glance. Aren't you a cultivator of all 5 elements? Buy a 5 elements ring, refine it, and place it in your dantian. This will allow you to achieve the mutual generation of the 5 elements, transforming the other 4 elemental energies into metal energy. This will enable you to activate the golden scale sword and unleash its powerful combat strength. Buying a 5 elements ring is a sure win. It will make you incredibly durable. Even the 4 beauties of the 4 great cultivation families would be overwhelmed by you. How about it? Want one? Xinyu asked with a beaming smile, strongly encouraging him. This was a business opportunity right before his eyes. He seemed to see countless spirit stones beckoning to him. That's exactly what I'm thinking. How much does this 5 elements ring cost? Lin Yi asked with a smile. The 5 elements ring, belonging to the 5 elements treasures, requires more materials to refine, resulting in higher costs, a more complex refining process, and a lower success rate. It's a rare treasure, hence its higher price. A mid-grade spiritual artifact 5 elements ring costs 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, while a high-grade spiritual artifact 5 elements ring costs 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Which one do you want to buy? Xinyu looked at Lin Yi and asked with a grin. So expensive, Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. He had anticipated that the 5 elements ring would be expensive, but he hadn't expected it to be this pricey. His golden scale sword, a top-grade high-grade spiritual artifact flying sword, only cost 28,000 low-grade spirit stones. Both are high-grade spiritual artifact level 5 elements rings, but the price is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. There's no way around it, the cost is too high, so the price is naturally higher, Xinyu said with a smile. What's the difference between a high-grade spiritual artifact level 5 elements ring and a mid-grade spiritual artifact level 5 elements ring? Lin Yi asked seriously. A mid-grade spiritual artifact level 5 elements ring only costs 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. The price is less than 1/3 of that of a high-grade spiritual artifact level 5 elements ring. If the difference in effect isn't too great, considering the practical situation, he would definitely prioritize buying the mid-grade spiritual artifact level 5 elements ring. The difference is all-encompassing. First, there's the speed of elemental transformation. A mid-grade spiritual artifact level 5 elements ring is significantly slower than a high-grade one. When you're fighting, you need to quickly transform the other 4 elements of spiritual power into metal elemental spiritual power. If this speed is slow, it'll be too late. Furthermore, during the transformation of the 5 elements of spiritual power, there's actually a significant loss and dissipation of spiritual power. You cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously, so theoretically your spiritual power foundation should be 5 times that of others. However, in reality, during the process of transforming the other 4 elements of spiritual power into metal elemental spiritual power, you lose a lot of spiritual power with each transformation. If you use a mid-grade spiritual artifact level 5 elements ring, the final amount of metal elemental spiritual power you actually transform is only about twice that of others. If it's a high-grade spiritual artifact level 5 elements ring, The metal-type spiritual power you ultimately convert will be about 3 times that of others. Think about it, how big is that difference? Xinyu asked with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Yi was filled with surprise. 2 times and 3 times, that's indeed a huge difference. He's currently in the late stage of the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm. If he uses a mid-grade spiritual artifact level 5 elements ring, converting all his spiritual power into metal-type spiritual power, 2 times the metal-type spiritual power would only be equivalent to a late-stage 9th level spirit gathering realm cultivator. But 3 times the metal-type spiritual power would be roughly comparable to a 10th level spirit gathering realm cultivator. The implications are completely different. Indeed. There's a reason why something is expensive. I want to buy a high-grade spiritual artifact 5 elements ring, but I don't have that much money on hand right now. Can I pay in installments? Lin Yi looked at Xinyu, a smile on his face, and asked. This high-grade spiritual artifact 5 elements ring is too valuable. I can't make that decision. How about you discuss it with our manager? Xinyu suggested. Will that work? Lin Yi was unsure. The spiritual artifact pavilion was a behemoth in Wangxian town, on par with the spiritual medicine pavilion. His immortal medicine pavilion was simply no match for such behemoths as the spiritual medicine pavilion and the spiritual artifact pavilion. They were not even in the same league. A spiritual artifact pavilion employee like Xinyu was willing to give him, the manager of the immortal medicine pavilion, face. Whether the manager of the spirit artifact pavilion would give him face was hard to say. I'll go ask for you, Xinyu said immediately. Thank you for your trouble. Lin Yi smiled and clasped his hands in thanks. Based on the immortal medicine pavilion's current daily income of 4,000 to 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, he could earn tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones a month. Buying a high-grade spirit artifact 5 elements ring would be more than enough. Unfortunately, the final stage of the Immortal Town competition only lasted 3 days. Due to the rush, he didn't have any money on hand and could only pay in installments to get the 5 elements ring. With the 5 elements ring, he could freely transform the 5 elements of spiritual power, and his spiritual power foundation would be comparable to a genius at the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. His chances of breaking into the top 10 immediately increased significantly. Having tasted the benefits of his combat power and potential, he signed long-term agreements with over a dozen large-scale growers. Now, his sole focus is on becoming one of the top 10 in the Immortal Town Grand Competition, establishing his reputation as a top genius. This will allow him to build a large network of powerful connections. This will greatly benefit the future development of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion and his own financial success, saving him many years of hard work. After waiting a while, Xinyu excitedly ran over. It's done, our shopkeeper has agreed. Once you sign this agreement, you can take this high-grade spiritual artifact 5 elements ring directly. However, originally, if you bought it directly, we could give you a 10% discount, making it only 90,000 low-grade spirit stones, but if you pay in installments, you'll need to pay it off in 2 months, 50,000 low-grade spirit stones each month, totaling 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. We'll charge you an extra 10,000 low-grade spirit stones in interest. Do you mind? Xinyu ran to Lin Yi's side, looking at him excitedly and asking. Originally, he could have received a substantial commission from selling it to Lin Yi for 90,000 low-grade spirit stones. With the added 10,000 low-grade spirit stone interest, the shopkeeper also gave him an extra 3,000 low-grade spirit stones as a reward. Installment payments with interest are perfectly reasonable. Let's sign the agreement right now. Lin Yi made the decision decisively with a broad smile. Paying back 50,000 low-grade spirit stones to the Spirit Artifact Pavilion in 1 month, and clearing it off in 2 months, was no problem for him. With the current income of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion, he could earn 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in about 20 days. If he could successfully become one of the top 10 in the Immortal Town competition, he would definitely be able to attract more large-scale growers, and even big shots like Shi Fian. The Immortal Medicine Pavilion's profits would soon skyrocket. Perhaps he could earn 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in just 10 days. The interest on 10,000 low-grade spirit stones was nothing compared to the profits to come. Immediately, Lin Yi and Xinyu signed the agreement directly. Without paying a single low-grade spirit stone, he immediately took the high-grade spirit artifact 5 elements ring that Xinyu handed him. The competition is about to begin. Stepping out of the spirit artifact pavilion, Lin Yi faced the rising sun and quickly headed towards the arena. In no time, he arrived at the arena. Sure enough, The drawing of lots had already begun on the platform, and the opponents for each person were being announced. Soon, the blue-robed judge called out Lin Yi's name. Lin Yi, against Meng Yao, will compete on the 9th arena, the blue-robed judge announced loudly. Upon hearing this, the entire arena erupted in commotion. Meng Yao, the number one beauty of Wangxian town, the daughter of the Meng family, the only daughter of the patriarch, her strength is unfathomable. Lin Yi, the biggest dark horse of Wangxian town, it's a pity that Lin Yi, this dark horse, encountered Meng Yao so early. He can't be a dark horse now, the crowd discussed animatedly. How exciting, Lin Yi stood in the crowd, sighing. He had always wanted to face off against the four beauties of the four great cultivation families, to test their strengths and determine who was superior. But he never expected to encounter them so early. Without any foreplay, he went straight into battle with the number one beauty of Wangxian town. Chapter 68, Meng Yao shows mercy. Meng Yao and Lin Yi, come up to the stage for your duel, the judge in blue called out loudly from the 9th arena. As soon as he finished speaking, a stunningly beautiful girl in a moon-white dress floated down onto the platform like a fairy. This girl appeared to be about 15 years old, with a graceful figure, exquisite features, a beautiful face, bright eyes and white teeth, and cherry-like lips. Her eyes were extremely expressive. Given time, she would surely become a peerless beauty. Meng Yao is so beautiful, this is my fairy. Below the platform, many people gazed up at Meng Yao, their eyes filled with admiration and endless praise. Truly breathtakingly beautiful, Lin Yi was equally captivated by Meng Yao's exquisite beauty. Perhaps it was because he hadn't seen enough of the world, hadn't seen enough beautiful women, but Meng Yao was arguably the most beautiful woman he'd ever met. Crucially, she was still a young girl, not yet at her peak. Who knew how beautiful she would become in the future? Before such a peerless beauty, the admiration of these young men seemed like a desecration. Lin Yi is so lucky to have met Meng Yao so early. To be defeated by her moon-white dress is truly enviable. I wish I could fight Meng Yao face to face. For many years, looking at Lin Yi, their eyes were filled with envy, even jealousy. In their eyes, Meng Yao was a high and mighty fairy. Anyone who met her was destined to lose. At this moment, Lin Yi stepped onto the high platform. He hadn't learned any movement techniques yet, and couldn't fly, so he could only walk onto the stage. Just from the way he walked onto the stage, it was obvious that he was far inferior to Meng Yao in terms of movement. Lin Yi is just as handsome and dashing, his posture on stage is like a leisurely stroll, so charming. The girls below the stage praised Lin Yi endlessly. Fangirl, big boobs, no brains. Lin Yi just walked onto the stage normally. How is that leisurely strolling? How is that charming? Some boys said indignantly. You're all the same. When Meng Yao stands on the stage, you drool like pigs. These girls were all quick-witted and immediately retorted. I can't be bothered with you. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. The boys were no match for these young girls, so they could only mutter under their breath. On the high platform, Lin Yi walked up to Meng Yao, looking at this peerless beauty up close, feeling that she was becoming more and more radiant and charming. Lin Yi looked at Meng Yao and spoke first. Meng Yao looked at Lin Yi and smiled sweetly. Her voice was melodious, and her smile was absolutely beautiful. Instantly, the world became brighter. Whoosh! A flash of inspiration. Meng Yao waved her hand and set up a blue light screen, enveloping herself and Lin Yi within it. The noise outside immediately disappeared. Those outside couldn't even see what was happening inside the blue light screen. Before the competition begins, let's chat. I'm a little curious about you. You're riding high right now, hailed as the biggest dark horse of this year's Immortal Town competition, with a chance to make the top 10, and me, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I'm pretty much guaranteed a top 3 finish, or at the very least, a top 3. How do you feel about meeting me so early? Meng Yao looked at Lin Yi and asked with a smile. Compared to the other girls, Lin Yi appeared very composed. His emotions never showing. She couldn't detect a trace of fear or nervousness in his expression. She was equally curious about this handsome young man with the reputation of a top genius. I truly want to break into the top 10, win or lose, I will give it my all. My original intention in participating in the Immortal Town competition was to meet top-tier geniuses like you, and through battles with you, find my weaknesses and shortcomings. In the remaining 20-odd days, I will further improve in a targeted manner, striving to shine in the Misty Sect's entrance examination. Lin Yi looked at Meng Yao and spoke truthfully. He knew clearly that his current strength was at best around the top 10. The chances of advancing to the top 5 and obtaining an outer disciple spot were very low. He participated in this immortal town competition because he wanted to meet experts and see the gap between himself and them. Furthermore, he wanted to demonstrate his strength to all the major farmers and influential figures in Wangxian town, hoping to attract as many as possible to sign long-term agreements with his immortal medicine pavilion. As for ranking, it wasn't that important. Even if he couldn't make it into the top 10, as long as he gave it his all in this battle with Meng Yao, he could still achieve his goal. You certainly have a clear understanding of gains and losses. Don't you want to be in the top 5 and get a direct entry to the Misty Sect? Don't you want to get engaged to a girl from one of the 4 great families and avoid decades of struggle? Meng Yao couldn't help but ask. A Misty Sect spot? I can get it by participating in the Misty Sect assessment. As for getting engaged and avoiding decades of struggle, I haven't thought about that, Lin Yi replied decisively. Hearing this, Meng Yao frowned slightly. You got engaged to Mo Xiaodang, received 36,000 low-grade spirit stones as a betrothal gift from Mei Ziyu, and used that as capital to open the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. Isn't that the same principle? Meng Yao looked directly at Lin Yi and asked seriously. Lin Yi was currently riding high. She was somewhat familiar with Lin Yi's rise to power. The most important turning point on Lin Yi's path to success was the 36,000 low-grade spirit stones given by Mei Ziyu. I'm all alone. Aunt Mei and Mo Xiaodang are also widows and orphans. Our engagement is a good match. They are both from poor families. If I really wanted to avoid decades of hard work, why not get engaged to a girl from a wealthy family? Do you think I'm not qualified? Lin Yi retorted. Of course you are. That's what I find strange. You clearly had better choices, yet you chose Mei Ziyu and Mo Xiaodang. The only help they can give you is probably 36,000 low-grade spirit stones. They can't help you after that, and might even hold you back. When you first got engaged, were you and Mo Xiaodang very close, and liked each other? Meng Yao asked, frowning. No, before our engagement, Mo Xiaodang and I only met once a few years ago. This engagement was initiated by Aunt Mei, and I agreed after careful consideration. We are a good match, and Aunt Mei and Mo Xiaodang are both very good people. It's rare to find such a daughter-in-law and mother-in-law. Most importantly, they didn't look down on me when I was down on my luck and poor. They were still willing to give me a high dowry, giving me my first pot of gold. My success today is largely due to the 36,000 low-grade spirit stones Aunt Mei gave me as a dowry, Lin Yi said earnestly. The Immortal Medicine Pavilion was his only source of income. The success of the Immortal Medicine Pavilion was entirely due to the high dowry given by Aunt Mei. He would forever remember this kindness. No wonder Mei Ziyu chose you to be her live-in son-in-law among so many people over the years. Whether it's your character, talent, or potential, you're an excellent choice. It's just a pity that your potential was hidden before, and no one discovered it, Meng Yao said regretfully. Lin Yi has always been grateful to Mei Ziyu and Mo Xiaodang. Even now, with Lin Yi's Immortal Medicine Pavilion business doing very well, and him enjoying great success in a promising future, and even having the opportunity to marry into one of those large-scale farming families, Lin Yi still maintains his original intention and gratitude towards Mei Ziyu and Mo Xiaodang. This kind of character is rare. Some people, especially men, once they gain power and wealth, think about exchanging for women who are prettier and have better backgrounds. Such people are definitely not few in number. It's truly remarkable that Lin Yi can maintain such a calm state of mind at his age. However, it's indeed a bit of a pity that such a top genius has been embraced by Mei Ziyu and Mo Xiaodang so early. Miss Meng, you flatter me, Lin Yi waved his hand with a smile. In this world, there are no hidden gems. He possesses all 5 elemental roots, all of them of superior quality. Such talent was evident even in his childhood. Why didn't anyone value him? It was because he was burdened by a strange and frail illness. Only after the illness disappeared and he had no more worries did Mei Ziyu choose him as her son-in-law. It was all about weighing the benefits. If he had continued to be plagued by this illness, Mei Ziyu and Mo Xiaodang probably wouldn't have chosen him as their son-in-law. This is the cold, hard reality. If you are a pearl, you will naturally shine. If you are not a pearl, you can only struggle in the darkness. Of course, these are things you should keep to yourself. There's no need to say them aloud. If, when he was plagued by a strange, weak illness and couldn't rent a spiritual field, someone had helped him without hesitation, offered him a son-in-law, and strongly supported him, then if that person told him he was a pearl hidden in dust, he would definitely believe it. But the truth is, that didn't happen. Everything he received was only after his condition improved, after he was able to shine on his own. Miss Meng, you've asked the question, and I've told you everything I should and shouldn't have. Shall we begin our contest? Lin Yi's fighting spirit was high. He was full of anticipation for this battle. He wanted to see just how strong Meng Yao was, who was aiming for a top 3 finish in this immortal town competition. He wanted to know just how big the gap was between himself and such a top genius of his age. How confident are you in defeating me? Meng Yao looked at Lin Yi and smiled sweetly. I don't know your strength, we'll only know after we compete, Lin Yi said decisively. Would you mind telling me about your current strength? Meng Yao asked curiously. She seemed very calm and didn't seem to have any intention of immediately starting a fight. I cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously. And my current cultivation level is the late stage of the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm. I just bought a high-grade spiritual artifact level 5 elements ring. If I refine it, all 5 elements of spiritual power will be transformed into metal-type spiritual power, and my metal-type spiritual power foundation will increase 3-fold, almost comparable to cultivator at the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. Furthermore, my golden scale sword is a high-grade spiritual sword, and I have learned the top-level 3rd-grade sword technique, the flowing gold sword technique, and have mastered all 7 sword moves within it. I currently lack movement techniques and armor. I also lack combat experience and combat skills, Lin Yi said frankly. Your strength is indeed formidable. You're qualified to challenge for the top 10, however, you haven't yet refined a high-grade spiritual weapon level 5 elements ring. Your metal elemental spiritual power foundation is still only at the late stage of the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm. Compared to you, my cultivation level is at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm, just one step away from the transcendent realm. Even if you refine a high-grade spiritual weapon level 5 elements ring, tripling your metal elemental spiritual power foundation, you'll only be comparable to an early-stage cultivator of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. The gap between you and my peak 10th level spirit gathering realm spiritual power foundation is still enormous. In terms of sword techniques, I cultivate the top-tier 4th-grade sword technique, the blue clear sword technique, and my spiritual dew sword is a top-grade spiritual weapon. I have movement techniques and armor. I also have abundant combat experience and skills. Do you think there's any need for us to fight? Meng Yao looked at Lin Yi and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Yi's expression turned solemn. Meng Yao's strength was much greater than he had expected. This was truly worthy of being a top genius capable of securing a spot on the top 3. He was inferior to Meng Yao in almost every aspect. The gap in each aspect was enormous. His cultivation level was incomparable. He was in the late stage of the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm, while Meng Yao was at the peak of the 10th level. His sword technique was 3rd grade, while Meng Yao's was 4th grade. He possessed a 3rd grade spirit sword, while Meng Yao wielded a 4th grade spirit herb. He lacked movement techniques, while Meng Yao had them. He lacked armor, while Meng Yao possessed it. He lacked combat experience and skills, while Meng Yao possessed them. This was a comprehensive gap. Combat isn't just a simple verbal contest. Even if I'm inferior to you in every way, I'll still try it myself. The outcome is still uncertain. Lin Yi's fighting spirit sword. No matter what, he was determined to fight Meng Yao. Even if he couldn't win, he wanted to clearly understand the true extent of the gap between himself and a top genius. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. The gap is so vast, anyone else would have given up. You still want to fight me, and even dream of defeating me? Meng Yao looked at Lin Yi approvingly. Come on, put away that blue shield and let's begin. Lin Yi gripped the golden scale sword and urged. I don't want to fight you. I concede this battle. I hope your luck won't be so bad in the battles to come, and that you won't encounter the 4 great families so early again. Meng Yao looked at Lin Yi and said something astonishing. Don't want to fight, just concede. Lin Yi was shocked. Meng Yao's decision completely baffled him. Don't you want to be number 1? Don't you want to directly obtain a spot as an inner disciple of the Misty Sect? Most importantly, why did you show me mercy? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Meng Yao burst out laughing. Don't misunderstand. Even if I had faced someone else today, I would most likely have conceded defeat immediately. It's just that I happened to run into you, and I was curious about you, so I chatted with you for a while. Meng Yao covered her mouth and chuckled. Why would you concede? Do you look down on this immortal town grand competition? Lin Yi guessed and asked. That's one reason. You should have heard that the prize for first place in this immortal town grand competition is actually paid by the family that wins it. Even if I don't win first place, the spot for the Meng family's Miao sect inner disciple still belongs to me, so it doesn't affect me at all. Meng Yao smiled gracefully. From what you're saying, it seems there's another reason. After all, you participated in the first 5 rounds of the competition. There must be another reason for suddenly conceding defeat now, right? Lin Yi pressed. I'm on my period today, so I can't move around easily. Fighting with you in public like this could easily lead to an accident, blood splattering everywhere. It'd be too embarrassing. Meng Yao blushed and whispered the reason. I see. Lin Yi suddenly understood. He thought he was unlucky to run into Meng Yao so early. Unexpectedly, he was so lucky. Meng Yao's relatives had also come along. Meng Yao was unable to fight due to her mobility issues and directly conceded defeat. He'd really lucked out. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69, The King of Bargains. This victory is a bit unfair. I'm just taking advantage of you. Lin Yi looked at Meng Yao, somewhat embarrassed. If Meng Yao hadn't been so resourceful and could have fought at full strength, he would likely have been no match for her. I'm offering you this advantage willingly. Don't you want to take it? Meng Yao smiled sweetly. It feels a little strange. Something just doesn't feel right. Lin Yi scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Drawing Meng Yao in the lottery was unexpected. Meng Yao's resourcefulness and willingness to concede was something he hadn't anticipated at all. I'm physically unable to fight. If you don't want to take this advantage, and you concede so I can advance, I still won't be able to fight in my next match. Others won't be so lenient, and they'll get the benefit. For me, it doesn't matter whether I concede in the 6th or 7th round, it makes no difference. For you, this is a chance to break into the top 10. At the same time, you'll encounter other geniuses of your age. Fighting them will help you identify your weaknesses and shortcomings, which will be very beneficial. Are you really going to hand over such a good deal? Meng Yao asked Lin Yi seriously. Lin Yi looked like an honest man. If such a good deal fell into someone else's lap, they would probably have already embraced it. They wouldn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. He wouldn't even leave a sip of soup for anyone else. Since that's the case, I might as well take it myself. Lin Yi smiled slightly and nodded. This advantage was the same no matter who got it. He encountered it first, so he might as well take it himself. This opportunity was indeed very important to him. That's more like it. Work hard, and if you can become one of the top 10, you can come to me. Our Meng family is willing to give you an outer disciple spot. Meng Yao smiled radiantly and promised. Isn't it only the top 5 who get the reward? If I become one of the top 10, your Meng family is willing to give me an outer disciple spot. Lin Yi was full of surprise. Your talent is astonishing, your potential limitless, and your future is limitless. It's just that you rose to prominence too late, your development time too short, and you haven't yet had the chance to become a top genius among your peers. Judging from your current situation, given time, you will surely soar to great heights and become an outstanding figure. Our Meng family is giving you an outer disciple spot, which can be considered a good deed. For a genius like you, there's naturally no need to impose so many rules. Rules are only for restraining ordinary people, Meng Yao said calmly with a smile. She didn't look like a beautiful 15-year-old girl at all. She seemed more like the head of the Meng family. Mature, intelligent, and very far-sighted. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Meng. I still want to rely on myself to participate in the Misty Sect's entrance examination and win a spot as an outer disciple. If I can successfully make up for my shortcomings and deficiencies in the next 20 days, I might even be able to win a spot as an inner disciple during the entrance examination, Lin Yi said with a smile. He didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Favors are the hardest to repay. When you're desperate, you can owe favors. After all, you have to survive. But when you still have options and can be self-reliant, he prefers to rely on himself. Besides, an outer disciple spot is too ordinary. The top geniuses among his peers all aim to become inner disciples. He was no exception. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You're talented, have potential, and are ambitious. You're determined to make a name for yourself. In that case, let's strive to become inner disciples of the Misty Sect together. Once we're there, we can look out for each other. Meng Yao smiled sweetly. Yes, thank you so much, Miss Meng, for your kind offer and for telling me so much. I owe you this favor, and I will repay you tenfold in the future. Lin Yi smiled and clasped his hands in a fist salute. He felt he had gained a great deal from his conversation with Meng Yao, far more than he had gained from a battle. Despite her noble birth, Meng Yao didn't look down on him. Instead, she was very warm towards him and actively tried to win him over. This made him, from humble beginnings, feel very warm and gave him more confidence and self-assurance. This isn't a favor, you were just lucky that I was unable to travel at that time. You don't need to take it to heart, Meng Yao said with a charming smile, waving her hand. Lin Yi felt only gratitude towards Mei Ziyu and Mo Xiandang. She didn't want to repeat their mistakes. Making people feel grateful was only the most basic way to win their hearts. While others felt grateful, they also carried a burden and a sense of indebtedness. With this burden and barrier in place, the two are no longer on equal footing, making it difficult to become true friends and forge a deep bond. Lin Yi and Mo Xiandang's engagement is primarily based on the 36,000 low-grade spirit stones dowry. This early favor is the entanglement, lacking genuine emotional connection. In her view, this engagement is doomed to fail sooner or later. Lin Yi will inevitably become a top-tier powerhouse. For a true powerhouse, the wife he marries must be someone he deeply loves, not someone because of the 36,000 low-grade spirit stones dowry. It's even possible that after Lin Yi repays this favor tenfold, 100-fold, he won't want to see Mo Xiandang again. She herself has witnessed this several times, and heard of even more. She understood all this, so naturally she wouldn't make such a basic mistake again. Especially now. Lin Yi had already shown exceptional potential, and many large-scale farmers were actively courting him. Using such low-level tactics as small favors would be foolish. Remember our promise, to become inner disciples of the Misty Sect together, Meng Yao smiled sweetly and instructed. Then, she dispelled her blue protective shield, gestured to the blue-robed judge, and voluntarily conceded defeat. Yes, I will try my best, Lin Yi nodded decisively. Meng Yao's pursuit was exactly the same as his. This conversation with Meng Yao made him feel warm and comfortable. Meng Yao had clearly helped him, yet she didn't claim credit or let him take it to heart. This made him think even more that Meng Yao was a truly good person, without such strong self-interest, simply wanting to make friends with him. The other large-scale farmers, when they came to win him over, all had the word profit deeply etched on their faces. They couldn't wait to get a return from him. Lin Yi wins this battle, the blue-robed judge announced loudly. The result caused an uproar. Everyone was stunned. Meng Yao, with her strength to secure third place and even a run for first, actually conceded defeat. What exactly happened? Although Lin Yi has great potential, is it worth her going to such lengths to curry favor? Everyone was full of confusion, discussing amongst themselves. Lin Yi, I'm going first. Remember to keep it a secret. Meng Yao blushed slightly, said goodbye to Lin Yi, and then gracefully left. Watching Meng Yao's departing figure, amidst the puzzled murmurs of the crowd, Lin Yi slowly walked off the stage. Many of his peers were filled with righteous indignation. Seeing their reddened, envious eyes, Lin Yi truly understood the immense significance of the victory Meng Yao had conceded to him. A battle he was certain to lose, a guaranteed elimination, yet he had been brought back from the brink of death. The decisive stage, this sixth round of competition, involves a total of 120 people, paired up into 60 teams, to fight 60 matches. There are 20 arenas, roughly 3 matches per arena. After all 60 matches are completed, the top 60 will be selected to advance to the 7th round. Lin Yi gazed at the intense battles on the various arenas, pondering silently. His battle with Meng Yao ended quickly. The others' matches had just begun. If I refine a high-grade spiritual artifact level 5 elements ring now, I should have enough time, Lin Yi decisively said. Immediately, he moved away from the crowd, found a secluded corner, set up a 5-colored spiritual energy shield, took out the high-grade spiritual artifact level 5 elements ring from his storage ring, and cast the refining incantation. A moment later, he successfully refined the superior grade 5 elements ring. A strange connection appeared between him and the ring, as if it had become a part of his body, which he could manipulate and control at will. Collect, Lin Yi uttered softly. Instantly, the palm-sized superior grade 5 elements ring shrank, becoming the size of a pill, and flew into his mouth. entering his stomach and reaching his dantian. Within his dantian, the 5-element spiritual power surrounded the ring. Try it. Lin Yi immediately activated the ring, performing a 5 elements transformation. Soon, he transformed the other 4 elements of spiritual power into metal elemental spiritual power. During the transformation process, a significant amount of spiritual power within his body was lost. Originally, his spiritual energy reserves were 5 times that of other late-stage 8th level spirit gathering realm cultivators. However, after all of it was converted into metal elemental spiritual energy, it was only 3 times that of others. 2 times his original reserves had been lost. Even a high-grade spiritual artifact level 5 elements ring is barely enough. When I have more money in the future, I'll buy a top-grade spiritual artifact level 5 elements ring. Maybe then the converted metal elemental spiritual energy reserves will be 4 times that of others, Lin Yi said expectantly. At this moment, his desire for wealth was even stronger. A high-grade 5 elements ring costs 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Would a top-grade 5 elements ring cost hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, or even more? The poor are destined to be out of reach of these top-tier treasures. Now, the metal elemental spiritual power within my body is 3 times what it was before, comparable to a cultivator at the early stage of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. Moreover, I converted all 5 elements of spiritual power into metal elemental spiritual power beforehand, so I won't need to convert it during the battle and become flustered. Lin Yi smiled and retracted his 5-colored spiritual power shield. Then, he returned to the area below the arena. On the arena, the top geniuses of his age were engaged in fierce combat. After inquiring, Lin Yi learned that some arenas had already reached the 3rd match, while others were still in the 2nd match, which relieved him. It seemed that in the decisive stage, the difference in strength between them wasn't as great as it had been at the beginning. Most were evenly matched. The battles naturally turned into a tug-of-war, a war of attrition, lasting a long time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Yi wandered around the various arenas, observing the strength of these geniuses of his age. To his surprise, at this level, everyone's strength was formidable. Combat experience and skills became extremely crucial. Lin Yi couldn't help but applaud the ingenious moves used by some of the genius youths. Sometimes, using offensive sword techniques as defense, turning offense into defense, forcing opponents to change their moves and defusing crises, Lin Yi nodded repeatedly in approval. He had mastered all 7 sword techniques of the 3rd grade flowing water technique. However, his understanding of the transitions between sword moves, when to use which move for the best effect, and the timing of his strikes was still very rudimentary and immature. So far, on this Immortal Town Grand Tournament stage, he had only used 1 move, a movable fortress. He hadn't used the other 6 sword moves. In this next battle, I must fight with all my might, hone my skills, and learn from the experience. Lin Yi decisively made up his mind. Afterwards, he eagerly watched the fierce battles on the various stages, learning from the experience and techniques of these geniuses of his age. As time passed, the competitions on each stage gradually drew to a close. Finally, 60 geniuses of his age successfully advanced to the 7th round. Aside from a very few exceptionally powerful geniuses, the rest suffered injuries of varying degrees, some minor, some severe. Moreover, the spiritual energy within their bodies had been severely depleted after this battle. I've taken advantage of this situation, waiting in comfort, and gained another advantage. Lin Yi smiled slightly. After a short half-hour rest and recuperation, the blue-robed judge announced loudly, "Now, let's draw lots to determine our opponents and begin the 7th round." He then drew lots and read out the names of their opponents. Soon, Lin Yi heard his name. Lin Yi versus Wu Chen. The match will take place on the 7th arena, the blue-robed judge declared. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted again. Many even began to hurl insults at Lin Yi. Was this intentional? During the 6th round of the competition, Wu Chen's thigh was pierced by his opponent's spirit sword. He fought with all his might and knocked his opponent off the stage with a single palm strike, winning miserably. In this half-hour of recuperation, Wu Chen has only bandaged his wound and stopped bleeding. He is still very inconvenient to move around and will almost certainly lose to anyone he encounters. Lin Yi got such a good thing again. Su Shuonian's face was full of indignation. Lin Yi gets a bye in the 5th round. In the 6th round, Meng Yao concedes defeat. In the 7th round, he faces a severely injured Wu Chen. This incredible luck is truly enviable. Sigh, what can you do? He's just incredibly lucky. Why don't I have such luck? I could do that too. The crowd was practically driven mad with envy. The battles only really intensified from the 5th round onwards. However, Lin Yi got a bye in the 5th round, Meng Yao conceded defeat in the 6th round, and then faced a severely injured Wu Chen in the 7th round. He won all of them without even having to fight. Originally, this Immortal Town Grand competition was planned to last 10 days, I don't know what got into them, but they suddenly decided to finish it in 5 days. Now everyone's spiritual energy is severely depleted, their injuries are serious, and they have no time to recuperate. Lin Yi, such a lucky guy, even with his lack of strength, can still keep picking up the scraps. He's not the biggest dark horse, he just hit the jackpot. From beginning to end, he only used one move, a movable fortress, and yet he earned the reputation of a top genius. Su Nuonian, looking at Lin Yi preparing to go on stage, said sourly. On the 7th arena, Lin Yi stood on the stage, waiting for Wu Chen's arrival. To his surprise, Wu Chen didn't even step onto the stage, he directly conceded defeat. Lin Yi is victorious in this battle, the blue-robed judge announced loudly. Lin Yi stood on the arena, listening to the continuous stream of curses from below, his face full of helplessness. His opponent had directly conceded defeat, unwilling to even step onto the stage. Could he be blamed? Was good luck a sin? Chapter 70, the entire audience sighs. Jealousy is truly terrifying. The insults from the audience were incessant and extremely offensive. Even though Lin Yi remained calm, being verbally abused by so many of his peers made him very uncomfortable. He received a bye in the 5th round, Meng Yao voluntarily conceded in the 6th round, and Wu Chen was seriously injured and unable to participate in the 7th round. These were all things beyond his control. This luck wasn't something he obtained through despicable means. Could he be blamed? What mistake had he made? Jealousy is human nature, Lin Yi shook his head and sighed. Of course. Besides jealousy, these peers also looked down on him. They thought he had only used one move, a movable fortress, and that his strength was mediocre, relying entirely on luck to reach the 7th round and rank in the top 30. Next time, I'll give it my all and shut you all up, Lin Yi thought to himself, looking at the indignant crowd of youths. To silence those who questioned him, he needed to show his strength and power. Weakness would only breed resentment. Amidst the jeers and curses, Lin Yi returned to the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. Arriving at the meditation room on the 2nd floor, the insults seemed to still echo in his ears. First, I need to improve my cultivation level. Lin Yi sat cross-legged on the futon, took out the remaining 714-year-old azure spirit fruits, and quickly consumed them for cultivation. Meng Yao had given him a great shock. Meng Yao's cultivation level was at the peak of the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Even with a superior grade 5 elements ring and 3 times the spiritual power of metal, he was only comparable to a cultivator at the early stage of the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Compared to a top genius like Meng Yao, the gap in spiritual power was still enormous. I must at least reach the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Lin Yi's face was full of determination. Immediately, he calmed down and focused on cultivating. He possessed all 5 elemental roots, all of them superior grade, along with a 3rd grade spirit-gathering array, a 3rd grade 5 elements heart method, a small circulation of 28 unobstructed meridians, and a 14-year-old green spirit fruit. With these 5 advantages, Lin Yi's cultivation speed was extremely fast. In the middle of the night, his cultivation level jumped from the late stage of the 8th level of the spirit-gathering realm to the early stage of the 9th level. I've broken through. Lin Yi opened his eyes, his face full of excitement. Now, my metal elemental spiritual power has tripled, almost comparable to a mid-stage cultivator at the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Lin Yi smiled broadly. With the trump card of his immortal abode space, coupled with the simultaneous cultivation of the 5 elements and the conversion of spiritual power by the superior grade 5 elements ring, he would soon be able to catch up with Meng Yao in terms of spiritual power foundation. With the improvement of my cultivation realm, my immortal abode space should also be upgraded. Lin Yi's divine sense stirred, and he quickly entered the immortal abode space to check. Sure enough, the spiritual energy in the immortal abode space had become much denser than before. The quality of the spiritual energy was also more refined. 6 acres of 1st grade superior spiritual fields had become 7 acres of 1st grade superior spiritual fields. The number of spirit fields has increased by another acre. Meaning I can plant a few more of each rare spiritual herb, Lin Yi smiled. Then, he took out 2 sticks of sandalwood and observed the change in the flow of time. The time speed has increased from 11 times to 12 times, Lin Yi smiled. In this way, rare spiritual herbs that take 5 months to mature can be harvested in just 15 days with 12 times the time acceleration. If the time doubles, reaching 20 times, or even 30 times, I won't need to burn my cultivation to accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs anymore, Lin Yi said expectantly. Rare spiritual herbs that take 5 months to mature can be harvested in just 5 days with 30 times the time acceleration. Even a rare spiritual tree like the green spirit fruit only needs about 12 days to increase its age by 1 year and flower and bear fruit once. Just thinking about it makes him feel wonderful. Unfortunately, each time my cultivation advances to a minor realm, the time acceleration only doubles. If my cultivation realm advances from the spirit gathering realm to the mortal transformation realm, a major realm advancement, will the time acceleration also increase significantly? Lin Yi asked curiously. He wanted to find out as soon as possible. That day should come soon, Lin Yi smiled slightly. His current cultivation realm is the early stage of the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm. He will soon be able to cultivate to the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. He is getting closer and closer to the mortal transformation realm. With the remaining time, I can still accelerate the ripening of the azure spirit tree and continue to improve my cultivation realm. Lin Yi was full of fighting spirit. Before burning his cultivation, he activated the 5-element spiritual power in his body and continued to open up his meridians according to the impact secret method recorded in the 3rd grade 5 elements mental cultivation method. This time, he managed to open 2 more meridians with difficulty, achieving a small circulation of 30 unobstructed meridians. I'm getting closer and closer to the middle circulation of 36 unobstructed meridians, Lin Yi smiled, full of anticipation. Achieving such a small circulation would further accelerate his cultivation speed. Even if he burned his cultivation to accelerate the ripening of the azure spirit tree, he would recover quickly. The recovery speed would be even faster than before. Ripe the azure spirit tree, Lin Yi immediately burned his cultivation to continue ripening the azure spirit tree. This time, even though his cultivation had slipped to the peak of the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm, he had already accelerated the ripening of the azure spirit tree once more. This time, the azure spirit tree reached 15 years of age, and 1,715-year-old azure spirit fruits were harvested. At this level, it seems that the consumption of primordial spiritual power is not so much. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. Could it be that the spiritual energy in the immortal abode space is more refined and more concentrated? During the ripening process, his primordial spiritual power only served as a catalyst, and its proportion was reduced? Let's try again. Lin Yi immediately tried to ripen the azure spirit tree again. Sure enough, after this ripening, the azure spirit tree reached 16 years of age, and 1,816-year-old azure spirit fruits were produced. However, his cultivation level only slipped from the peak of the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm to the late stage of the 8th level of the spirit gathering realm. I was right. Lin Yi gazed at the lush, verdant green spirit tree, his face filled with surprise. Having reached this level, the amount of his original spiritual energy consumed in ripening spirit trees and herbs was now only a small percentage. The majority of his energy was consumed from the rich spiritual energy of his immortal abode. His own original spiritual energy merely played a guiding role, like a catalyst. In this way, the original spiritual energy I consume when ripening spirit herbs will be much less, and the decline in my cultivation will be less severe, making it much easier to recover, Lin Yi said with a broad smile. Immediately, he consumed a 16-year-old green spirit fruit. With the support of the 30 unobstructed meridians circulating through the small heavenly circuit, his cultivation speed was significantly faster than before. At dawn, Lin Yi awoke from his meditation, a smile playing on his lips. Mid-stage of the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm, Lin Yi stood up with a broad smile. After consuming 1,016-year-old azure spirit fruits, his cultivation level directly surged to the mid-stage of the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm. Now, my 3 times the spiritual power foundation is roughly equivalent to a late-stage 10th level spirit gathering realm cultivator. Among all my pairs in the entire Immortal Town Grand Competition, my spiritual power foundation should be top tier, at least in the top 5, Lin Yi smiled broadly. Having achieved this, he finally had complete confidence. Today, he would let those who looked down on him, saying he only knew how to pick up scraps and relied on luck, witness his true strength. Facing the rising sun, Lin Yi arrived at the battle arena. The moment they saw him, many of his peers were filled with resentment, and a chorus of curses erupted. The flames of their jealousy hadn't subsided even after a whole night. They even incited other young men and women to make a pact not to buy spiritual herbs from Lin Yi's immortal medicine pavilion. Hearing this, Lin Yi was practically bursting with rage. Looking down on him was one thing, cursing him was another. But to gang up on others and incite them to stop buying spiritual herbs from his immortal medicine pavilion was something he couldn't accept at all. Cutting off someone's livelihood was like killing their parents. This was a deep-seated hatred, completely intolerable. If I don't show my true strength and win these people over, the immortal medicine pavilion's business will be greatly affected. No matter who I encounter next, I will take them down. Lin Yi's fighting spirit surged. Soon, the blue-robed judge on the platform stepped onto the high platform. This 7th round, with 30 people paired up into 15 teams, will be completed quickly, even with 20 arenas. After the 7th round, everyone will have 3 hours to rest. The 8th round will then begin this afternoon, and the top 8 will be selected from the 15 who have advanced, the blue-robed judge announced loudly. Hearing this, the remaining 30 geniuses all smiled. 3 hours of recovery time was quite good. At least, as long as they weren't injured, they had ample time to fully restore their spiritual energy. Minor injuries could be alleviated to the greatest extent possible with the use of elixirs, minimizing their negative impact. Next, let's begin the draw, the blue-robed judge announced. He then called out the names of the young couples. Lin Yi versus Feng Yu, on the 8th arena, the blue-robed judge announced solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi walked directly to the 8th arena. At the same time, Feng Yu, dressed in a cyan robe, also stepped onto the 8th arena. Lin Yi activated his divine sense to examine Feng Yu's cultivation level. His opponent was at the mid-stage of the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm. The difference in their spiritual power was significant. He then glanced at the superior-grade spirit sword in Feng Yu's hand. Its power was slightly inferior to his own golden scale sword. In terms of both spiritual power and spirit sword, Lin Yi clearly held the advantage. He felt increasingly confident about this battle. Take this, Feng Yu called out to Lin Yi, and without further ado, immediately drew his sword and slashed at Lin Han. In an instant, Lin Yi could tell from Feng Yu's swordplay that Feng Yu was using water-based spiritual energy and had learned a 3rd-grade water-based sword technique, achieving a level of mastery. However, the power of Feng Yu's swordplay was significantly weaker than Lin Yi's. This was mainly because Lin Yi's cultivation level was higher, and his spiritual energy was refined through 30 minor cycles, resulting in a more concentrated quality. Furthermore, his flowing gold sword technique was a top-grade 3rd-grade technique, giving him a considerable advantage. All these advantages combined resulted in a significant difference in swordplay power clang. Lin Yi unleashed his impregnable fortress. A golden sword screen directly blocked Feng Yu's blue spiritual sword, forcing Feng Yu to retreat repeatedly. As expected, he only needed to use the impregnable fortress move repeatedly to force Feng Yu off the stage and secure victory. However, if he did this, those who criticized him, those who said he only knew one move, would hurl even harsher insults at him. More importantly, it could potentially jeopardize the immortal medicine pavilion's business. Immediately, Lin Yi wielded the golden scale sword, followed by the remaining sword techniques from the 3rd rank flowing gold sword technique. The 2nd move, golden wind and jade dew. The 3rd move, drunken indulgence. The 4th move, turning stone into gold. The 5th move, golden cicada shedding its shell. The 6th move, piling up gold and jade. The 7th move, scattering gold like dust. This was essentially a display of skill. Feng Yu simply couldn't withstand such an attack. After Lin Yi unleashed his 7th move, golden strike like dust, Feng Yu could no longer withstand the strongest sword technique in the 3rd rank golden sword technique and was forced off the stage. Had he been a fraction of a second later, his arm would have been severed on the spot. This was only because Lin Yi had deliberately withdrawn some of his metal elemental spiritual power, showing mercy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even lasted until the 7th move. Lin Yi wins this match. The blue-robed judge announced loudly. A chorus of praise erupted from below the stage. Lin Yi's strength is truly formidable. He's completely dominating his opponent. Feng Yu has no chance to defend himself. His comprehension is terrifying. Including the days of the Immortal Town Grand Competition, he's only practiced swordsmanship for about 10 days, yet he's mastered all 7 moves of the top-tier 3rd-grade sword technique, the Golden Flowing Sword Technique. This is a true top genius. Others spend years practicing swordsmanship to achieve this, and some can't even do it. It's fortunate that Lin Yi comes from a humble background. If you were born into one of the 4 great immortal cultivation families, everyone else would pale in comparison. The mid-level spiritual plant farmers, large-scale growers, and bigwigs below the stage all praised Lin Yi highly. The boys of the same age who had previously been filled with jealousy towards Lin Yi, saying he only relied on luck and stumbled upon opportunities, all fell silent. Lin Yi's displayed strength far surpassed theirs. This victory secured Lin Yi's place in the top 15. This ranking was entirely well-deserved. Crucially, behind his formidable strength, the potential Lin Yi displayed completely overwhelmed them. They couldn't even compare to Lin Yi now. And in the future, they wouldn't even be able to see his back. Thinking back on the excessive words they had said to Lin Yi, they were filled with shame. Their promise not to buy spiritual herbs from the Immortal Medicine Pavilion seemed so ridiculous and easily broken. Indeed, strength is the best counterattack. Surpassing 1,000 words, Lin Yi looked at the large-scale farmers below the stage praising him and the silent, head-bowed, boys' age, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Lin Yi is so handsome, I want to marry him, I want to have his children. Many brightly dressed young girls looked up at Lin Yi on the platform, their faces full of infatuation and infatuation. This time, the boys around him also obediently shut their mouths and stopped mocking them. At this moment, Lin Yi was completely worthy of the admiration of these infatuated girls. Just like the fairy Mangyao in their hearts. Both were high above. At this moment, Lin Yi stepped down from the stage. He declined all attempts to get close to him, went to a secluded corner, set up a 5-colored spiritual energy shield, and then took out a 16-year-old green spirit fruit to quickly restore his spiritual energy. This restoration of spiritual energy was much faster than increasing his cultivation level. In less than half an hour, Lin Yi had fully restored his spiritual energy, his fatigue completely gone, and he was back to his peak condition. Afterwards, he began to silently summarize his combat experience and gains. He persisted until the 3-hour rest period ended. Only then did Lin Yi dismantle the 5-colored spiritual energy shield and come down from the arena. Next, we'll draw lots to determine the opponents for the 8th round. This time, 15 people will be paired into 7 teams. One person will receive a bye, and that person will advance directly. This round will select the top 8. The 7 who lose will compete for the remaining 2 top 10 spots, the blue-robed judge announced loudly. As his voice fell, the 15 talented youths below the stage were all filled with fighting spirit. Having reached this point, they were only 1 step away from the top 10, and their strengths were roughly equal. Now, it all came down to who was more ruthless and more determined. I must win this battle. Lin Yi's face was resolute. This was the most crucial battle for him. If he won this match, he would smoothly become a top 10. The number of large-scale farmers and bigwigs who signed long-term agreements with him would increase significantly. From this moment on, the Immortal Medicine Pavilion soared to new heights. Chapter 71, Bleeding from the 7 Orifices. On the high platform, the blue-robed judge began drawing lots, calling out the names of pairs of geniuses. Lin Yi vs. G10, the duel will take place on the 5th arena, the blue-robed judge announced loudly. As his voice fell, Lin Yi walked towards the 5th arena. At the same time, a handsome young man in a magnificent purple brocade robe stepped onto the 5th arena and stood opposite Lin Yi. Lin Yi clasped his hands in greeting to G10. G10, the young man in the magnificent purple brocade robe returned the greeting, displaying extraordinary bearing. At this moment, murmurs of discussion arose from below the platform. Lin Yi is finished, his path to the top 10 ends here. G10 comes from the G family, one of the 4 great cultivation families. He's the younger brother of Ji Zinayu, one of the 4 beauties. His strength is expected to challenge for the top 5, and the top 10 is practically a done deal. This time, Lin Yi will undoubtedly lose to G10, the youths below the stage gloated. They still harbored a sliver of resentment towards Lin Yi. The geniuses of the 4 great cultivation families, no matter how powerful they were, could be said to have family advantages, advantages in cultivation resources, advantages in techniques, advantages in perspective. All these advantages combined naturally made them powerful. But Lin Yi's existence was a slap in the face to them. Lin Yi's background and circumstances were inferior to theirs, and he had been burdened by a strange, frail illness. This illness had only disappeared for a little over a month. He had barely recovered when he suddenly soared to great heights. In comparison, they appeared utterly incompetent. They couldn't find any excuses, they were simply no match for him. Especially since Lin Yi, who had previously been far inferior to them, was now far superior. This created a significant sense of disparity within them. Lin Yi was like a thorn in their throats, causing them immense discomfort. Seeing Lin Yi about to be defeated by Ji-Teng, they couldn't help but feel excited. They accepted the fact that Lin Yi was stronger than them, but they didn't want him to become too strong, didn't want him to break into the top 10. If Lin Yi were to stop in this 8th round, he would be just one step away from the top 10, and he would definitely feel immense regret. They, on the other hand, would feel incredibly triumphant. Hate those who have, laugh at those who don't. Lin Yi looked at the excited young people below the stage and sneered. When he was down on his luck, these people mocked him and looked down on him. Now that he's risen to prominence, they are jealous of him. I hope you can give it your all in this battle. No matter who advances to the top 8, I'll be happy. Ji-Teng looked at Lin Yi and greeted him with a smile. What are you happy about if I advance to the top 8? Lin Yi looked at Ji-Teng in surprise. My grandfather was Jiu. He and Grandpa Fu Mankang were old friends. My grandfather instructed us that everyone in the Ji family should treat you with utmost courtesy when we encounter you. Speaking of which, we can be considered family friends. However, Grandpa Fu Mankang was too proud throughout his life. Even in his impoverished state, he never accepted our support or donations, and he absolutely forbade us to help you. Now that he's gone, our meeting on this arena of the Immortal Town Grand Competition is a kind of fate. We will certainly continue to uphold Grandpa Fu Mankang's last wish. We will not deliberately help you or try to curry favor with you, but my grandfather Jiu's instructions made me feel a strange sense of closeness to you. Even if you win this battle, I'll be genuinely happy for you. Your ability to rise against the odds from such a difficult situation shows that Grandpa Fu Mankang's teachings and upbringing were very effective. Ji-Teng, like a chatterbox, looked at Lin Yi and spoke incessantly. Lin Yi listened quietly, his expression constantly changing. Only after Ji-Teng finished speaking did he fully understand. Uncle Fu and your grandfather Jiu are old friends. Lin Yi looked at Ji-Teng, his face full of shock. The last time he encountered Shi Fian was when he rented out the Immortal Medicine Pavilion shop. Even a powerful figure like Shi Fian had her mother saved by Uncle Fu. Now, having met Ji-Teng, who mentioned that his grandfather, Jiu, was an old friend of Uncle Fu, the Ji family is a behemoth in the entire Wangxian town, one of the 4 great cultivation families and the most prestigious in the town. Uncle Fu, on the other hand, is just a down-on-his-luck old man from Yanyu Alley, hunched over and looking frail. It's completely unexpected that Uncle Fu has such a glorious past. Logically speaking, to become friends, one must at least be on the same level, at most one level weaker. If the difference is too great, friendship is impossible. True friendships often involve a degree of compatibility. Wealth, status, position, riches, vision, and understanding, all these aspects must match for someone to become friends. So, Uncle Fu must have been incredibly powerful in his youth, right? At this moment, Lin Yi became even more curious about Uncle Fu. What secrets did this hunched old man, who had raised him, hold? Shi Fian, the Ji family, Jiu, Ji-Teng. 2 of them have already appeared. Will other top figures emerge later, closely connected to Uncle Fu? Lin Yi was both curious and expectant. Not only my grandfather Jiu, but actually my great-grandfather, second great-grandfather, third great-grandfather, all the way up to my 8th great-grandfather, all had a very good relationship with Uncle Fu, Ji-Teng immediately said with a smile. So many grandfathers, may I ask their names? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. Jida, Jier, Ji-Sen, all the way up to my grandfather Jiu, Ji-Teng said seriously. Your family is really interesting, Lin Yi said with a smile. Jida, Jier, Ji-Teng, these names are indeed a bit easy to misunderstand. Especially Ji-Teng's 8th grandfather, which is even more difficult to talk about. Our family is very interesting, you will understand this more as you get to know us better. No matter who wins or loses today's battle, we will be friends from now on. Come on, let me see your true strength, Ji-Teng said with a smile. warm and friendly. His face was handsome, and his smile was gentle, making people feel like they were bathed in a spring breeze. As expected of a direct descendant of one of the four great cultivation families, his demeanor, cultivation, speech, and state of mind were all admirable. This was a stark contrast to the youths below the stage, who were filled with jealousy and resentment towards him. People are truly different. Excellent people are excellent in every aspect. Inferior people are inferior in many ways, especially in terms of character. Good, you also need to show me your full strength and let me see the true power of a top genius of your age, Lin Yi said with high spirits. Last time he met Meng Yao directly admitted defeat. This time, he met Ji Teng, who was also a top genius among his peers. He wanted to see how much of a gap there was between himself and these top geniuses at this moment. Take this. Without a word, Ji Teng immediately summoned his superior grade spirit sword, the golden scale sword, channeling his metal elemental spiritual power into it and unleashing a move called Golden Wind and Jade, slashing at Lin Yi. Clang. Lin Yi also unleashed the second move of his third grade flowing golden sword technique, Golden Wind and Jade. The two spirit swords clashed. Both Lin Yi and Ji Teng took a step back. You also cultivate metal elemental spiritual power, bought the golden scale sword, and practiced the third grade flowing golden sword technique, and you've even mastered all the sword techniques. Lin Yi stared at Ji Teng, his face full of surprise. He seemed to see another version of himself. That's right, Ji Teng said with a smile. I used to practice a second grade metal element sword technique, but a month ago I switched to a third grade top level sword technique, the flowing gold sword technique. I worked hard for a month to master these 7 sword moves. That's amazing, Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He achieved this in just 1 month. As for him, with the 11 full-time acceleration in the immortal mansion space, 5 days had passed outside, but he had actually spent 55 days comprehending, nearly 2 months. At the same time, he also consumed a large amount of heavenly intelligence fruit to temporarily boost his comprehension, which was why he achieved this. Ji Teng, without consuming heavenly intelligence fruit, achieved the same thing in just 1 month. You're a true genius, Lin Yi gave a thumbs up, praising him highly. Don't flatter me, I've heard all about your achievements. You've reached the same level as me in less than 10 days of sword practice. You're a novice swordsman. As for me, I have several years of sword practice experience. I've even mastered the second grade sword technique to the truth realm. I then switched to the third grade flowing gold sword technique, so I had a very good foundation. Even so, it still took me a month. If I started from scratch and directly learned the third grade flowing gold sword technique, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to get started. Even if I could barely get started, it would probably take me about half a year to reach this level, but you started from scratch and only took 10 days. How can I compare to you? Ji Teng looked at Lin Yi and praised him effusively. Hearing this, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his comprehension was not much different from Ji Teng's. It was only because Ji Teng had several years of sword cultivation experience and a foundation in the true essence of second-rank sword techniques that he was able to master the 7 moves of the third-rank flowing gold sword technique within a month. Therefore, it seemed his and Ji Teng's comprehension were roughly equal. It was even possible that his comprehension was slightly better than Ji Teng's. This reassured him considerably. Compared to the top geniuses of his age, his comprehension was not inferior. Furthermore, he possessed the time acceleration feature of his immortal abode space, currently allowing him to accelerate time 12-fold. Simultaneously, he could also accelerate the ripening of the heavenly intelligence fruit, temporarily boosting his comprehension. In the future, if the heavenly intelligence fruit tree reaches 300 years of age, it will permanently enhance comprehension. With a doubled time in the immortal abode space and the heavenly intelligence fruit, he can indeed be said to crush all geniuses of his age in terms of comprehension. The talent and comprehension he displayed were achieved in less than 10 days of sword cultivation. Perhaps it's because I have a special affinity with the third-rank flowing gold sword technique, or perhaps my talent for sword cultivation is truly exceptional. In addition, I have years of experience in cultivating planting techniques, and there are some commonalities between comprehending techniques and swordsmanship, which can be mutually learned and verified, Lin Yi said humbly with a smile. In the eyes of others, he achieved this in just 10 days. He is the true top genius. Everyone else should feel inferior in front of him. Of course. With the immortal abode space available, As his cultivation level advances, the time within the immortal abode space doubles and will become increasingly faster. He can maintain his status as a top genius and prevent that image from collapsing. Maintaining this status for a long time essentially means he truly is a top genius. This genius status will save him a lot of unnecessary trouble. No matter how fast he rises in the future, or how astonishing his achievements, it can all ultimately be attributed to his genius. This excuse is simply too good. However, your cultivation level is only at the mid-stage of the 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm, while my cultivation level is at the mid-stage of the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm. Your spiritual energy foundation is ultimately inferior to mine, even though you are exactly the same as me in every other aspect. If you fight me to a stalemate, you will definitely be the one who runs out of spiritual energy first and loses, G10 said confidently. Is that so? Then let's have a contest, Lin Yi said with a smile. He didn't tell G10 that he had the trump card of the superior grade 5 elements ring. With a superior grade 5 elements ring converting the 5 elements of spiritual energy, his metal element spiritual energy foundation could become 3 times that of before. In this way, his metal element spiritual energy foundation was comparable to cultivator at the late stage of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. And G10's cultivation level was only at the mid-stage of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm. In terms of spiritual energy reserves, he was the true winner. He was destined to emerge victorious in this stalemate. Immediately, Lin Yi and G10 exchanged blows. Their strengths were roughly equal. With Lin Yi deliberately suppressing his advantage in spiritual energy reserves, his attack power remained at a similar level to G10's. If you were to attack at full power, his attack power could slightly surpass G10's. But even this slight advantage wasn't enough for him to win. In the end, it would still be a stalemate. Since that was the case, he might as well conserve some spiritual energy and continue the stalemate. Once he exhausted G10's spiritual energy, he would win. Sure enough, everything unfolded as he predicted. Their battle was intense, with the golden light flashing in the air. In reality, neither of them could gain the upper hand. They remained locked in a stalemate, exhausting each other's strength. After a long while, both their spiritual energy reserves were severely depleted, and their offensive power began to decline. A few moments later, G10's spiritual energy reserves were completely exhausted, while Lin Yi still had some left. How come your spiritual energy reserves are more enduring than mine? G10 stared at Lin Yi, his face full of surprise. Then, he thought of a possibility. Have you cultivated some kind of secret technique to conceal your cultivation level? Have you actually reached the late stage of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm? G10 quickly asked. No, my cultivation level is indeed only at the mid-stage of the 9th level of the spirit gathering realm, but I cultivate all 5 elements simultaneously. And I've also refined a high-grade spiritual artifact level 5 elements ring. All my 5 elemental spiritual power can be converted into metal-type spiritual power, making my metal-type spiritual power foundation 3 times stronger than before, comparable to a late-stage 10th level spirit gathering realm cultivator. In terms of spiritual power foundation, I'm slightly superior to you, Lin Yi said with a smile. I see. Cultivating all 5 elements simultaneously truly has advantages. Invincible within the same realm, and even in battles across minor realms, there's a chance of victory. My loss this time was not unjust, G10 suddenly realized. Immediately, he openly and honestly signaled to the blue-robed judge, voluntarily conceding defeat. Lin Yi wins this battle, the blue-robed judge announced loudly. As soon as the words fell, the large-scale farmers and influential figures in the audience, including the elders of the 4 major families watching the match, were all full of praise. They were extremely satisfied with Lin Yi's strength and potential. Those youths who were filled with jealousy and resentment towards Lin Yi were completely silenced. Even G10 was no match for Lin Yi. They weren't even worthy of carrying Lin Yi's shoes. But at the same time, amidst this huge blow, they also found great comfort. Even G10 was no match for Lin Yi, so what was there to be sad about? Being inferior to Lin Yi was perfectly normal. They should accept their fate and embrace reality. If you win the 9th round, you'll be in the top 4, then you'll get a spot as an outer disciple, a reward from one of the 4 major families. As a friend, I hope you'll choose the outer disciple spot offered by our G family. G10 looked at Lin Yi with a sincere expression. I'll seriously consider it, Lin Yi smiled tactfully. He neither directly refused nor directly agreed, leaving room for maneuver. At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly felt a sweet taste in his throat. Immediately afterward, it seemed as if hot blood was flowing from all 7 orifices. Lin Yi, why are you bleeding from your 7 orifices? Ji-Teng looked at Lin Yi, his face filled with shock. Bright red blood was flowing from Lin Yi's ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. Chapter 72, The Elixir is Poisonous. Lin Yi opened his mouth, only to find he couldn't speak. His body was limp and weak, and his head spun. This was completely different from when the immortal mansion absorbed him, leaving him weak. You've been poisoned. Ji-Teng stared at Lin Yi, his face full of surprise. Why was Lin Yi suddenly poisoned? There were only 2 of them on the arena, people would definitely suspect him. And indeed, they were. Faced with this sudden situation, the blue-robed judge, many of the peers below, numerous large-scale farmers, and many powerful figures were all visibly surprised. Ji-Teng must be unwilling to lose to Lin Yi, so he directly poisoned Lin Yi. We all found it hard to accept Lin Yi's rapid rise. Ji-Teng is a genius himself, so he must be even more jealous of Lin Yi and even more unable to accept it, so he directly poisoned him. Many teenagers of the same age made the same guess. Ji-Teng on the stage was speechless. He was innocent. Quickly, get the healer here, Ji-Teng shouted, supporting Lin Yi who was about to collapse. Immediately, a blue-robed healer from the Ji family quickly went up to the stage to examine Lin Yi's condition. He's been poisoned. The blue-robed healer examined the blackish blood flowing from Lin Yi's 7 orifices, and then looked at Lin Yi's breath and symptoms, and immediately made a diagnosis. What kind of poison? Ji-Teng asked loudly. This is the poison of spiritual herbs, similar to pill poison. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Yi must have consumed a large amount of spiritual herbs in a very short time. The poison from the herbs accumulated in his body and couldn't be expelled in time. During his battle with you, he used his spiritual power violently, and the accumulated poison from the spiritual herbs in his body erupted, the blue-robed physician said with a solemn expression. Hearing this, Ji-Teng breathed a sigh of relief. The crowd below the stage also suddenly understood. Lin Yi, feeling weak all over, also understood. Every medicine has some degree of toxicity. Spiritual pills have pill poison. Spiritual herbs have medicinal poison. Although the toxicity wasn't strong and the amount wasn't large, consuming too much in a short period of time made it difficult to expel the poison in time, causing it to accumulate in the body. When he violently used his spiritual power, the poison from these spiritual herbs erupted directly. During this period, he had indeed consumed a large amount of heavenly intelligence fruit and a large amount of azure spirit fruit. His cultivation level had advanced rapidly. He had repeatedly burned his cultivation, consuming azure spirit fruit to quickly recover. This back and forth, over and over again, had resulted in an excessive amount of poison from the spiritual herbs accumulating in his body. This time, it suddenly erupted. Quickly give him an antidote pill to clear the poison, Ji-Teng immediately ordered the blue-robed physician. Yes, the blue-robed physician immediately took out a dark green spiritual pill and fed it to Lin Yi. The pill melted instantly in his mouth. After swallowing the pill, Lin Yi quickly felt a cooling sensation in his stomach. Then, this cooling sensation spread throughout his entire body. The bleeding from his 7 orifices stopped. His symptoms of weakness and exhaustion were greatly relieved, and he gradually regained some strength, able to speak. At this moment, he saw Mo Xiaodang and Mei Ziyu rushing onto the stage. Meng Yao was also standing to the side. Ji-Teng was supporting him and holding him in his arms. Lin Yi, how much spiritual medicine did you take? Ji-Teng asked hurriedly when he saw that Lin Yi's eyes had regained their clarity. Everyone looked at Lin Yi, puzzled. My cultivation level was at a great disadvantage. Fortunately, my immortal medicine pavilion had acquired a lot of spiritual medicines infused with kindling fruit and the like, which can quickly improve cultivation. I took a lot of them and raised my cultivation level all the way to the mid-stage of the 9th level of the gathering spirit realm. I never thought about pill poisoning or drug poisoning, Lin Yi said weakly. No wonder, unless one ingests a large amount of spiritual medicine in a short period, it's impossible to accumulate so much poison. Ordinary people wouldn't have that opportunity. You've just risen to prominence. It's perfectly normal that you don't know about this, the blue-robed physician said solemnly. Can my condition be resolved? Lin Yi asked with concern. You need to take a grade 1 detoxification pill for a period of time. Only after you have completely cleared the poison from your body can you take spiritual pills and herbs for cultivation. Until then, You must not take any more spiritual pills or herbs, otherwise, it will easily leave hidden dangers that will be difficult to cure later, the blue-robed physician solemnly instructed. Thank you, Lin Yi said gratefully. This time, fortunately, it was on this arena, in front of everyone, that this problem was discovered and treated in time. If this had happened to him alone in his meditation room, he might have died before he could even receive medical treatment. Lin Yi, you should be more careful in the future, Meng Yao said with concern. I didn't take this risk to catch up with you, Lin Yi said with a wry smile. He didn't know about this before. He thought that with the immortal abode space, he could accelerate the growth of the green spirit tree and quickly improve his cultivation level. He didn't consider the consequences of the poison from the spiritual herbs. This is the difference determined by one's background. Their vision and understanding are inferior to those from large families. In fact, he had doubts before. These peers from privileged backgrounds had ample resources for cultivation. In theory, they could all cultivate to the peak of the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm, or even further, advance to the transcendent realm. Why are there only about 10 people who have truly reached the 10th level of the spirit-gathering realm? And those who have reached the peak of the 10th level are even fewer. It turns out that these people only use elixirs as an aid in their cultivation, relying mainly on their own hard work. They are wary of elixir poisons and medicinal poisons, and will not take large amounts of elixirs or medicinal herbs for fear of leaving lasting consequences. Actually, the medicinal poison isn't that potent. This time, it was because you had too much medicinal poison accumulated in your body, coupled with intense fighting and vigorous use of spiritual power, that the medicinal poison flared up so violently. After you go back, as long as you rest peacefully and avoid vigorous use of spiritual power for a period of time, and use a first-grade antidote pill to clear the medicinal poison, you will recover quickly, the blue-robed physician instructed. Take this bottle of grade 1 antidote pills. If it's not enough, I'll bring you 2 more later. Ji Tang grabbed the entire bottle of grade 1 antidote pills from the blue-robed physician's hand and handed it to Lin Yi without a word. His hospitality was too much to refuse. Thank you. Lin Yi took the small white bottle containing the grade 1 antidote pills and quickly thanked him. Aunt Mei, Xiao Tang, help me back, don't affect their later matches. Lin Yi looked at Mei Ziyu and Mo Xiaodang, forcing a smile. Then, with Mei Ziyu and Mo Xiaodang's help, they helped Lin Yi down from the arena. He was already panting heavily as soon as he reached the bottom of the stage. He was weak, and walking was too much of a burden for him. I'll carry you. Mei Ziyu carried Lin Yi on her back and headed towards the immortal medicine pavilion. Mo Xiaodang pulled Lin Yi from behind. The mother and daughter worked together, and in no time, they carried Lin Yi to the immortal medicine pavilion and took him to the meditation room on the 2nd floor. Both of them were drenched in sweat. Aunt Mei, Xiaodang, you've worked so hard, Lin Yi said apologetically with a smile. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. You scared us to death. What would we mother and daughter do if anything happened to you? Xiaodang is not even 15 years old yet. Do you want her to live like a widow like me? Mei Ziyu looked at Lin Yi and scolded him. Aunt Mei, this time it was my fault. I was too greedy and reckless, consuming too many spiritual herbs at once, which led to this consequence. Fortunately, it was discovered and resolved in time. I promise I won't do it again, Lin Yi said earnestly, making a solemn promise. That's more like it. Mei Ziyu's expression softened. Lin Yi had truly made her proud this time, directly reaching the top 8 in the Immortal Town competition. If the poison from the spiritual herbs hadn't suddenly taken effect, he might have even had a chance to challenge for the top 4. This was enough to prove her foresight and her previous wise decision. Now, many large-scale plantation owners wanted to win over Lin Yi. Unfortunately, they were all a step too late. Their current efforts to win him over were merely icing on the cake, dispensable. This was nothing compared to the help she had given him in his time of need. Brother Lin Yi, you can't participate in the upcoming competition. My mother also needs to take care of the tailor shop. I'll take care of you for the next few days, Mo Xiaodang volunteered. Xiaodang, Aunt Mei, thank you so much. Lin Yi looked at Mei Ziyu and Mo Xiaodang, his heart warming. This was why he was willing to get engaged. When he was sick, weak, or injured, there would be someone to take care of him. It was much better than being alone, lonely, and ignored. Moreover, Mo Xiaodang was so well-behaved and sensible, and Aunt Mei was so gentle and considerate. However, the poison in my body was only quite intense when it erupted. After taking the first-grade antidote pill, it has subsided now. I will take another first-grade antidote pill to continue clearing the poison, and it shouldn't be a problem. At least I can take care of myself. You should go back quickly. With you here, I can't concentrate on clearing the poison, Lin Yi said with a smile. Seeing his insistence, and considering that his complexion looked rosier than it had on stage, Mei Ziyu and Mo Xiaodong had no choice but to nod. They then took their leave, closing the door to the meditation room behind them. Phew, Lin Yi took a deep breath. Immediately, he took a grade 1 detoxification pill, then activated a grade 3 5 elements heart technique to absorb and refine its effects, clearing the toxins from his body. From evening to late at night. From late at night to dawn. At daybreak, Lin Yi opened his eyes. He had finished the entire bottle of grade 1 detoxification pills, clearing about 60% of the toxins from his body. About 40% remained, accumulating within him, and were no longer so easy to clear. It would probably take another 10 days or so to completely cleanse him. Of course, after clearing 60% of the toxins, he was now able to move around without much difficulty. He just couldn't use his spiritual power intensely. What a pity, I was already in the top 8, one more win and I'd be in the top 4, and it all ended like this. Lin Yi's face was full of regret. Fortunately, in this Immortal Town Grand Competition, he obtained everything he desired. He demonstrated sufficient strength and potential, gaining the favor of many large-scale planting households. He also fought against top geniuses of his age like Ji Teng, gaining invaluable experience. He clearly understood his shortcomings and deficiencies. Before the Piao Sect's entrance examination, he had the opportunity to make up for all these shortcomings and deficiencies. Knock. Knock. A knock came from outside the meditation room. Brother Lin Yi, Miss Meng Yao requests an audience. Qiu Jin's voice came from outside. Please come in quickly, Lin Yi greeted. Immediately, he got up and opened the door to the meditation room. Meng Yao, dressed in white, looked like a fairy, standing outside the door. I'll go check on the shop, Qiu Jin called out and went downstairs. Lin Yi, I came to the market to buy some elixirs, and I also bought 2 bottles of first-grade antidote pills for you. I came to see you. Meng Yao smiled and handed Lin Yi 2 small white bottles as she spoke. Thank you, Lin Yi thanked her with a smile. He hadn't expected Meng Yao to come specifically to visit him. How are you? Meng Yao asked with concern. 60% of the poison in my body has been cleared, and there's still 40% left. It should be completely cleared soon. I'm basically fine now, and I can move around freely, Lin Yi said with a smile as he walked around. It's good that you're alright. You can't be so impatient in the future. Cultivation realm is the easiest thing to improve. As long as you're willing to spend money and time, it's easy to improve. Your spiritual root talent is excellent. As long as you put more effort and money into the spirit gathering array, mental cultivation method, and the circulation of qi, and use elixirs to help, your cultivation realm will improve very well, Meng Yao said with a smile. Don't you usually rely on elixirs to improve your cultivation? Lin Yi asked in surprise. They were both 15 years old. Meng Yao had actually raised her cultivation to the peak of the 10th level of the spirit gathering realm so quickly. Of course I also take grade 1 spirit nourishing pills to improve my cultivation level, but I don't take many. In addition, the grade 1 spirit nourishing pills I take are all of excellent quality, with less pill poison. I've also cultivated a technique to eliminate pill poison, so I've basically never had any problems, Meng Yao said truthfully. I see. Lin Yi suddenly understood. There were indeed many tricks to this. Taking high-quality grade 1 spirit-nourishing pills resulted in very little pill poison. Unrefined spiritual herbs still contained more medicinal poison. No wonder alchemists had such a prestigious status and earned so much money. The quality of elixirs is divided into 4 levels: ordinary, excellent, superb, and top tier. It is said that top-tier elixirs have very little toxins, so you can take them without restraint in large quantities, Meng Yao said with a smile. Even if the toxins are few, if you take enough, they will accumulate and cause harm, right? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. That won't happen. Actually, every time your cultivation level increases by a small realm, the quality of your spiritual energy becomes more refined, and your spiritual energy foundation becomes deeper. You can use spiritual energy to temper your body, cleanse your meridians and marrow, and clear away the toxins. Even if you accumulate some toxins after taking a top-tier elixir, By the time your cultivation level increases, the meridian cleansing and marrow purification will have eliminated them all, Meng Yao explained with a smile. So that's how it is, Lin Yi suddenly understood. It seems that as long as you have money, you can buy top-quality elixirs and consume them in large quantities to rapidly improve your cultivation level. Of course, top-quality elixirs are extremely rare, and the price is incredibly high. If you're not very rich, this path is impossible. In our small town, there aren't any alchemists of this level, so even if you have money, you can't buy top-quality elixirs. Only the Misty Sect has such top-level alchemists, Meng Yao said with a smile. In that case, joining the Misty Sect, becoming an alchemist, and refining top-quality elixirs myself is the best way out, Lin Yi said earnestly. Cultivating by consuming the azure spirit fruit is ultimately too primitive and too rudimentary. It's not a sustainable path. In the long run, joining the Misty Sect and becoming a powerful alchemist is far more advantageous for him. Knock. Knock. While the two were talking, someone knocked again on the door outside the quiet room. Who is it? Lin Yi asked. Chapter 73, Meng Yao's Request. Brother Lin Yi, many large-scale growers are coming to sell rare spiritual herbs. Would you like to meet them? Qiu Jin asked softly outside the quiet room. Just tell them I haven't fully recovered and am unable to entertain them yet. Ask them to come back tomorrow, Lin Yi instructed. Yes, Qiu Jin replied softly and then withdrew. It seems you've won over many people this time at the Immortal Town competition. Many large-scale growers want to actively court you and befriend you. Your immortal herb pavilion will soon be booming, Meng Yao smiled sweetly. They think so highly of me, but I'm actually a little unsure. Can I really bring them great profits in the future? Lin Yi asked uncertainly. Even he himself couldn't give a definite answer. First, their efforts to befriend you aren't actually about gaining any tangible benefit from you. They make money selling you rare medicinal herbs, and you haven't shortchanged them. In fact, you've paid them more than other herb shops, making them even more profitable. Second, given your current talent and potential, you're very likely to become a top-tier expert in the future. Their acquaintance and connection with you are enough. This connection and network is sufficient to ensure that no one in Wangxian Town dares to provoke them, and if they do encounter them, they can pay a high price to ask you for help. As for the other top experts, if you don't know them, you have absolutely no connection with them. You can't hire them even if you spend money. Now you understand, right? Meng Yao smiled brightly. Her words were extremely clear and organized, completely resolving Lin Yi's confusion. I understand. In other words, I don't need to have any psychological burden at all, and I don't need to actually give anything later. Even if they need my help in the future, they will give me a very high reward, Lin Yi said with a smile. Now, a burden on his heart was finally lifted. Before, he couldn't figure out what these people's intentions were in befriending him. Now, after understanding their intentions, his heart was at peace. People's fear and unease come from the unknown. Once the underlying essence is understood, the fear disappears. This is the benefit of broadened perspective and understanding. Conversing with Meng Yao always gives Lin Yi a sense of clarity and enlightenment. Miss Meng, if I want to enter the Misty Sect and become an alchemist, what preparations do I need to make beforehand? Lin Yi asked Meng Yao earnestly. He knew nothing about it. He wanted to take this opportunity to gain some experience from Meng Yao. He expected that Meng Yao could satisfy his needs. The Misty Sect is a very large sect, with various departments: sword cultivators, weapon cultivators, alchemists, talisman cultivators, body cultivators, you name it. Most people who enter the Misty Sect first become outer disciples, serving the sect by performing mundane tasks, accumulating sect contribution points, and familiarizing themselves with the sect to find their future path. During the inner disciple assessment, they participate in the selection process by various elders according to their chosen direction. Once selected, they become inner disciples, becoming the personal disciples of these elders, truly embarking on the path to immortality. Some elders are skilled in weapon crafting, so you can become a weapon crafter. Some elders are skilled in alchemy, so you can become an alchemist, Meng Yao explained in detail, smiling. So that's how it is, Lin Yi suddenly understood. From Meng Yao's introduction, he also sensed the immense prestige and strict rules of the Misty Sect. Outer disciples had virtually no status. Only by becoming an inner disciple could one have their own pursuits and a true master. Of course, these are the slowest methods. There are also quick methods. During the Misty Sect's entrance examination, you should strive to become an inner disciple and directly become a disciple of an alchemy elder. thus becoming an alchemist, Meng Yao said with a sweet laugh. Does this quick method require me to be among the top few during the Misty Sect's entrance examination? Lin Yi quickly asked. That's right, the entrance exam for the Piaomio sect involves all the young people of the same age from the 8 immortal towns and 3 immortal cities. That adds up to about 80,000 young people of the same age. If you can rank in the top 2,000, you can become an outer disciple. If you can rank in the top 100, you can be directly promoted to an inner disciple, Meng Yao whispered. 80,000 people, and only 2,000 were selected as outer disciples. Lin Yi was full of surprise. The remaining 78,000 people are destined to have no chance of joining the Piaomio sect. They can only be low-level spirit plant growers in their respective small towns, living a mediocre life. That's how the path to immortality is. Most people are just piles of bones. Only a very small number of people can actually ascend the path to immortality. Meng Yao nodded solemnly. Don't think that becoming an outer disciple means you've turned your life around. Most outer disciples, if they don't have enough contribution points after 3 years, will be sent back and expelled from the sect to make way for younger people. If they have enough contribution points and can stay, they can only stay for another 3 years. If they haven't become an inner disciple after 6 years, they will be completely expelled from the sect. Out of these 2,000 people, less than 300 will actually be promoted to inner disciples. Most people just enter the Misty Sect for 6 years to gain experience and learn a skill, and then they still have to return to their own immortal town, Meng Yao said seriously. So cruel. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Of the 2,000 outer disciples, only fewer than 300 would become inner disciples after 6 years. The fate of most was to return to their own immortal towns and spend their lives as low-level spirit plant growers. Of course, all this cruelty has nothing to do with you. You're a top genius. You have a chance to be among the top 100 in the sect entrance exam and directly become an inner disciple. Meng Yao looked at Lin Yi and smiled sweetly. In our forgotten immortal town, there are thousands of people, and I've only just made it into the top 10, ranking in the top 100 out of 80,000 people. That's incredibly difficult, isn't it? Lin Yi asked seriously. He didn't want to be an outer disciple for 6 years before advancing to an inner disciple. He wanted to become an inner disciple directly. Entering the Misty Sect would allow him to learn alchemy from the alchemy elders. With your current strength, there's definitely still a considerable gap. You're currently ranked in the top 300 out of 80,000 people. With good luck, you might reach around the top 200, but the gap to the top 100 is still very obvious, Meng Yao said truthfully. In the next 20 days or so, I will continue to work hard to improve my strength. I will strive to enter the top 100 during the Piaomio sect's entrance examination, Lin Yi said with high spirits. He wasn't that far from the top 100. With the Immortal Mansion space as his trump card, he still had a great chance to turn things around in nearly a month. Let's work hard together. Let's strive to both become top 100 and study under the same master, so we can support each other, Meng Yao chuckled. You'll definitely be in the top 100 and become an inner disciple. As for me, I'm still quite far behind. I need to work hard, Lin Yi said earnestly. Meng Yao's presence spurred him on. Originally, his initial goal was simply to become an outer disciple of the Piaomio sect, but after meeting Meng Yao, he changed his goal and wanted to become an inner disciple of the Piaomio sect in one fell swoop. Before, he wouldn't have dared to even think about it. But with Meng Yao's encouragement and guidance, he felt he had a chance. At this moment, Lin Yi looked at Meng Yao, full of enthusiasm. You're very close too, I believe in you. Meng Yao looked at Lin Yi, her gaze tender and gentle. Their eyes met, both of them a little shy. I should go, Meng Yao instructed Lin Yi. Take good care of your injuries. Don't be greedy for quick results. Take plenty of elixirs and medicines to rapidly improve your cultivation level. She then rose to take her leave. Just as she reached the door of the meditation room and was about to open it, she suddenly turned back. Lin Yi, I have a favor to ask. Can you grant it? Meng Yao looked at Lin Yi expectantly. What is it? Just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree, Lin Yi said decisively. To be honest, I have a great aunt who is an old friend of Uncle Fu. She heard about your deeds and really wants to see you. Meng Yao looked at Lin Yi earnestly. That's all. Lin Yi was surprised. He had thought it was something much more complicated. It's such a small matter, Lin Yi agreed immediately. I can go with you right now, no need. My great aunt has a strange temper. She might do something shocking if she sees you. I'll use a recording stone to record an image of you and take it back to show her, just to avoid any accidents, Meng Yao said cautiously. What's wrong with your great-aunt? Lin Yi asked curiously. It seems she suffered a heartbreak in her youth and never married. She usually stays at home, and few things can move her. This time, for some reason, she heard about your deeds and wants to meet you. My father was alarmed and instructed me to use a recording stone to record your image. If my great-aunt is in a good mood after seeing your image, then you can go see her. If she loses control and goes mad, then you won't be allowed to go, lest you be hurt, Meng Yao explained in detail. Okay, I'll listen to you, Lin Yi nodded readily. Thank you, Meng Yao smiled happily and quickly took out a recording stone to record an image of Lin Yi. Then, satisfied, she took her leave. Watching Meng Yao's departing figure, Lin Yi was lost in thought. What did Meng Yao's great-aunt's minor injury have to do with him? Why was this great-aunt looking at him, so curious about him? Could it be related to Uncle Fu? Was Uncle Fu the cause of this great-aunt's emotional trauma? Just how many things has Uncle Fu done behind my back? Lin Yi asked, his face full of curiosity. He had saved Shi Fian's mother. He was an old friend of Ji Teng's 9 grandfathers from the Ji family. He was an old acquaintance of Meng Yao's great-aunt. All of these were prestigious families. Is Uncle Fu really that powerful? Lin Yi still found it hard to believe and couldn't help but doubt. He even had some doubts. Was this something Meng Yao, Ji Teng, and Shi Fian fabricated to win him over and befriend him? After all, Uncle Fu had never mentioned any of this before he left. He had never taught him any foresight or insight. Uncle Fu had never mentioned the experiences Meng Yao shared with him. In his memory, Uncle Fu was just an ordinary old man, very kind-hearted, and somewhat taciturn. He never imagined that Uncle Fu would be a top-tier expert who knew so many powerful figures. Truly unfathomable. However, the truth will out. Time will tell. I'll figure it all out sooner or later, Lin Yi said earnestly. Right now, the most urgent task was to cleanse his body of the poison and strive to improve his cultivation level and combat power. Aiming for the top 100 in the Misty Sect's entrance exam. Making it into the top 100 out of 80,000 people's no easy feat. Immediately, Lin Yi took the 2 bottles of grade 1 detoxification pills given to him by Meng Yao and began cleansing his body of the medicinal toxins. To his surprise, the grade 1 detoxification pills Meng Yao gave him were of excellent quality. The quality of elixirs is divided into 4 levels: ordinary, excellent, superior, and top tier. Each level has completely different effects. These excellent quality elixirs are far more potent than ordinary ones. This is almost the best quality elixir one can buy in Wangxian town. It seems Meng Yao is truly good to him. Another 20% of the drug poison has been cleared. As evening approached, Lin Yi consumed and refined a bottle of top-quality grade 1 detoxification pills. 80% of the drug poison in his body had been cleared, leaving only the final 20%. Consuming and refining the remaining bottle of top-quality grade 1 detoxification pills would almost completely eliminate the remaining poison. Even if some remained, it wouldn't be much knock. Knock. At that moment, a knock came from outside the quiet room. Who is it? Lin Yi asked. It's me, Ji Teng. Ji Teng's voice was filled with excitement. Please come in quickly. Lin Yi hurriedly opened the door to the quiet room and invited Ji Teng in. Qiu Jin, you can go ahead and get busy, Lin Yi called out, and Qiu Jin, who was following behind Ji Teng, waved with a smile. Yes, Qiu Jin turned and left. Lin Yi, the Immortal Town competition is over. The top 10 prizes have all been awarded. I brought your prize back for you. Ji Teng sat down at the rosewood table, excitedly saying. I only made it into the top 8, not even making it into the top 5. The best prizes are definitely in the hands of the top 5. My prize isn't very good, is it? Lin Yi asked with a smile. He didn't have high expectations for the Immortal Town competition prizes. He had already gained enough from participating in the Immortal Town competition and was quite satisfied. He met Meng Yao and Ji Teng. He also gained the favor of many large-scale farmers and bigwigs. At the same time, he learned about his own strength level, the gap between himself and top geniuses, and how to make up for these shortcomings. He was already very satisfied with these gains. You're wrong. Your reward this time is extremely generous. Don't even mention the top 5. Even the reward for first place isn't as generous as yours. Ji Teng looked at Lin Yi, his face full of excitement. In this Immortal Town competition, The biggest winner was none other than Lin Yi. The reward for first place isn't even as good as mine. How is that possible? Lin Yi was full of surprise. He hadn't expected this outcome at all, and couldn't understand it. Tell me quickly, what exactly happened? Lin Yi grabbed Ji Teng and asked hurriedly. Chapter 74, Grand Competition Rewards. The winner of this immortal town competition is Wangxian City, the daughter of the Wang family. The inner disciple spot she received was paid for by the Wang family themselves. The Wang family's inner disciple spot originally belonged to her. She essentially gained nothing. Ji Teng's handsome face revealed a mocking smile, seemingly gloating. The so-called first place in the immortal town competition, if won by someone from one of the 4 major cultivation families, meant that each family had to pay for its own inner disciple spot. For them, the immortal town competition was just a game. The true purpose of the 4 major cultivation families was to use the immortal town competition to select young people from the ordinary classes who possess top-tier talent and potential, then recruit and befriend them, incorporating them into their families through marriage and using them for their own purposes. In this immortal town competition, Lin Yi was undoubtedly the biggest dark horse. Lin Yi possessed all 5 elemental roots, all of them top grade, making his spiritual root talent 1 in 10,000. In terms of comprehension, Lin Yi far surpassed his peers, leading by a wide margin. After only 10 days of sword cultivation, he had achieved a high level of skill. Furthermore, Lin Yi's humble origins, being an orphan, made him the easiest to recruit. Other young people who showed promise, in terms of talent and potential, could not compare to Lin Yi. These people generally come from large-scale farming families and have considerable connections and resources in Wangxian town. They are usually unwilling to become sons-in-law. Even if they do, they worry that these families might have ulterior motives, exploiting the 4 major cultivation families to support their own. In comparison, Lin Yi is undoubtedly the best candidate to befriend. No one can compare to Lin Yi. But unfortunately, after his battle with him, Lin Yi, having just advanced to the top 8, was unable to participate in the subsequent competitions due to the effects of the poison. The geniuses and beauties of the Wang and He families, the 4 major cultivation families, didn't have a chance to fight Lin Yi. They didn't have the opportunity to get to know him, let alone befriend him. Even though Wangxian City won first place, the Wang family felt quite dejected. And he, although he barely made it into the top 10, successfully befriended Lin Yi, making him the biggest beneficiary. Of course, Meng Yao also benefited greatly. The biggest winners of this immortal town competition were undoubtedly the Meng family, to which Meng Yao belonged, and the Ji family, to which he belonged. He was delighted just thinking about it. My gains are even better than Wangxian City's, Lin Yi asked in surprise. Of course, the rewards for this immortal town grand competition are a joint effort of the 4 major cultivation families. The top 10, in addition to the agreed upon reward amounts, will each receive extra rewards based on their individual potential, talent, and background. This ensures fairness while preventing any potential criticism. We've given out the promised rewards as usual. As for the extra rewards, the 4 major cultivation families are free to bestow them as they see fit. It's none of anyone else's business. Among them, you receive the most extra rewards. Ji Teng looked at Lin Yi with a broad smile. Is that so? Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. These 4 major cultivation families really know how to play the game. They've turned a simple immortal town competition into something extraordinary. What's my reward? Lin Yi asked, his face full of curiosity. You ranked 8th this time. The most basic reward is 50 bottles of ordinary quality grade 1 spirit nourishing pills, 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, a grade 2 movement technique, the swift step, and a mid-grade spiritual weapon flying sword, Ji Teng said, taking out rewards from his storage bag and handing them to Lin Yi. These rewards are really good, Lin Yi said with a smile. 50 bottles of ordinary quality grade 1 spirit nourishing pills are worth about 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. The grade 2 movement technique, the swift step, would probably cost around 3,000 low-grade spirit stones if he bought it himself. Of course, for the 4 great cultivation families, copying techniques only requires a single jade slip, making the cost extremely low. For them, rewards related to cultivation techniques are practically free. A mid-grade spiritual weapon flying sword is worth around 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Add to that a 5,000 low-grade spirit stone reward. All these rewards combined are worth approximately 18,000 low-grade spirit stones. 8th place in the Immortal Town competition, To receive this reward is truly impressive. These basic rewards are just appetizers. The real main event is the extra reward from the 4 great cultivation families, G10 said with a broad smile. The extra reward is many times more generous than these. Lin Yi's face was full of surprise, his eyes brimming with anticipation. It seemed that the 4 major cultivation families all valued his talent and potential, and all wanted to win him over and befriend him. His previous all-out burst of energy, creating the image of a top genius for himself, made everyone believe that his comprehension was astonishing, and the effect was very significant. This kind of treatment was something only top geniuses could receive. In fact, his comprehension wasn't that strong. It was only about the same level as Meng Yao and Ji Teng. It was only because he had the trump card of the immortal mansion space and the huge advantage of 12 times the time acceleration. What others comprehended in 3 days in reality, he comprehended in more than a month in the immortal mansion space. Such a time difference? How could anyone compare to him? In their eyes, he was a top genius. Far more talented than Meng Yao and Ji Teng. The phoenix will surely come to the tallest tree, the butterflies will naturally come to the most fragrant flowers. He was the most outstanding genius in everyone's eyes, so naturally, they wanted to win him over at all costs. Your extra reward is unbelievably generous. 400 bottles of top-quality grade 1 spirit nourishing pills, Ji Teng exclaimed repeatedly. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took out a blue cloth bag from his storage pouch, filled with the grade 1 spirit nourishing pills. So ruthless, how much does this cost? Lin Yi was utterly shocked. The quality of spirit pills is divided into 4 levels: ordinary, excellent, superb, and top tier. In Wangxian Town, no alchemist has yet been able to refine a top-quality elixir. Superior quality is the highest grade of elixir in Wangxian Town. A bottle of superior quality grade 1 spirit essence pill retails for 300 low-grade spirit stones. Its medicinal effects are far superior to ordinary grade 1 spirit essence pills. Most importantly, it contains very little toxins, allowing for large-scale consumption and rapid advancement in cultivation, Ji Teng introduced with a smile. These 400 bottles of superior quality grade 1 spirit essence pills, wouldn't that be worth 120,000 low-grade spirit stones? Lin Yi was stunned. That's right. To be fair, after negotiation, each of our 4 great cultivation families will contribute 100 bottles. Otherwise, our Ji family would have taken even more. Ji Teng smiled, taking the opportunity to speak well of the Ji family and gain favor. This generous gift is too valuable. Lin Yi was flattered. This was worth 120,000 low-grade spirit stones, just given to him for free. That's nothing. Next, there's a direct spirit stone reward. Each of our 4 great cultivation families will contribute 50,000 low-grade spirit stones, for a total of 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please accept it. As Ji Teng spoke, he took out a blue cloth bag from his storage bag, containing 20 high-grade spirit stones the size of eggs. 100 low-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 mid-grade spirit stone. 100 mid-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 high-grade spirit stone. Therefore, 1 high-grade spirit stone is worth 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. 200,000 low-grade spirit stones is simply too much to carry around. Exchanging them for 20 high-grade spirit stones makes things much more convenient. This is another generous gift, Lin Yi exclaimed as he accepted the blue cloth bag. Although it was only 20 high-grade spirit stones, it felt incredibly heavy to him. This was the first time he had ever received high-grade spirit stones. Compared to low-grade spirit stones the size of a fingernail and mid-grade spirit stones the size of a thumb, this egg-sized high-grade spirit stone appeared much more crystal clear, containing extremely abundant and pure spiritual energy. With a Misty Sect assessment approaching, if you want to improve your combat power, you'll need to spend a considerable amount in many areas. This money should be enough to help you in your time of need, Ji Teng said with a smile. Then, he took out 4 high-grade spirit swords from his storage bag. These 4 high-grade spirit swords, each worth about 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, are also a gift for you. Ji Teng laughed heartily. Even he was envious of such an extra reward. I feel I can't accept such a generous gift. I have no way to repay it, Lin Yi said somewhat nervously. He accepted the most basic reward without feeling guilty. Because that was a reward based on ranking, as long as you reached a certain ranking, you would receive it. But this extra reward was a gift from the 4 major cultivation families, used to win him over. What you give is often proportional to what you receive. He had taken so many benefits from them. In the future, he would probably have to repay them tenfold, 100-fold, and might even risk his life. It's just a small token of our appreciation. Don't take it to heart. For ordinary cultivators, this is indeed an astronomical fortune, but for us four great cultivation families, it's nothing but a drop in the ocean. Not to mention us, even your immortal medicine pavilion, after this immortal town grand competition, will have a greatly enhanced reputation. Many large-scale growers will definitely sign long-term agreements with you, and the immortal medicine pavilion's profits will soar. Earning tens or hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones a month is quite normal. You don't need to feel any burden. G10 comforted him with a smile. Are you just giving me this benefit for nothing, without asking for anything in return? Lin Yi was somewhat skeptical. He never believed in such good fortune falling from the sky. If someone is willing to give, they must have something in mind. If I said I didn't expect anything in return, you definitely wouldn't believe me. The reason our four great cultivation families have been able to stand strong and prosper for so long is because we've always valued top geniuses. This time, each of our four great cultivation families has given you an outer disciple spot. Choose one. Once you make your choice, the cultivation family you choose will bring out a group of girls of your age from their clan, and you can choose one to be betrothed to. You're in for a treat, G10 said with a beaming smile. Hearing this, Lin Yi's expression hardened. Sure enough, behind this generous reward was a huge trap. I won't choose any. Lin Yi looked at G10, his face resolute. Why? G10 asked in surprise. Such a golden opportunity was laid out before him. For anyone, especially someone like Lin Yi from such a background, this was a chance to directly change their destiny and their very origins. Yet Lin Yi refused outright. First, I don't care about the outer disciple slots offered by your four great cultivation families. My current goal is to participate in the Misty Sect's entrance examination, rank in the top 100 out of 80,000 payers, and directly become an inner disciple, Lin Yi said earnestly. The outer disciple slot held no appeal for him now. With his own strength, he could obtain it directly. That's true, you certainly have the potential, and your chances of becoming an inner disciple are quite high. G10 nodded in agreement. Besides that reason, the second reason is that I'm engaged to Mo Xiaodang, the daughter of Misty Sect from Fulin Lane. Although they only gave me 36,000 low-grade spirit stones as a betrothal gift, far less than what your four great cultivation families would give, some things are more important than money in my heart. I can't do something like starting something and then abandoning it, Lin Yi said resolutely and righteously. Misty Sect and Mo Xiaodang had been very good to him. He wouldn't do anything to betray them. I didn't expect you to be such a loyal and righteous person. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. I've decided to be your friend. G10 gave Lin Yi a thumbs up, praising him highly. He valued loyalty more than money and even his future. Very few people can do this. Many women abandon their lovers when they meet a more handsome and wealthy man. Many men also discard their wives when they meet a better woman. Such things are all too common. In comparison, Lin Yi is truly a breath of fresh air. His talent, potential, character, and temperament are all top-notch. Even with a humble background, these qualities will allow him to change his fate and achieve great success sooner or later. Great job, it's what I should do. Lin Yi waved his hand with a smile. He didn't want to compete with those people. A gentleman has things he will do and things he won't do. Money lost can be earned back. But some things are more important than money. Once lost, they may never be regained. But your choice puts me in a difficult position. If you don't choose any, how am I supposed to explain myself when I get back? G10 said helplessly. If I don't choose any, won't I offend one of the four great cultivation families? Lin Yi asked with some concern. If it were someone else, you definitely would. You have to choose one of the four great cultivation families as your backer. After all, there's an unwritten rule in the cultivation world. If you can't get a genius cultivator, you ruin them, especially geniuses from bad backgrounds. Most geniuses die young, they perish very early, G10 said seriously. Then, he changed the subject. Of course, you're different, you were raised by Uncle Fu. All four of our great cultivation families are old friends of Uncle Fu and owe him favors. Even if you don't choose any of them, our four great cultivation families won't hold a grudge against you, G10 said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he became even more curious about Uncle Fu. All four great cultivation families were old friends of Uncle Fu. Clearly, Besides the Meng and Ji families, the Wang and He families were also old friends of Uncle Fu. Add to that Shi Fian's family. So, it seems Uncle Fu alone can rival these top cultivation families? Just what kind of person is Uncle Fu? Because of Uncle Fu's backing, even if he doesn't choose any of the families, he can still protect himself. It seems. Although he is now all alone, his background is actually quite good. If you want to become an inner disciple directly, you don't have to choose the outer disciple slots offered by the 4 great cultivation families. You are engaged and don't want to marry into one of the 4 great cultivation families. That's fine too. However, you must accept the 400 bottles of top quality first-grade spirit nurturing pills, 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, and 4 high-grade spirit swords that our 4 great cultivation families are offering you, G10 said seriously. I didn't choose any of those. How can you accept these extra rewards? Lin Yi waved his hands repeatedly. You're wrong about that. If we can't take a genius like you as our son-in-law, we'll at least try our best to build a good relationship with you and make you owe us a favor. If you don't want anything and don't want to owe us any favors, then there's no connection or relationship between you and our 4 great cultivation families. Even if we don't make things difficult for you or ruin you because of Uncle Fu, do you think the other cultivation families and large-scale farmers will let you off the hook? G10 said with utmost seriousness. On the contrary, if you accept these things, you'll owe us 4 great cultivation families a favor. With us protecting you in the future, who would dare to make things difficult for you? G10 asked earnestly. That's true. It seems I have no choice but to accept them. Lin Yi nodded, his face full of helplessness. Cultivation isn't about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and social interactions. For him, accepting these extra rewards simply meant owing the 4 major cultivation families a substantial favor. Similarly, his gains were also significant. He would now enjoy the protection of these 4 families. Most importantly, with this wealth, he could rapidly increase his combat power. His chances of ranking in the top 100 during the Misty Sect's entrance exam and becoming an inner disciple would skyrocket. Chapter 75, Armor Movement Technique. Take these rewards. G10 handed Lin Yi 400 bottles of top-quality Grade 1 spirit nourishing pills, 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, and 4 high-grade spirit swords. I'll accept them, Lin Yi smiled. From now on, he owed the 4 great cultivation families a considerable favor. Of course, favors are something to be repaid later. Right now, his strength was insufficient, yet he had displayed exceptional talent and potential. He hadn't formed a marriage alliance with the 4 great cultivation families, hadn't become a son-in-law, and had no real backing. A top genius like him, if they couldn't have him, they'd want to destroy him. Although Uncle Fu's identity was mysterious, and he might be a powerful figure, Uncle Fu was, after all, deceased. How long could Uncle Fu's prestige protect him? The safest course of action is to have the strength to protect himself. He needs to improve his strength as soon as possible. That way, even if someone wants to destroy him or to make a move against him, they'll have to think twice. If a fight really breaks out, he can save his life and survive. Compared to his current strength, future favors are nothing. Once he has great strength, repaying favors in the future will be a piece of cake. These next few days, focus on recovering from your injuries. Once you've fully recovered, our 4 great cultivation families will take turns inviting you over as guests, trying to build relationships and cultivate feelings with you. Before you go, it would be better if you improved your strength even further, G10 kindly reminded him. Why, is someone trying to harm me? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Could it be that the 4 great cultivation families were planning to make a move against him? That's not it. The 4 great cultivation families are all ruled by their elders. These elders all have connections with Uncle Fu, they are all trustworthy and reliable, and they certainly won't make things difficult for you. The key is that among the younger generation, each cultivation family has some geniuses, and they aren't necessarily as enthusiastic and friendly as I am. Your sudden rise has stolen their limelight, their brilliance, and even their interests. Among them, there will inevitably be some who want to challenge you. In a competition, swords have no eyes. If your strength is insufficient, you can easily get injured. If the injury is serious, it will take 1 or 2 months to recover, which will definitely affect your upcoming entrance examination for the Misty Sect, preventing you from becoming an inner disciple. I'm serious, G10 said. Let alone someone like Lin Yi who suddenly rose to prominence. Even someone of his background, within his own Ji family, was frequently challenged. His peers from the other three major families were equally competitive, always ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Among the hot-blooded young generation, this was commonplace. That's true, Lin Yi nodded in agreement. No matter what, I can't get injured, I can't let it interfere with my participation in the Misty Sect's entrance exam. Then, he thought of a solution. If someone provokes me, I can simply ignore them and not fight, right? Lin Yi asked with a smile. In his view, such competition was meaningless. The Immortal Town Grand Competition offered generous rewards. This kind of contest is purely for saving face, offering no real benefit, and isn't worth his effort or risk. If your peers provoke or insult you in front of many elders, and you can refrain from fighting back, of course, there's no problem. However, you'll easily be looked down upon. People won't be polite to you anymore, and they'll readily hurl insults at you, and you still run the Immortal Medicine Pavilion. If you act like a coward, your reputation won't be good, and it will affect your business, Ji-Teng said seriously. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded repeatedly. Ji-Teng's words made perfect sense. Everyone values their reputation. Who can completely disregard it? Most importantly, now that he owns the Immortal Medicine Pavilion, his reputation will affect his business and his profits. If I accept the challenge, what are my chances of winning? Lin Yi asked seriously. Since he's going to fight, and he wants a good reputation, he definitely wants to win. When I fought you, I saw you didn't use your armor or movement techniques, so I didn't use mine either, but those people fighting you will definitely use them. If you fight with all your might, against someone like Meng Yao, your chances of winning are basically slim, Ji-Teng said truthfully. Indeed, it seems I need to hurry up and improve my strength, Lin Yi said earnestly. You should first cleanse your body of the poison. Once you've fully recovered, the 4 great cultivation families will invite you. Then, you can be the first to visit our Ji family. My sister and I won't make things difficult for you, don't worry, Ji-Teng chuckled. His words subtly strengthened the relationship between the Ji family and Lin Yi. It made Lin Yi feel that the Ji family were on his side, that they wouldn't betray him or to make things difficult for him. Who is your sister? Lin Yi asked curiously. My sister, Ji Yu, one of the 4 beauties. You don't know her? Ji-Teng looked surprised. I remember now, Ji Yu of the Ji family, of course I know her, I didn't expect her to be your sister. Is she my biological sister or my cousin? Lin Yi asked with a smile. My own sister, from both our parents. She's very curious about you. Promise me you'll be the first to visit our Ji family. I've already promised her, so please do me the honor, Ji-Teng pleaded with a smile. No problem, I'll go to your Ji family first. I'm also very curious about your sister Ji Yu, and your 9 grandfathers, Lin Yi said with a smile. My 9 grandfathers are all very interesting, they're old friends with Uncle Fu, and they've all been talking about meeting you, Ji-Teng chuckled. Once I've recovered from my injuries and improved my strength, I'll go to your Ji family first, Lin Yi readily agreed. That's great, I'll go back and report the good news right away, Ji-Teng beamed, immediately took his leave, and left excitedly. In the quiet room, only Lin Yi remained. My current cultivation level is only the mid-stage of the 9th level of the Spirit Gathering Realm. I don't have battle armor or movement techniques yet, my combat strength is still significantly weaker than the top geniuses of the 4 great cultivation families. Fortunately, my poison flared up before, preventing me from continuing the competition and leaving room for speculation, thus preserving my reputation as a top genius. If the poison hadn't flared up, and I had continued participating, I'm afraid I would have likely lost, failing to reach the top 4. And my reputation as a genius would have been greatly tarnished, Lin Yi pondered. This time, although he only made it into the top 8 of the Immortal Town competition, the 4 great cultivation families valued him highly due to his reputation as a top genius, bestowing upon him generous gifts. With these gifts, he had the opportunity to quickly improve his strength. Cleanse the poison from the medicine first. Without hesitation, Lin Yi immediately began consuming the top-quality Grade 1 detoxification pills gifted by Meng Yao. By nightfall, he had finished consuming and refining the entire bottle of pills, clearing about 95% of the poison from his body. 0.5% remained. I need to buy a few more bottles of Grade 1 detoxification pills, and also a cultivation technique for clearing pill and medicine poisons, Lin Yi decisively decided. He had the trump card of his immortal abode space, which allowed him to accelerate the ripening of spiritual herbs and learn alchemy in the future. He could easily consume azure spirit fruits and spirit nourishing pills to rapidly improve his cultivation. He didn't want to give up this advantage. As long as he could eliminate the hidden danger of pill and medicine poisons, he could continue consuming large quantities of azure spirit fruits and spirit nourishing pills to rapidly advance his cultivation level, just as before. This antidote pill's effectiveness diminishes with repeated use, and it will become less and less effective over time. This isn't a long-term solution. To truly clear the poison from pills and medicines, it's much safer to purchase a specialized technique for clearing these toxins, Lin Yi said earnestly. He then left the Immortal Medicine Pavilion and headed to the Spirit Pill Pavilion. Superior quality grade 1 antidote pills, so expensive. After purchasing 5 bottles of superior quality grade 1 antidote pills at the Spirit Pill Pavilion, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. One bottle cost 300 low-grade spirit stones, so 5 bottles would cost 1,500 low-grade spirit stones. This was simply unaffordable for a poor person. Of course, a poor person couldn't possibly accumulate so much poison in their body. To quickly improve one's cultivation level, money is required, money is needed in every aspect. In fact, at his current level, his cultivation speed has almost reached a bottleneck. Regarding cultivation techniques, even with money, he can't buy a 4th grade 5 elements cultivation technique. Regarding spirit gathering arrays, even with money, he can't buy a 4th grade spirit gathering array. Forgotten Immortal Town is ultimately just a small place. Higher grade cultivation resources can only be obtained by joining the Misty Sect. However, becoming an outer disciple of the Misty Sect obviously means he has no chance of obtaining these high-grade cultivation resources. Only by becoming an inner disciple can he have the chance to acquire them. This is the strict hierarchy of the cultivation world. If one's strength, status, and wealth are insufficient, one can only watch helplessly. I'll go buy another technique to cleanse myself of pill and drug poisoning. Lin Yi turned and headed towards the Wanfa Pavilion. A short while later, he arrived. Welcome, esteemed guest. I apologize for not greeting you sooner, Jiu Yuan greeted Lin Yi with a smile. In Wangxian Town, Lin Yi was now a celebrity, the talk of the town. His background, talent, potential, and future were all the subject of much discussion. Many parents used Lin Yi as a role model to discipline their children. Especially when their children complained about their parents' lack of ability, they would bring up Lin Yi, a powerful and effective method. Not only Chu Yuan, but other customers of the Wanfa Pavilion also frequently glanced at Lin Yi. Some were even eager to try and ingratiate themselves with Chu Yuan. I want to buy a grade 3 purification technique to cleanse myself of pill and medicinal toxins, Lin Yi said, looking at Chu Yuan and lowering his voice to get straight to the point. This grade 3 purification technique is the best in our Myriad Laws Pavilion, and it only costs 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, Jiu Yuan said, taking out a blue jade slip and handing it to Lin Yi with a smile. Let me see. Lin Yi took the blue jade slip, infused it with spiritual energy, and examined it. Sure enough, this grade 3 purification technique was very effective. Each time after taking an elixir or medicine, activating the grade 3 purification technique would promptly clear away the pill and medicinal toxins. There will be no more instances of elixirs and medicinal toxins accumulating in the body and then violently erupting. I also need a rank 3 movement technique. Lin Yi looked at Chu Yuan and continued. Our Myriad Laws Pavilion's best movement technique is this rank 3 top-level movement technique, Soaring Void Step. Once you cultivate this movement technique to the true truth realm, not only will you be incredibly fast and agile in your dodging, but most importantly, you can also fly through the air to escape. Jiu Yuan handed Lin Yi a blue jade slip and said earnestly. That's amazing. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Immediately, he took the blue jade slip, infused it with spiritual power, and began to examine it. After a moment, he withdrew his spiritual power and opened his eyes. This Lingsu step is indeed quite good, but it's also very difficult to cultivate. It's a movement technique used by cultivators in the transcendent realm, and some golden core realm cultivators also use it. If I buy it now, I might not be able to cultivate it to the true essence realm. Lin Yi frowned slightly. It's alright, if you can cultivate it to the true essence realm, you can fly through the air and escape over long distances. It's an ultimate escape technique. Even if you can't cultivate it to the true essence realm, just reaching the proficiency realm will still make you faster and more agile compared to other second grade and third grade movement techniques, Jiu Yuan said with a smile. How much does this Lingsu step cost? Lin Yi asked bluntly. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, Jiu Yuan said seriously. So expensive, Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. He only bought one pure cultivation technique and one soaring void step. That alone cost him 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. At the spirit weapon pavilion, he bought a high-grade 5 elements ring on installment, still owing them 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Later, he also needs to buy a suit of armor, which will probably cost tens of thousands more low-grade spirit stones. It seems the biggest factor restricting the rise of lower-level cultivators is wealth. Wealth, technique, and land. Wealth is ranked first, truly well-deserved. You're a regular customer of our Myriad Techniques Pavilion, so we'll give you a 10% discount this time. These two rank 3 cultivation techniques only cost you 45,000 low-grade spirit stones, Jiu Yuan said enthusiastically with a beaming smile. Deal, Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Immediately, he took out spirit stones and paid Jiu Yuan. Then, he left the Myriad Laws Pavilion and headed to the Spirit Weapon Pavilion. Xinyu, I want a high-grade battle armor. Entering the Spirit Weapon Pavilion, Lin Yi found Xinyu and said decisively. Installment payment, or? Xinyu asked with a smile. Pay directly this time, Lin Yi smiled slightly. This golden spirit battle armor is a high-grade spirit weapon, priced at 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you buy it, I'll give you a 10% discount. You only need to pay 45,000 low-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Xinyu asked seriously. No problem. Without another word, Lin Yi immediately took out spirit stones and paid Xinyu. He purchased a grade 1 antidote pill, a grade 3 purification technique, a grade 3 soaring void step, and a grade 100 golden spirit armor, spending a total of 91,500 low-grade spirit stones. He had already spent nearly half of the 200,000 low-grade spirit stone reward given to him by the 4 major cultivation families. At this moment, he didn't feel that 200,000 low-grade spirit stones was a huge sum. Because it simply didn't last long. Back at the Immortal Medicine Pavilion, Lin Yi went straight to the meditation room on the 2nd floor. For the last half-finished poison, he took a bottle of excellent quality grade 1 antidote pills, and it took him an entire night to completely cleanse himself. At dawn, Lin Yi awoke from his meditation. He felt completely relaxed and refreshed. Next, I'll refine my battle armor and hone my movement techniques. Lin Yi took out the superior grade golden spirit battle armor and the 3rd grade soaring void steps, his face full of anticipation. With the armor and movement techniques, his combat power would increase dramatically. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.